Good morning, everybody. Council, please come to order. Okay, we are underway with public testimony on ABM. We have 42 people remaining to testify according to our list here. First up, we'll be starting back at the top here with those that we missed yesterday, would be Ryan Nichols. Following Mr. Nichols would be Woody Sear, and then John Warrenchuk. Just a reminder that we've got a timer on the Adobe Connect platform. It may make sense for you to time yourself as well in the event that there is a lag. Otherwise, I will try to let you know when your time is up. And again, individuals and companies have 3 minutes and associations have 6 minutes. So with that, Mr. Nichols, are you with us this morning? Okay, we're not picking up Mr. Nichols. Again, we'll circle back through the list one more time at the end for those that we've missed. How about Woody Sear? Okay. Mr. Sear, if you are if Mr. Sear is not with us, again, we'll circle back. Let's go to John Warrenchuk. And following Mr. Warrenchuk would be Karen Pletnikov, and then Heather McCarty and Jeff Kaufman.
Hello, good morning. Sound check?
Good morning. We hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Great. Well, thank you for taking public testimony this morning on this issue. For the record, my name is John Warrenchuk. I'm senior scientist and campaign manager for Oceana. Oceana, as you know, is a international conservation group dedicated to protecting the world's oceans. Worldwide, I think we have over 1 million Oceana wave makers, and I think up to 6,000 here in Alaska. And with my testimony today, I want to join many thousands of Alaskans and fishermen and many stakeholders around the world supporting the greatest reductions of halibut bycatch that you could decide to do today, which are included in Alternative 4. Now, you've been working on this issue for a long time, this particular agenda item, the last 6 years. And in fact, halibut bycatch minimization is an issue that this council's worked on since it was very first formed. This was identified very early on in the federal fishery, groundfish fishery management arena as one of the biggest problems, largest challenges to face as you manage groundfish fisheries, particularly in the Bering Sea. And it was recognized early on that many checks and balances were necessary, first to control the bycatch of the foreign trawl fleet that was operating in very important habitats on the Bering Sea shelf, and then later on as it was domesticated and switched over to joint venture and then the current fleet that you have now. And those checks and balances are necessary because it's widely recognized that, yes, you could have much fewer boats, maybe just even a handful of these types of factory trawl vessels that could catch most of the quotas of almost all the species that exist in the Bering Sea, from crab to halibut to pollock to flatfish. And it's these checks and balances that help the Alaskan communities maintain their fishing identities, their fishery portfolios, and help diversify the fishery as a whole. And that's what gets you to optimum yield. That's a requirement under the Magnuson-Stevens Act for the benefit of the nation. And which is somewhat, though, contrary to the analysis that you're seeing in this EIS in front of you, which talks about a negative benefit to the nation from measures that may constrain the Amendment 80 fleet. And frankly, I think that's just a flat-out poor analysis that uses some wrong assumptions. And you've heard me testify before what's involved in delivering Amendment 80 caught fish back to the U.S. market. And the net negative benefit to the nation analysis largely assumes or relies on a reduced production of this type of fish, making it to market here in the U.S., and that somehow not benefiting consumers. And I just want to make sure that we're not conflating this with a food security issue, because food security, which is supposed to, produce locally produced seafood to support folks who may need it, you can't rely on a very complex foreign supply chain to provide food security for this nation. And if there is a food security issue, it exists around the margins of the Bering Sea for those communities that are directly involved in fisheries and are not able to catch their fish. I can't help but also flag a couple tables in this analysis, like inflated impacts perceived to the Amendment 80 fleet, noting a wholesale value of arrowtooth flounder of 86 cents a pound, yet an ex-vessel value, this is the value that this fleet pays on the fish taxes to the state of Alaska, of only 8 cents a pound, a tenfold increase for just heading and gutting and freezing the fish on a vessel. And somehow there's a disconnect there. There's not that same wholesale value bump for example, halibut. I'd also like to note that, this action will, if you reduce the bycatch cap, it will provide benefits to the halibut population. Past analyses, and I know this one here only talks about a 0 to 1 or less than 1 pound halibut benefit yield in the end for each pound of halibut bycatch that's reduced. But I also want to flag that past analyses, other studies have estimated this amount between 1 and 4 pounds. And I want to draw your attention particularly to Alderstein and Trumbull in 1998, who did estimate, and they were looking at a spatial and seasonal impact of the cod trawling on halibut bycatch and downstream yields. And that's where they saw a 1 to 4 pound yield downstream. Now, I see I'm running out of time here, so with that, I'll just close and thank you for your time. One last thing, amongst the alternatives that you are considering are ones that would actually increase halibut bycatch, depending on the survey indices. And I just want to note that that is contrary to general actions from this council, which generally wait to see recruitment into the fishery before you contemplate increases in catches. And we know that despite, survey indice increases, we're not seeing recruitment into the halibut population. So to the extent you're contemplating any increase, you need to wait until you see some recruitment in this population. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Warrenchuk. Let's see if there's any questions from council members. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Warrenchuk, for your testimony. You criticized the net national benefits analysis or estimation, in the current EIS. And as you know, part of the EIS process is that we're looking at a draft EIS, and the final EIS will be prepared by National Marine Fisheries Service after presuming the council takes action. So, John, how should the analyst calculate or estimate, or whatever the proper term is, net national benefits for this action?
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for that question. And there was extensive discussion at the advisory panel around this very issue. And I think what it comes down to, and thank you for flagging that there is opportunity to fix the EIS at some point in this process or bolster it. The discussion at the AP, the analysts somewhat admitted they took a fairly clinical, I guess I would call it, approach to that net benefit of the nation calculation. And they were just looking at, changes in production and consumer surplus of fish overall. And that Amendment 80 fish is such large volume that it seemed to overwhelm other components of the analysis. And there was extensive discussion on the challenge around quantifying what they called welfare benefits to the nation, which were not included in the net benefit nation calculation. And welfare benefits include, stability of fishing communities and, general feelings of satisfaction of being able to participate in local fisheries, culture, all those challenging metrics that are hard to put numbers on, but we know in our hearts are very important, and they're very important to this nation, and they're very important to Alaskans. So I think a lot more focus on those welfare benefits in that end conclusion will help this analysis and help your decision for final action. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Mr. Warrenchuk. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. Next up is Karen Pletnikov. Good morning, Ms. Pletnikov. I'm not getting your audio. Ms. Pletnikov, if we can't get your audio sorted out here, we can always come back to you. Okay, let's move to Heather McCarty and Jeff Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is Heather.
Hi,
Yep.
Good morning. Hear you both.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Jeff Kaufman. I'm an Aleut from St. Paul Island, where I grew up and I raised my kids for 14 years. I am the Vice President of CBS Bay and am helping to carry the message of every person in St. Paul today. I'm also a small boat, commercial halibut fish. They fish with my 3 children. I'm an AP member and I have a committee member and a former IPHC commissioner. Today with me today is Heather McCarty, a hero of sorts to the Aleut people that has been here by our side throughout this issue. We are sitting before the council today at final action of ABM after pouring every ounce of our blood, sweat, tears, and soul into this process for the last 6 years and many years preceding that, trying to resolve the issues of equitability, justice, and respect with regard to the use of the halibut resource. I'd like to highlight that halibut is special and different from other CDQ allocations. In comparison, CDQ halibut can be harvested with small boats and provide a directed opportunity for employment in our communities. This action is about conservation of the halibut resource as well as conservation of communities, people, cultures, traditions, hope, and opportunity. With the crash of the Bering Sea crab fishery in 2021, halibut is the only economic opportunity we have remaining and is what puts money in the pockets of those people that earn their living from the bottom of the ocean so they can buy basic essentials in a region that experiences a very high cost of living. The owners of 5 bottom trawl companies have lifespans and a short time to extract marine resources that surround our communities. But the indigenous people who reside in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island communities will live on forever, depending on the halibut, if they are properly managed and we get a fair shake. We can do something that minimizes impacts to amenity, or we can do something meaningful for thousands of Alaskans, or thousands of commercial and recreational fishing families from across Alaska, Washington, and Oregon. Our fishery was nearly preempted in 4 of the last 8 years when conservation was needed and bycatch was increasing. Do you know how much pride we have to swallow to beg for fish from Amendment 80 so the Alutiiq people can feed their families? It's just not right. In those years, without emergency relief, we would have sat on the beach and watched as Amendment 80 landed millions of pounds of halibut out our back door during those 4 seasons. Meaningful reductions in PSE use will go a long way toward ensuring a fishery and economy for the people in Western Alaska that depend on the halibut resource to make an honest living, an honest and modest living. At this point, there's little stability remaining in our fishery, and we don't know if we will have a fishery from one year to the next. High levels of bycatch, like in 2019, about put small boat fishery on the beach again in 2020. Commercial and subsistence fishermen should never be the conservation buffer for another sector like Amendment 80 with all of its wealth. We are, however, willing to contribute equitably to conservation for the benefit of sustainability. You can't see me right now, but I'm looking every one of you in the eyes, praying that you will have understanding, a heart, and courage to do something meaningful for the indigenous and non-indigenous fishing families of Western Alaska and the Gulf of Alaska. I hope with all my might that you will be strong and consider things so much more important than money as you decide the fate of people who have depended on this resource for generations. Think about who is truly dependent on this halibut resource and who needs it most. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll pass it to Heather.
Thank you, Jeff. This is Heather McCarty, speaking for CBSFA. Certainly, the Council is wrestling with how to distribute the available halibut in a more equitable way, one that adheres to the national standards and the principles of environmental justice. Another aspect of this action that has not had a lot of airtime thus far is the functionality of the program under various real-life abundance scenarios represented by the indices and by the boxes in the lookup tables. I know that we and many others have advocated strongly for Alternative 4, as it does have the most potential to provide the best outcomes for directed halibut users. I'd like you to take a look at our attached comment letter, which is in your packet. I thought maybe it was going to be linked in the chat box, but it isn't, and I'm sorry about not being able to put it on the screen. It's figure 6 on page 12, which compares the outcomes of alternatives in your package. And I'd like to point out quickly what we see as the key shortcomings of Alternative 3 from our perspective. Alternative 3, based on the numbers in the lookup table, found in figure ES1 on page 20 of your DEIS, allow the PFD limit to be very high at the level of the current static cap during years of low abundance, 2010 to 2017, as captured in the setline survey. This is counter to the objectives of this action and a problem that could be solved by changing the numbers in the lookup table, but not just the numbers in the low trawl survey index column, as we have heard suggested. Instead, the Council needs to look at the numbers in the boxes under the high trawl survey index. This was made clear to us quite recently, as the IPHC reported at the interim meeting the substantial uptick in the trawl survey index in 2021, and as you heard from your analyst as well, the presence of small young fish coming into the biomass, it could increase enough in the next year or so to put the trawl index over the line into the high state or category. The problem lies in that the setline survey is likely to lag behind by 5 to 7 years as the small fish mature, and we hope they do. In that interim period, however, the setline survey could remain solidly in the low category, and that is not good for the directed fishery. We could be in the box parlance, we could be in the box that is low for the setline survey and high for the trawl survey, and we could be there for several years. That is just one of the several outcomes that we could see in real life when we use these indices to fill in these boxes and result in the PSC limit, the way the program is structured. Thank you. Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. McCarty and Mr. Kaufman, for your testimony. Any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both. Jeff, that was great testimony. I really appreciate it, and I think it was heartfelt, and I think I appreciate you letting us know how folks are feeling out there. Heather, my question for you, though, it's about the statement you made about the halibut population potentially moving rapidly into the higher levels. I didn't hear Alan Hicks articulate that when we had him up in front of the Council, and I'm just wondering, is that something that was actually said at the interim meeting, or is that your feeling by looking at the data? I think it's a valid point if it's in fact what we can corroborate, but I think we need to get some more feedback from you on how you've reached that determination in order to consider it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mesereau. Thank you for the question, Mr. Mesereau. We have not heard that said publicly by IPHC staff. They may have, but we haven't actually heard that. But we have looked at the numbers ourselves, and you can see in the in the actual trawl survey index, you can see the variations through the years. And you can see that after a period of relatively high abundance in the trawl survey, it goes down until 2019. And then if you look beyond 2019, then you see of course, there's a blank for 2020, but there's an uptick, as was reported, in 2021. And that uptick is pretty substantial. It's something like I don't have it in front of me. It's something like 130,000 and plus that. And we're looking at the dividing line between low and high being 150,000. So if that trend line were to continue at that same rate upward, it just seems sensible that we could get to that dividing line. And of course, in the trawl survey, there's only two states, two categories, low and high. There's no sort of, line between the two where you can pick something in the medium range. It's either low or high. So we just see that could be possible. And we have inquired of IPHC staff privately as to the possibility of that being the category in the near-ish future. And we've had that told to us that it could be in the next year or so that it moves into that category. I know that maybe the representative from IPHC that was on the working group hasn't addressed this directly. There are other folks in the IPHC who might be able to do that, and maybe Alan could as well. I think that in Ian Stewart, you have probably the world's foremost authority on halibut stock assessment. I wouldn't be afraid to categorize him as that. So I think, we put 2 and 2 together, or 2 and 4, or 2 and 6, and reached the conclusion that there needed to be a closer look at all of the possible states, not just low, low, and low, very low, low, but maybe low, high, which could be something we could be looking at relatively soon. I hope that answers your question.
It did. Thank you very much, Heather.
Mr. Chair, may I?
It was a question from Mr. Mesereau to Ms. McCarty. If Mr. Mesereau would like you to follow up, that would be fine. But I'd leave it to Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sure, Jeff. Why don't you give it a shot, too? I think Heather did a pretty good job of alerting us to this trend, but whatever you got, let's hear from you for sure.
Okay. And indeed, Heather covered it very, very nicely. And so, as she mentioned, the break point between high and low indices in the trawl survey is 150,000. And so in 2019, we were at 113,000. And in 2021, we're now at 131,000. So we're creeping back up toward the high status in that column. And so it's important that in the low abundance scenarios in the set line survey, that we also look at the values in the trawl survey, so that at times of low abundance, when they have a minimal fishery, that the trawl index isn't having, disproportionate weight on that lookup table. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mesereau.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Go to a question from Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. My question is about Ms. McCarty's testimony referencing Figure 6 in CBSFA's written comment letter to the council. I appreciate you referencing that in your testimony, and I just wanted to ask, I think the main point of that testimony was your comments there were to point out, I think, the problems. You said under any alternative except alternative 4, and I think you referenced particularly from 2010 to 2017. And my question is, I just wonder, that doesn't is that an appropriate time period for the council to be looking at in terms of how an ABM alternative would have performed? I'm thinking of, from our perspective, and the Amendment 80 fleet wasn't undertaking deck sorting until 2015, 2016, and I don't remember the actual years, but also I think it was around 2012, 2013, the Halibut Commission was able to address the retrospective bias in the stock assessment that really significantly reduced the TCEY. And so I guess it's just, I want to ask this because I think it's very important for the council to focus on, with this ABM action, what it is that we have under our authority and what we can control. And I think this has partially been a difficult issue because of these types of factors and variables. And so, that's my question is I appreciate the figure, but shouldn't there be some caveats associated with this hindcasting related to what you have in Figure 6?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, thank you for that question. I think what we haven't made clear, perhaps, is that what we're discussing in the back-calculated PSC limits shown here is what we're showing is what the status of the indices was in those years, and thus where the line would have been for the PSC limit under the various alternatives and the scenarios that are created in the lookup tables. And so that's kind of the input into the lookup table, rather than we do not show in those years what the actual PSC usage was, as we do in the years from 2016 to 2020. Completely agree that the years from 2016 to 2020.
Ms. McCarty, I'm not hearing your audio anymore. It might just be my phone system. Are other people hearing me? Okay. Mr. Kaufman, are you still there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Looks like Ms. McCarty lost the connection. I don't know if you'd be in a position to respond, or you may be able to reconnect.
Yeah, I can certainly try to help. And so what this chart shows is over the last 22 years, when there's been a wide range of abundance, both in the trawl survey and in the set line survey, all through those years. I mean, this shows high state, high medium state, low medium state, and low state. And so basically, you can overlay that over the last 22 years because there's a variety of abundance there. Not talking about performance of the sector, but when you look at those different abundances retroactively, where did these alternatives, what did they do? And where did they do from the current PSC limit? And so you can see there that in alternative 3, in most years, in 13 out of those 22 years, there's not a change from the current PSC cap under the current structure of alternative 3. And that's problematic. And if you look at those years, 2012, 13, 14, 15, those were the areas where we nearly had preemptions in the fishery, and the directed fishery was nearly shut down during those years. And that hump up there in alternative 3, through those years when we were barely having a fishery, is problematic. And so I think that's the idea there, is that we just we overlay these over 22 years because they show a variety of abundance indices across that time frame, so that you can see how the various alternatives measure up against one another. I hope that's helpful.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm back, I think. Can you hear me? And I think Jeff has done a marvelous job of answering that question. I hope that answers it.
All right. Thank you both.
Yeah.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have one follow-up. So thank you for that. And then responding to that, I appreciate the explanation that you both gave. But again, looking at that 2010 to 2017 time period, I guess I'm really just want to talk about, again, what we have in front of us. With the indices we're using, halibut abundance did not change during that time period. And so I think what you're really asking us to consider when you look at this figure and say the performance of the alternatives is not so much the different, I mean, you want us to consider the different abundance levels over time, but basically what you're saying is just the limit was too high. And that's really just a cap issue. It's not an abundance issue. And so I just, is that correct?
I think part of that is that the effects, when you look at that plateau there, those effects are driven largely by the high trawl survey, and those are the boxes that Heather spoke to a little bit earlier. And so I would just say that in 2015 and 16 represent a couple of the lowest years for the directed fishery share of total removals during that time. Alternative three is above use in those years. So if we run into that same scenario in the future, we might expect that same proportion of removals, which is not reflective of our historical dependence, and equity isn't achieved in that situation. I think that's the message.
So, if I may, Mr. Chairman?
Ms. McCarty.
Okay, thank you. So I think that what we're saying is that during that period of time, or actually many other places probably, that the effects of the lookup tables, essentially, what you end up with in those boxes is driven largely by the high trawl survey. There was a high limit, essentially, there would have been a high limit with declining setline survey and a low spawning stock biomass, particularly 2015, 2016, which represent a couple of the lowest years for the directed fishery share of the total removals. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying about being current, and I think I was just about to say that when I got cut off, that, you know, the years after the action in 2015 are clearly more representative of behavior and of actual use. But what we're referring to here is where the lookup tables take you under varying states in each of the two indices.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. I've got a question for Mr. Kaufman. You, in general, it sounded like you were saying that directed halibut fisheries would have benefits for Western Alaskans, but Amendment 80 would not. I just wondered if that was your actual intent.
Can you say that one more time? That's not ringing a bell for me.
Oh, you spoke about the benefits of the directed fishery to Western Alaskans, and it sounded like that you were discounting any benefits that Amendment 80 brings to the indigenous or non-indigenous members of Western Alaska. I just wondered if that was your intent. And I may have missed it.
Mr. Chair, yeah, that was not the intent or the idea behind what I said there. CDQ groups do have Amendment 80 CDQ allocations that bring revenues to their communities, and that's important revenue. And also, I know that Norton Sound is now an owner of Amendment 80 trawl sector. So I'm not saying I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the LU people deserve a fair shake at this, and they deserve to be respected as, as a people that has been historically dependent on that resource forever and ever, and that we need some benefit and some relief right now so that we can be afforded a fishery and afforded some level of stability within our community that is for a long time. You know, we can put away the fear if we can do something meaningful here, that we could put aside the fear. We can bring some stability. Our people can start reinvesting in the fishery, and we can advise them that it's a good idea at that point. So I wasn't trying to diminish the importance of Amendment 80, but I think it's completely different in this situation. And so the CDQ program is designed to create fishing opportunities in the communities And halibut is the one thing that can do that. And Amendment 80, they derive royalties and things, but I think employment for those from our local people are non-existent at this point, at least from our sector. So our CDQ group. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thanks for that clarification. Okay. Looks like Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope it's not too related to the previous questions from Ms. Baker, but part of the premise of this action has been that the PSC limit actually fluctuates with halibut abundance, and we've taken some strong recommendations from the SOC to include both of those indices, the trawl survey and the Sutherland survey. And I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding testimony to say that we should be discounting or not looking at the trawl survey, which I think is pretty indicative of what Amendment 80 encounters. I'll make sure I understand that, and more that you want us to focus on different cap levels within those boxes.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, yeah, thank you for that question. I do know that some members of the halibut directed user group have testified in the past that they think that it's more appropriate to base halibut abundance on one index, and that index would be the Sutherland survey because it's the closest representation of what's available to the directed fishery, as we all know. However, we have said in the past that it makes sense to have both indices, and we still believe that. What we are concerned about is the balance of those two and how it's manifested in the lookup table boxes. So that's what we're drawing your attention to. And one of the reasons is that, as I said earlier, we were just alerted to this possibility of the low to high movement in perhaps the near future. So I know that we haven't had a lot of analysis on this and a lot of talk at the council, but we just wanted to put it on the table to sort of get right down to where we're really pointing, and that is what's in those boxes. So you are correct in saying that that's what we're focused on.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. And I'd like to quickly remind members of the public to please mute your phones. Okay, Mr. Down has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Heather and Jeff, both. And I'll put this question out for either one of you to answer. But your testimony is on my question, I should say, is specifically on your concerns that within a few years that we could go from a low position to a high position, and that the numbers reflected in alternative 3 are not sufficient to cover that alternative 4 are not sufficient to cover that. Is there any other numbers that, other than what's in alternative 4, are you just testifying that we need to stick to alternative 4 specifically in the high years? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, that's a really good question. I think I said, and we still feel that alternative 4 does the best job of balancing those indices and creating boxes that make sense for the directed halibut users. And I don't think that's at issue. I think what we may be seeing is that people may not want to go as far as alternative 4 goes. And, you know, we've heard that from various folks and certainly from Amendment 80 who doesn't want to go anywhere other than the status quo. So what we hope is that the council can focus on the actual functionality of this by discerning that there may need to be changes in the boxes, as I said, in the high column, as well as some movement from alternative 3 in the boxes under the low trawl survey column. And I don't know where we're going to end up, but I hope that the council is considering these sort of more technical details as well as the really, really important economic and principle issues that we've heard discussed a lot and that we appreciate the discussion of. But when you get right down to it, this is the kind of the pointy end of the stick, and this is what we're all going to be living with. And so I guess sort of maybe even belatedly, we've been focusing on it, and it isn't really covered in our written testimony, maybe as thoroughly as we've tried to cover it here with this alerting you to these issues. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Are there any further questions? Mr. Meekum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just want to clarify this a little bit further, not for any other reason, just to be sure I'm kind of focusing in on where we need to clean this up. So, I mean, let me characterize it this way. There's alternative 3, there's alternative 4. If there's some desire by the council, we don't know, but to move to a hybrid between alternative 3 and alternative 4, there may be unintended consequences that we need to sort out that have not been fully sorted out to date. Could you tell me, Heather, what that particular unintended consequence is? And because that's the why you're bringing this forward. What is it exactly from your perspective?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Meekum, it's really hard to determine unintended consequences when we don't know what the intent is of any particular action that might be taken by the council. And so I know that's not meant to be gobbledygook, but I think that we settled on trying to illustrate some of what we consider to be the problems going forward if the council should choose alternative 3. As far as a hybrid, again, it's very difficult, particularly in these virtual times, to have fruitful discussions about what might work for everyone and what might be reasonable to land on. And so we have been struggling with that, as I know that many others have. And so I believe that the council wants to take meaningful action, and just queuing off alternative 3, we wanted to point out some of the places that we believe need to be examined. And again, we have not had these discussions really publicly to any great extent that I know about. And so we thought that the only way we can bring this to your attention really is in public testimony. And I know that's not a complete answer. Jeff might have something to add. I can't speculate really about where the council might want to go because we really don't know at this point. So we just decided to, as I said, stick with what you have in front of you, show the contrast between 3 and 4 graphically as best we could, and those numbers that created that graph on figure 6 on page 12, those are directly from the DEIS. So in every aspect. So that's what we thought we'd better start with and bring to your attention. I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer for you.
Okay, well, fair enough. Go ahead.
Sorry, Doug. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I'm fine if Mr. Kaufman, Mr. Chair, wants to add on. I guess it probably was a little bit unfair. I guess I would reference my remark about the hybrid. I guess I was just, and that's probably not the right way to refer to what I'm thinking. It's more like if we're trying to balance things out and we're going to different numbers, the alternatives aren't set up necessarily to be able to do that. But I thought there was some particular direction that people were afraid of or supportive of that kind of called out why the unintended consequences may be of an issue. But
Mr. Kaufman, did you want to add to it?
So, Jeff, did you want to add to that? I guess I could kind of add to what I said a little bit, and that is that even though we can't predict the future, that what we're thinking about is the consequences of any alternative or any hybrid, and we believe that we need to think about potential conditions driven by high trawl index. That's what we want to look at, is the numbers in those boxes.
Mr. Kaufman? And if you don't have, I think Heather covered it well. There's numbers within the alternative 3 box that are frightening to us and that don't move the needle from the current PSC cap in certain situations. If the council feels that alternative 2, we still support alternative 4, and I believe from the bottom of my heart that is probably the thing that, well, I know for sure it's the thing that can provide us the most impact. But if the council thinks that too far, that 4 is too far, but they also think that 3 is not far enough, and that if we could, if there was something between the two as far as moving numbers in the boxes, maybe that's something that could get us to another place. But again, we are advocating for alternative 4 here, and I guess that's where we land at this point. Thank you. Thank you both. Unless there are changes. Okay. If Mr. Meekum doesn't have any additional questions, any other council members? Okay. Thank you both again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Council. Okay, let's try Karen Pletnikov again. I believe we had her muted in the system. And then
sure. Can you hear me now?
We can. Good morning.
Excellent. Thank you. Good morning. Chairman Keenan, and good morning, council members. Thank you for your time and consideration today. I personally appreciate you hearing me. I'm Pletnikov, the Environment and Safety Program Manager at the Aleutian Pribilof Islands Association. APIA is an Alaska Native regional nonprofit consortia for the 13 federally recognized Aleut tribes. Our Fisheries Committee only advances issues with full consensus that this issue has among the Nunga people. It is our responsibility to our Creator to respectfully use the resources we are given, as we were given halibut, or chuggy, that we have depended on for thousands of years and celebrate through cultural practices, in song, through traditional dance, and in sharing a young person's first catch. When people talk about affordable, high-quality protein, $80 turkeys and $50 steaks in our region make halibut an indispensable and nutritious part of our diet. Staff reporting yesterday acknowledged that when we lose our directed fisheries, we also lose our access to subsistence catch, compounding our damages. Halibut drives several of our economies and is essential for all of our Onunga communities. We are the heart of the Bering Sea. We fish every gear type and rely on every sector. But despite our diversity, we know local directed fisheries provide the greatest individual, economic, and community benefits. Some Aleut communities no longer receive sufficient quota to support processing, effectively closing their fishery. Even if this quota can be caught on a large ship days out to sea, that's not what's best for our community. Alternative 4 is the only alternative that aligns with 5 of 10 NSA national standards. NS1 is met by attaining optimal yield through directed fishery production, not bycatch removal. NS4 requires equitable allocation, not through 2/3 of the TAC perpetually allocated off the top to a single sector. NS5 explicitly prohibits consideration of the economic efficiency argument. 17 Alaska communities no longer fishing halibut demonstrates the violation of NS8 on fishing community protection. If the Amendment 80 were nearing the extent practicable for bycatch reduction and minimized mortality as mandated by NS9, it would be reflected in our profitability or vessel age. The EIS was incorrectly framed around potential Amendment 80 fishery losses and not the existing economic losses to directed fisheries or the 17 communities no longer fishing halibut. This limited the alternatives to minimizing Amendment 80 impacts, not considering what would restore the directed halibut fishery quota or these communities. Using this flawed lens, the ground fish revenue impact estimations and the social impact analysis both fail to adequately value the potential gains for all other halibut users. Despite these fundamental flaws, we require immediate action to meaningfully limit PSC before more harm comes to more fishing communities. But you should go beyond just this action. While directed halibut fishing communities have suffered harm since implementing off-the-top PSC allocations decades ago, the inaction of Magnuson-Stevens under reauthorization, the significance of reaffirming the council process by fixing this self-made challenge could not be more timely. On one side, there's a single limited entry fishing sector of 15 companies using antiquated gear on brand new boats. On the other side are all the other users of North Pacific halibut. Alaskans, Washingtonians, Oregonians, Californians, even Canadians with whom we have treaty obligations. Directed commercial fishermen, sport fishermen, personal use fishermen, and subsistence fishermen. Community development quota fisheries, individual fishing quota investors, sport permit and charter permit purchasers, tribal fisheries and their beneficiaries. All the commercial shipyards and small boat builders, processors big and small, processing plant manufacturers, supply shops, recreational equipment outfitters, cargo airlines, taxidermists, and tall tale tellers. The middle of America tourists on that once-in-a-lifetime Alaskan cruise who haven't been able to catch 2 sport halibut in southeast Alaska for years due to the closures that low recruitment drives, and millions of Americans who would love to be able to access and afford the real halibut fish and chip. And even people who enjoy abundant halibut in the ecosystem and all the benefits that provides. Can any fisherman imagine an annual guaranteed minimum quota? And yet, with Alternative 4, that's still what the Amendment 80 fishery has promised in a halibut PSC floor, far greater than what's equitable. I thank Mr. Mecum for consulting with the Aleut community of St. Paul Island. Your presence and attention bodes well for the government-to-government consultation process that is part of the greater federal trust responsibility your agency is a party to. A trust responsibility that most don't know extended into the 70s for the Pribilovians who are still wards of the federal government. The Pribilov-directed halibut fishery was the first economic opportunity that was selected by the people after hundreds of years of servitude in the fur seal fishery. Selecting Alternative 4 and then further addressing the erosion of directed fisheries through additional means already within your powers meets the national standards and reaffirms the council process. I thank you very much, Chairman Keenan, and each of you as members of this council for your consideration of these comments and our requests. I just want to emphasize that no one sees any other alternative but Alternative 4 as a way forward that protects our communities and that helps us maintain our livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pletnikov. Okay, let's see if there's any questions. I believe that's an old hand raise from Mr. Mecum. Let me know if I'm wrong there. Okay. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony this morning, Ms. Pletnikov.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Josh Wisnoski. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Marissa Wilson, and then Lauren Devine and Marissa Merkuliev.
Hello, this is Josh Wisnoski. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling from the middle of a blizzard where I live. Again, my name is Josh Wisnoski. I live in Seldovia, Alaska, and I'm submitting these comments on behalf of the Lower Cook Inlet Defense Project, which is dedicated to the protection of the marine ecosystem and small-scale fisheries of the Lower Cook Inlet region. I'm a commercial skiff fisherman and a subsistence fisherman. I fish my own IFQ and crew on other halibut boats in my community. And halibut fishing is essential to my income and my participation in subsistence fisheries. I fish for my family as well as others in my community who are elderly and not able to fish for themselves. I'm also a cultural anthropologist. I completed all of my education here in Alaska and specialize in traditional ecological knowledge, subsistence, and commercial fisheries. My comments today in support of Alternative 4 are framed by all these intertwined experiences. We have the opportunity here to enact meaningful, abundance-based conservation measures that will require the A80 fleet to participate in halibut conservation along with the directed fishery. Or in failing to take meaningful conservation action, this council will by default place the earnings of the A80 fleet ahead of equitable, abundance-based management, which will have multi-generational consequences on BSAI halibut-dependent communities, as well as on Alaska's statewide halibut fleet. Now, the purpose for developing ABM for the A80 fleet is to conserve halibut populations and to provide some stability for the directed fishery. That's fundamentally what this issue is about. It's about leaving fish in the water and reducing the removals of small fish in order to allow more fish to reach sexual maturity. Fish left in the water have conservation benefits. It's that simple. We know that in part based on the history of halibut fisheries and the traditional halibut management practices from the BSAI region. Archaeological evidence, for example, demonstrates that the directed halibut fisheries in the BSAI region and across the Gulf of Alaska have been occurring without disruption for over 6,000 years. Ethnographic data and traditional ecological knowledge further illustrate specific management practices that included the development and utilization of halibut fishing technologies designed to limit encounters with immature fish as well as large females. These pre-context technological adaptations also supported fisheries that included fishing for commercial exchange through regional trade networks. These traditional fishing technologies and adaptations resulted in minimizing encounters with non-target fish and contributed to halibut abundance, which supported the development of the directed commercial halibut fishery in the late 19th century. Yet we continuously hear from the A80 fleet that the most technologically advanced fishing fleet operating in Alaska today lacks the technological capacity to adapt, nor can they adjust fishing effort to participate in conservation because it will result in less fishing time and lower economic returns. Yet adaptation, innovation, flexibility are the nature and reality of fisheries and have been for thousands of years. And that simply doesn't change just because a boat is owned by a corporation. Conservation requires us all to make changes in fishing practices, adjustments of business plans, and acceptance of shifts in economic outcomes. If a fishing corporation is simply not able to do so, or is only profitable because it's afforded corporate welfare in the form of not mandating participation in meaningful PSC reductions, certainly that is the very definition of a non-sustainable fishery. Even having a discussion about how to incentivize the A80 fleet to participate in carrying out the conservation burden shared by the directed fishery for halibut stocks they're impacting, that's obtuse. As if somehow corporations with larger vessels are more invested than regional resident fishermen to the degree that it's reasonable for the A80 fleet to overfish another stock to the detriment of other people's lives and well-being. Speaking for myself, I built my 22-foot boat by myself to participate in the halibut fishery. I scrimped and saved to purchase quota, and I fish where I live, and every commercial fish I harvest goes to local buyers and local markets. Every subsistence fish I harvest goes directly to families in my community. My whole way of life and my income is invested in this fishery. For me, there's also a wealth in the work itself, in the privilege of fishing, and in the sharing. And I don't mention this to celebrate myself because I'm the newcomer to the Dena'ina and Supiaq lands and waters where I live and fish, but rather I'm trying to illustrate that my experience isn't unique. This mixed commercial and subsistence fishing economic lifeway is commonplace in rural coastal communities like the indigenous communities throughout the BSAI region. The only incentive the directed halibut fishery gets in response to downward shifts in abundance is the opportunity to persevere. We adapt and modify our expectations, we reduce our expenses, and we still get to go fishing. Thus, there's no real justification to provide extra incentive to the A80 fleet, especially as their PSC rate is the reason we're even having this discussion.
I make included in my written comments in the CBSFA comment letter.
I apologize, Mr. Wisnoski. We'll give you a little extra time. Members of the public, if you're not testifying, please mute your phones. Okay, back to you, Mr. Wisnoski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to summarize here. The only incentive that the halibut fishery gets in response to downward shifts in abundance is the opportunity to persevere. We adapt and modify our expectations and reduce our expenses, and we still get to go fishing. Outlooks and businesses, like every other fishing fleet in Alaska and the nation, they too must embrace adaptation. Fisheries that cannot adapt collapse, and Alternative 4 is the only option that begins to get us there in Bering Sea waters. So in conclusion, I believe that the decision this council makes will have a long-lasting and historic legacy. It will support BSAI area fishing communities, cultures, and the directed halibut fisheries, and hold the A80 fleet accountable to reduce their PSC. Or it will simply repeat a historic pattern that have led to the collapse of other fisheries. And either way, it's the Bering Sea that we'll remember. As fishermen, our collective conservation responsibility is ultimately to ensure fishing opportunities for future generations. Our goal should be nothing less here than meaningful actions to support healthy coast-wide halibut stocks and fishing communities for the next 6,000 years. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Wisnoski. Okay, council members, any questions? Okay. Thanks again for your testimony this morning. Next up is Marissa Wilson.
Good morning, Chairman Kineen and members of the council. My name is Marissa Wilson, and I come from a lineage of settlers. My father first came to Alaska as a teenager and knew immediately that he wanted to leave the family dairy and become a harvester who lived with a wild place. Since, he had spent the majority of his life afloat, probing the depths of mystery with longline gear. As a kid, I spent summer breaks on his 72-foot Hansen. I remember the first halibut I caught. My father pushed 2 circle hooks through herring and tossed the bait and weight over the stern, feeding ground line out through his practiced hands. I remember the twinkle in his eye, and that it wasn't long before he passed the line to me and I felt tugging. Everything inside my being instantly lit up with aliveness and purpose, an experience I now call love. But being so small, I couldn't pull the line in with my arms. So I turned, put the line over my shoulder, and marched up the deck. My father, laughing, held the line at the rail when I had no more room, and I came back to the stern to march another length of line in, and kept doing that until the moment I could greet the life that tugged in greeting to me. 2 halibut were attached to that line, and I felt like the richest person alive. I was the one who got hooked. Commercial longlining with my father and the utter exhaustion that accompanied it taught me how it feels to reach a perceived boundary and move beyond it. I learned not to fear discomfort. Halibut helped pay for my continued education, but I learned firsthand the role of fisheries management when summer's longlining turned into long tendering contracts, as my father's quota shrank as halibut abundance did, and I learned that bycatch, including millions of juveniles in their nursery grounds, was taken off the top. That sobering realization of factory primacy was the first time I ever considered that I might not be able to spend my life as a harvester. I was introduced to AMCC, the organization I am representing today, years later by a charter captain who was similarly concerned. It felt like a revelation to know there was a community organized around respect for these waters. In my time with AMCC, I have learned a lot. Now, I offer the following considerations to inform the way you incorporate public testimony into your decision. First, as an anthropologist, I will stress the significance of the fact that everything has bias. I offered a sliver of mine in the first part of my testimony. Halibut are part of who I am. When people speak to the biases within the DEIS, we are not being disrespectful. We are choosing to honor the unspoken. There are values involved in this decision that are not adequately captured, and there are grave intergenerational consequences of choosing any alternative besides 4. Prior to joining the AP, I was told by a member of the council that the AP was not a place for philosophy. This was deeply alarming to me, as it assumes inherent objectivity. Every human construct is shaped by philosophy. The words we use and the structure of our conversations, the subsequent ways we assign validity and balance, shape the way we perceive the world. The idea that this management body is not biased ignores that it is a Western way of dividing the world, and this must be reconciled with the larger ecosystem it claims authority over. I've heard concern that we're here to manage fish, not people. Indeed, Western sciences are helpful tools for measuring the dynamism of ocean dwellers and their habitats. In determining optimum yield for wild species, it appears we borrow philosophy from Western agriculture, which involves fields and crops with controlled inputs, which are all easy to manipulate. The ocean is another story altogether, as this analysis shows. Halibut don't stay in neat rows for easy scooping. They school with other species for protection until they follow the pull to go home. In a recent presentation, I learned that seabirds are used to indicate the availability of prey species and was struck with the question. When we make decisions about fish, are we not also determining the yield of the population of their human hunters? Do these fishermen not in turn contribute to the ecosystem itself when they advocate on its behalf? You have the authority to address their survivability. This moment calls for conservation as a meaningful acknowledgement of an ongoing inequity that this body is liable for. My partner and I are fishermen who practice Buddhism, and we live with the vibrant awareness of our violence. It infuses honor in our practice of harvest. We build community with our catch, learning to respect their homes and patterns and connecting them to our neighbors in this place who cannot harvest for themselves, elders and mothers of new babies. My father taught me what it meant to be mindful in the face of danger. I have never felt such a sense of urgency as I feel now to respond to the danger of the severance of people from place. And I still feel like my young self, wildly in love and not quite able to pull in what I seek, but willing to turn into it and struggle and be better off because I am not alone. Brilliant, dedicated people are testifying before you today, calling for Alternative 4 on behalf of this sentient earth. Trust them.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Wilson? All right. Thanks again. We'll take next Lauren Devine and Marissa. Then will be Theresa Peterson and then Chris Woodley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Marissa. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Kaneen, members of the council. My name is Marissa McCullief. I am the director of the Office of Justice and Governance Administration for the Aleut Community of St. Paul Island. I am a St. Paul tribal member. I grew up in a commercial and subsistence halibut fishing family. And now an attorney with the tribe. I was also a member of this community engagement committee for this council. I just wanted to join Dr. Devine, our Ecosystem Conservation Officer Director, who many of you know and have heard from over the years, today to just quickly use a real-time example of the challenges our tribal communities face when trying to engage and make a difference in fisheries management process. Last week, Dr. Devine testified on our behalf to the AP. She provided a very deliberate testimony of one of the major shortcomings of the process and the DEIS, and mainly the lack of tribal consultation and meaningful and accurate assessment of what is really at stake for our tribal communities under the 4 alternatives. Lauren was tasked with carrying the same message we deliver back here in DC on a regular basis, that our federally recognized tribes are faced with a deep-rooted systemic problem of being denied a voice in management decisions that directly impact resources that are culturally and economically essential to our continued survival as Native people. During her testimony time, Lauren gave a very honest and direct answer to a question from an AP member about the analysis. As a representative of our tribal government, you would expect nothing less of her than an honest and a direct answer. But instead of focusing on the message about the systemic challenges we're facing, the end result of the story spinning was that Lauren is offensive. And as a side note, Lauren has directly apologized to NIMS and council staff who may have been offended by her answers. But this is a prime example of the struggles we face as tribal communities trying to make a difference in this process. St. Paul is one of the very few federally recognized tribes regularly active in the council process. And because of this, the council and NIMP should listen more closely to the issues we raise in testimony, the answers we give in response to the questions asked. The council should be asking, why are we one of the very few tribes participating? The council and its committees should be validating our very real concerns of the lack of tribal engagement and forgiving our misconceptions made under the pressure of providing testimony, instead of using our shortcomings as opportunities to minimize our voice by highlighting mistakes in our approach to this very complicated and intimidating process. But regardless of the outcome of the deliberations of the alternatives, at the very least, this council should send a very strong message that any voice representing our Native communities is welcome here, and that what we say as a Native people has meaning and we will be heard. If people haven't noticed, we aren't on an equal playing field. Our tribal communities are extremely outgunned, and we need this council to take a step in the right direction in trying to improve participation by our Native people and find solutions to the systemic problems faced by our tribal communities. You know, this was a priority for this council when the Community Engagement Committee was created a couple of years ago, and it should be a priority again now. And with that, I just wanted to deliver that message, but I want to hand it over to Dr. Devine to address why we really should be focusing on today, which is our need for Alternative 4. And I thank you for your time. Lauren?
Good morning, Chairman Kineen and members of the council. For the record, my name is Lauren Devine, and I represent the Aleut community of St. Paul Island. I'm here to testify because this issue is of the utmost importance for the people and community I represent. What I offer is nothing new. Indeed, everything our tribal government has provided in comments on this issue has been said in more or less detail by hundreds of other public comments. What we have in front of us right now is an issue of high halibut bycatch that is not meaningfully tied to abundance, a need to address inequity in allocation across sectors, and a need to consider low to very low abundances of halibut in the Bering Sea has been observed over the last decade. Chuggy, or halibut, hold a measurable value by those closest to the resource. Our halibut-dependent communities, fishermen, families, tribal nations, Indigenous and non-Indigenous Alaskan residents, and businesses. Chuggy are inextricably woven into Ununga's self-identity, mental health, physical health, emotional well-being, thriving cultural continuity, and economic security. Halibut cannot be measured exclusively by economic value. Just because we cannot assign worth for halibut in any other way than monetary value, does this mean it is defined a default value of zero? What is the value of the health of the halibut population? The Bering Sea ecosystem, the connected large marine ecosystems of Alaska that are vital to our people, families, communities, businesses, cultures, and the nation. What about intrinsic value, biodiversity, ecosystem services, climate change mitigation, mental health and well-being, cultural identity, personal views of dignity, self-worth, and confidence? What is the value of intergenerational knowledge sharing, workforce development and character building, family cohesion, reduced suicide rates? This is what is at serious risk with this final action, and these are complex and immeasurable non-economic values of halibut. Representative Christ Tompkins spoke yesterday to you about the overwhelming number of Alaskans that are asking you to take action on behalf of this resource, our residents, communities, businesses, and cultures. The public seems to be keenly aware of this issue at this time. And I echo the bipartisan comment letter submitted by the Alaska legislature saying, never before have Alaskans from all regions come together to support council action to protect our fisheries and communities in this way. Regarding tribal consultation, NIMS has special obligations to consult with tribal governments as government to government. Comments submitted in this process regarding tribal consultation reflect serious concerns such as last-minute planning and lack of community outreach to every tribal community impacted by this action should be enough to stop finalization of the EIS. NOAA has disregarded the formal tribal consultation process from the onset of the EIS. Page 3 of the DOI comment to the DIS says, because of the lack of tribal consultation on these issues, we are concerned the potential impacts to tribes and their members, whether engaged in commercial or subsistence activities, have not been fully analyzed and incorporated into the DEIS.
Dr. Devine?
On behalf of the tribal, yes, go ahead.
Can you please provide a concluding comment?
Yes, I will end it there. Thank you. I thought I might run out of time.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you for your testimony. See if there's any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for testifying. Appreciate your words, Ms. McCullough, and I think we're taking that to heart. My question is really, and I hesitate because this council is not responsible for tribal consultation, but definitely responsible for understanding the results of any. And I wanted to ensure I understood your testimony. That is it the process or the lack of planning around tribal consultation that was not sufficient this time, or is it the report that was provided to the council prior to taking public testimony? I'm trying to understand the breakdown there. Thanks. Did I come through?
Yeah, you did.
You did, and I wasn't sure if Lauren was answering or if I was. This is Marissa. I think we've participated in a lot of tribal consultation back here at DC at the national level, and a lot of the departments have it pretty mastered. It runs very smoothly. I know the Department of Commerce is one that has always struggled more with engagement with their federally recognized tribes, just because it is a department that doesn't regularly have issues from federally recognized tribes like the Department of Interior. So I know the staff there in the region is working hard to figure out how to engage with our Alaska Native tribes. In this case, apart from us being at the council all the time and testifying in this, we didn't get asked to a tribal consultation until a couple weeks before this meeting. We had it the day before Thanksgiving, which of course they gave us plenty of time, which was great. We had 2 hours, which is a lot to a tribal consultation, and we managed to fill that and go on then some. But it wasn't enough time for the staff to really prepare a meaningful outcome of that to present to this council. It was really rushed, and I still have no idea if NMFS was successful in contacting and reaching out to some of the other federally recognized tribes within the region, and I haven't heard much success out of that. So the process for us right now, like this immediate one, was kind of clunky. It wasn't very transparent, I guess. We couldn't really tell what was coming down or what was happening. I don't think that some of the smaller tribes that lack capacity were really aware at all of how to engage in tribal consultation. So those are some of the problems we saw. And then, of course, with the actual DEIS, we had very, very little engagement on that. And I'm not an expert on the amount of engagement the tribes had, except to know that we had very little engagement. But I'm going to turn it over to Lauren to add to that answer, because Lauren has been actively involved in the process the whole way.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, if you would like for me to try to expand, I can contribute.
Sure, go right ahead.
And perhaps I'm trying to make sure that I address your question directly. So please correct me if I'm wrong in this. We did have tribal consultation with NMFS. It was the day before Thanksgiving, mere days before the meeting for this final action was taken. We were one of two tribal consultations. The other was APIA, and we heard from Ms. Pletnikov in testimony earlier regarding that. In both of those cases, as well as the listening session that the notes are provided to the public now and have been posted to the public. So in that engagement session in particular, there were multiple responses back to the tribal engagement team staff that were putting together the summary notes of that session that requested a total rewrite of the summary and further communications between or among participants with NMFS prior to finalization and posting. And they are draft, and I will note that they are noted as draft comments, but there were multiple email responses back to the tribal engagement team that their comments were grossly misrepresented and not summarized properly. And we had kind of the same issue with our consultation, and NMFS was very responsive in addressing those and accepting our comments and edits back to the consultation summary. And API was also engaged in amending the original summarized notes that came out of it.
We also communicated with Dr. Anne-Marie Ike after the AP summary slides were presented to kind of correct some of the inaccuracies regarding our tribal consultation, and she was very responsive to that. And I think the larger issue is that we also identified that we had personally been contacted by other tribal governments in the region to ask how to engage in tribal consultation and why hadn't they been asked to tribal consultation with their lack of capacity. And I think it's been presented many times that there were 2 letters that were submitted to tribes inviting tribal consultation. And we made specific note of that during our tribal consultation and in the listening session, that tribes were not receiving that message, and that perhaps there were more appropriate ways. I think Ms. Pletnikov's organization, APIA's tribal consultation, summarizes that very well, the different strategies that were suggested. And that was back in July. And so we, those tools or suggestions were available, and tribes were around to follow up on that with them. We did not receive a request for formal tribal consultation until November 9th, and tribes were not invited to a listening session until November 10th, and that was well after everyone provided public testimony in October 2021 that was acknowledged in the letter inviting both tribal consultation and the listening session. And so moving forward, again, I think the agency and tribes have both kind of opened more lines of communication. And I do note that we don't have a final EIS. There are opportunities to finalize. Dr. Downs, specifically on some of these things that have been brought up by others in public testimony, has reached out and is, we're very much looking forward to working to bring more of the tribal consultation, the tribal government lens to the social impact analysis before finalization. And those are just some of the things that, there's almost 600 comments that there are a lot of suggestions or strategies or concerns around process with tribal consultation in particular that were provided to the Federal Register. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It sounds like there are some ideas for tools other than letters then that might be helpful in contacting tribes to ensure that they know of their opportunity with the agency. Thanks for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for your testimony. My question is for Dr. Devine. You've made clear that your expectations of the tribal consultation fell short of your expectations. And you identified both in your testimony to the AP and here some perceived inadequacies in the draft EIS. And you got cut off in your testimony. And I guess what I'm wondering is, if you're dissatisfied with the agency's process for tribal consultation and there are inadequacies in the draft EIS, are you comfortable? We also heard from public testimony there's urgency in this and that people are feeling very tense and concerned about the future. Are you satisfied that the council, being that many of us have spent time in St. Paul, talked to the fishermen, heard from you and other members of the area on your concerns? Do we have enough information to make an informed decision at this time?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Mr. Mesereau. My concerns regarding tribal consultation on this issue with our organization, our tribal government in particular, I would say dissatisfaction, it comes with a lot of appreciation that we were able to engage and that we were able to have a large group participating from both agency and the tribal government on consultation. I would like to, note that tribal consultation should be ongoing and meaningful, and the unfortunate timing and, 1-2 hour meeting that we held, to me, I think this should be an ongoing consultation, even after final action, because there will be impacts, there will be things to consider, and the tribal government will be impacted that I think NIMS should be aware of in the government to government communication process. And I know many have voiced concern on the GIS. There are some that have asked for reanalysis or for final action to be deferred until additional work could be done. And I think to answer your question on behalf of our tribal government, I would like to note that over this process, the analysts have listened to testimony. They've adapted the presentations. They have incorporated and looked up and re-verified and confirmed or amended, many different parts of this very, very complex analysis. It will never be perfect. These analysts have been tasked with a nearly impossible, complex task, and any analyst, would have absolutely had this, almost insurmountable brick wall to climb over. We do applaud the analysts for the significant progress that's been made all along this journey, and for caveating and flagging numerous issues. What we have now, I think, in light of what you mentioned, that, this is up for final action, there's a sense of urgency. We believe that we need to not kick the can down the road, and in no way, fault personally the analysts for the work that they've done. We need to get out of this cycle of analysis and reanalysis and picking apart the conclusions in so many different ways. We do desperately need resolution, and we're not alone in this. And so we, would plead with this council to evaluate all of the comments, and testifiers have done a much more eloquent job than I have speaking to the need for alternative 4, or the need for some, attention to some hybrid that addresses the needs and the threat of survival, right, of our fisheries and communities at low to very low abundance. And so we just would advocate that you as a council can and should make, take conservative action at this date based on the information and testimony that you have.
Thank you, Dr. Devine. And I know that was a difficult question when you have to speak on behalf of everybody. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate your detailed answer.
Any further questions for Dr. Devine or me? Thank you again for your testimony. Next up is Theresa Peterson.
Good morning, council members. Theresa Peterson, speaking on behalf of myself today. Listening to the presentations and discussion on this issue, I couldn't help but go back to my start in the fishing industry and how I found my way in. I spent years longlining in the Bering Sea and saved money to invest in a boat, which led to a home and raising a family in Kodiak, a community that I'm thankful to call home. Are those opportunities there now? I don't think so. Bycaught PSC species are important to the small-scale fishermen who are dependent on these resources for our livelihoods, and as you've heard, cultural ties that can't be captured in economic analysis. We depend on the council to balance resource use in a just manner, and when bycatch is impacting others, action must be taken. Linking halibut PSC to the abundance of the stock is a long overdue regulatory change to instill balance and equity in the Bering Sea. I support halibut ADM and an EBFM approach to bycatch, which is responsive to the status of the stocks. EBFM is the cornerstone of sustainable fishing and provides a pathway to maintain ecosystems in a healthy, productive, and resilient condition. The current use of a static cap is both antiquated and inequitable, and I applaud the work of the North Pacific Council to move this action forward. I find myself disturbed by advocacy to stay with status quo and do not see how the position is responsive to the objectives driving the action. ABM will support the long-term resiliency of our marine ecosystems and the people that depend on them. Alternative 4 is the only alternative which meets the purpose and need, and is the only alternative which provides meaningful bycatch reductions and restores equity among halibut users in the Bering Sea and beyond. When I think about the changes that have occurred in my decades on the water, I'm proud of the accomplishments that the fishing industry has made. I'm a firm believer that we need to continually work to improve how we extract marine resources, all of us. The technological advancements to improve commercial fishing are continually evolving and improving, and I, for one, hope that we are never done improving our extraction methods and minimizing our impacts on other species and marine habitat. There has been a steady trend of improving halibut PSC use in the amendment sector, and I believe it would be naive to think the fleet has exhausted all tools. How could the fleet suddenly be done? I believe that recognize that the mitigation measures come at a cost, and I think these concerns on the impacts of crew can be mitigated by internal choices of equity inside the 5 companies that own the vessels. The owners should absorb some of the associated costs which will come with meeting these reductions. There's no need to put it on the backs of the crew. So thank you, and I encourage the council to take bold action and select alternative 4.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Ms. Vanderhoven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. You spoke a little bit to how you saw the impacts of Alternative 4 to the Amendment 80 fleet. And I guess I see them a little bit differently, but as I read the DEIS, the impacts to the directed users appear to be fairly minor between alternatives 3 and 4. And so I guess since you've told us how you see the difference in the impacts to the directed 80 fleet, can you tell me how you see the difference in the impacts to the directed fishery between alternative 3 and alternative 4 that you're advocating for?
Thank you for the question. I think there's a substantial difference between alternative 3 and alternative 4. And when I look at the current PSC use in the context of alternative 3, which I reflect on how that has resulted in the distribution of the halibut use in the Bering Sea, I do not see alternative 3 as meeting the identified purpose and need to provide for the long-term health of the halibut resource and provide for a directed fishery. I think that current use and then the overlaid with alternative 3 results in really a minimal reduction from where we're at now. And then I look at alternative 4, which does go beyond the current PSC use and does result in meaningful reductions to the halibut use among the user groups. But it doesn't go far enough. I think alternative 4 in the context of this action is the compromise, and just based on the system that we have in place in these, bycatch limits that were just set, decades ago, and we have a changing overall marine system, and we have a significant decline in the overall halibut abundance in the region. I think that's led to some of our difficulties, and that we've found that the system we have in place hasn't adequately protected the stocks and provided equity amongst the users. And so now it's kind of left the council with this really difficult choice to move the needle further in the response to the analytical data, which is just brought forward in the context of retrospective analysis and kind of operating under the assumption that there will be no change in behavior. Kind of shows this picture that only paints a portion of the information necessary to inform this decision. We see the significant impacts on the Amendment 80 fleet. But as I mentioned, I just can't I just can't believe that everything has been exhausted and that will be the outcome. I think with a regulatory change, we'll see some increased change in behavior, and then one of the most sophisticated fleets in the world, really. It's kind of how I'm juggling these aspects and listening to, both the stakeholder input and having tracked this action for years. There's such a significant change that it's difficult for the halibut users to grasp on both sides.
Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I heard an answer to the question. I heard a lot of information about how you feel about the different alternatives, but I was trying to understand what you saw, the differential impacts between Alternative 3 and Alternative 4 specifically, and maybe I just missed it the way it was bundled in there. So I don't know if you want to clarify or if you feel like you covered it.
I think I was hoping I covered it. I think in the differential impacts between Alternative 3 and Alternative 4, with Alternative 3, there is very little reduction in current PSC use. And the current PSC use by the Amendment 80 fleet, in my opinion, is greatly affecting the overall health of the halibut resource and the equity among user groups. And so when we do look at the reduction of use with Alternative 4, we start getting closer to the needed outcome of this action, which is to restore equity among the user groups in the Bering Sea. I think the imbalance has gone on so long that it's kind of influenced the decision-making process in this, and has really led to this need for the council to act and respond in a way that's going to result in substantial cuts to the current PSC use.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question had been in regard to the impacts to the directed user, but I think I've probably used my allotment of questions, so I can let it go and maybe ask somebody else. Thank you.
Okay. I would allow another question, Ms. Vanderhoven, as you were trying to clarify your initial one, if you would like to. But if you'd like to move on, we can do that as well.
I guess if Ms. Peterson has can clarify that the question was the impacts between the two alternatives to the directed users. And I've heard a lot of talk about impacts that she sees to Amendment 80, but Ms. Peterson, do you see impacts, significant impacts between Alternative 3 and Alternative 4 to the directed halibut users? And my question was because I don't see that in the EIS.
I think the part of the challenge is with the analytical data and get a better understanding of what these potential outcomes were. So one of the challenges that I see in direct relationship to the directed halibut user is that alternatives under alternative 3 and the bycatch usage available there under different scenarios of abundance that the directed fishery can still be preempted under alternative 3 with the potential PSC usage. And so that is, to me, that is not responsible to the purpose and need statement driving this action. Under alternative 4, in most years, it will not. And so those are the substantial differences between the alternative and direct relationship to the directed fishermen. And sorry, I wasn't more clear early on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Peterson, for your testimony. I wanted to ask about your testimony, at least as I heard it, that alternative 4 is the only alternative under consideration that is consistent with the council's purpose and need. And as you stated that, the council's purpose and need, including providing for the conservation of the halibut stock and providing for the directed fishery. And I don't see that in the council's purpose and need statement. So can you help me understand your perspective on the difference between the current purpose and need statement versus what I thought I heard your interpretation of the purpose and need in your testimony, please? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. I realized as I was saying that I was kind of interpreting and capturing the purpose and need from a different, really not entirely accurate perspective. And so what I was referring to is the language in the purpose and need when the Bering Sea halibut abundance declines, PFC in Amendment 80 can become a larger proportion in the total halibut removal of the Bering Sea, particularly in CD&E, can reduce the proportion of the halibut available for harvest in directed fisheries. So I was paraphrasing that and capturing that in a different way that wasn't exactly as the purpose and need was stated. So my apologies for that. But the intent was to get at that element of the purpose and need, and really trying to work towards meeting that in a way with alternative 4 that worked to address this the level of use that is not equitable and has resulted in these outcomes for the various user groups that is really just not fair. And then I foresee it, when we look at alternative 4, we've achieved a way to reach OY in a way that balances social equity. So thank you for helping me clarify that.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Peterson. I appreciate that clarification. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay, thank you, Ms. Peterson, for your testimony this morning. It's 9:45 Alaska time. Let's take a morning break, come back at 10 o'clock, and we will resume with public comment. First up will be Chris Woodley, then Jeff Barber, and then Simeon Swetzoff Jr. Council, please come back to order. We can resume with public comment on ABM. Next up is Chris Woodley. Following Mr. Woodley is Jeff Barber, and then Simeon Swetzoff Jr.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Do you have me okay?
We do. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley, and I am the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. Groundfish Forum represents 19 trawl catcher processor vessels that sustainably harvest various flatfish, Acca mackerel, Pacific Ocean perch, and Pacific cod from the federally managed fisheries of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. We directly employ 2,200 crew members annually, and from these fisheries, our crews produce over 600 million meals annually for consumers across the globe. The Amendment 80 sector has reduced our bycatch by approximately 50% since 2007, and the accusation that we aren't doing our part or sharing burdens to reduce halibut bycatch is false. Our boats incur great costs and time and reduce inefficiency by avoiding halibut. We have rigorous internal management within our cooperative, which incentivizes minimizing halibut bycatch throughout the year, and our crews spend thousands of hours on their hands and knees on deck putting live halibut back in the water. We have reached a point where any bycatch reduction translates directly into lost revenues and increased costs. As you will hear from our member companies, these alternatives, especially 3 through 4, which clearly exceed $100 million in direct annual losses to the Amendment 80 sector, will result in tied-up boats and layoff of our crew. The DEIS is explicit. Alternatives 2 through 4 are not practicable. Reductions in halibut mortality that are realized are expected to result from the sector increasing costs or reducing efficiencies. The DEIS also states, quote, that dramatic increases in halibut avoidance or reductions in mortality are not expected with the tools that are currently available to the fleet. And lastly, if sustainable reductions in halibut mortality are realized, they are likely to be derived from the development and implementation of new technologies that are not currently available or practicable. The council needs to understand the big changes that resulted in significant reductions in bycatch following 2015 have already been realized, and they are not repeatable. In our letter, we note that when the council took action in 2015, the final rule for Amendment 111 identified very specific criteria for determining the limits or practicability of that action. I would ask that you review our letter as it relates directly to practicability, and ask you consider whether the action you are going to take will solve the problem of the key stakeholders who are insisting on these extreme alternatives. We do not believe they will. The DIS shows that the limited amount of additional benefits between the alternatives will barely move the needle in providing more fish to the directed fishery. Using the data from Table 515, the benefits across the alternatives for the directed fishery range from 1.1 to 2.2 million, with 026 at the 10-year average of just under 50%. Those benefits will be distributed and diluted across all IFQ and CDQ users. After these benefits are spread out, the Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, certainly the most visible and affected singular stakeholder in this action, will get an additional 25 to 50,000 pounds of halibut, and an average directed halibut fishing position will get between $500 and $1,000 a year. The conclusions of the DIS are explicit. Net benefits to the nation are negative and grow increasingly more negative as PSC cuts increase across the alternatives. Tables ES7 and 5-6 project the cost of the alternatives to our sector are staggering, ranging from $68 million to $138 million in annual losses. Since the men and women of our hardworking crews are paid a percentage of their vessel's overall revenue, approximately 30% of those losses will be borne by our crew. We estimate the average Amendment 80 crew position will lose between $24,000 and $48,000 annually, depending on the alternatives chosen. The DIS has found that 68% of our crew members are minority workers who often come from disadvantaged backgrounds and communities characterized by low income and high unemployment. For the vast majority of our crew, these positions are their primary jobs and their primary source of income. The revenue reductions are envisioned by the DEIS will amount to 20 to 40% reduction of their revenue. This will be devastating to these crew members and their families, and the proposed action raises important environmental and social justice concerns for them. From the deck plates to the wheelhouse, our crews are our key focus. You don't see or hear our crews in this council process because they are working extremely hard every day in the fisheries that you manage. But these 2,200 crew members and their families are just as deserving of your sympathy and concern when you make your decision. After 6 years, we have to acknowledge that halibut ABM fails to meet the rigorous and demanding scientific-based standards of either the National Environmental Policy Act or the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Not only does ABM fail the policy and legal test, I feel it fails the moral test because it is inflicting great harm on our sector while failing to address the very real concerns, needs, and threats to the directed halibut fishery of the Bering Sea. The actions provide no conservation benefit to the spawning stock biomass, and the actions will gut the production of a sustainable food and low-cost food source for millions of consumers across the globe. Given these abundantly clear shortcomings, we ask that the Council adopt Alternative 1, no action. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my testimony. I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Looking for questions. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Woodley. And I think Mr. Mesro may have asked a similar question of a previous testifier. I'm struggling when we hear public comment that the analysis before us, which is what we base our decision on, is somehow grossly deficient, but that we should take action at this time. Those two things don't line up to me, and so I'm hoping that you can kind of clarify your position on that a little bit.
Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, we are not requesting or recommending a delay of this action. The DIS is very comprehensive. I think there's sufficient information on the key elements which lead us to very, very clear conclusions. There are no net benefits to this action. There are no conservation benefits to the spawning stock biomass. The impacts to our fisheries grossly outweigh the minimal directed benefits to the halibut, to the directed halibut fishery. So in that regard, we believe that the information is there. It is in the analysis. It can be tricky sometimes to find it all. You really have to dive into the details, but that's our job to do. That's my job to do that. And the information is explicit, and the conclusions are clear. So I feel that the council has the information it needs to move forward with this action.
That helps. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Woodley. I had a question about some of your statements about not being supporting Alternative 1 because it is not practicable under particularly Alternative 3 or Alternative 4. And I think what I've heard several times is even looking at the status quo halibut biomass states, we have some evidence through the analysis that it is practicable to meet those PSC levels, and that you've done so in a few of the last 5 years that I think people are focused on as the most reasonable years predicting forward. So I'm hoping you can explain better the reasons why you say that the levels of PSC cuts in Alternative 3 are not practicable, which is a standard we need to meet. I heard you loud and clear on that.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for the question. Over our bycatch mortality over the last several years, and I'm talking about the entire time series now from 2010 to 2020, you will see that there can be very significant inter-annual variability between the amount of bycatch on a given year. And no year is the same. Oftentimes the differences are driven by environmental conditions. Oftentimes the amounts of bycatch are driven by management decisions. And, as a specific example, if you look at the years of 2013 and 2014, those were relatively low years for bycatch in Area 4, C, D, and E. And then the next year, in 2015, it jumped by 20%. And that was because of changes in management, which brought in more effort into the from the Aleutian Islands into the Bering Sea. Similarly, in 2019, leading up to 2019, you had two relatively low years, and then the amount of halibut bycatch jumped in 2019 by, again, 20%, and that was because of environmental conditions. We were using all of the tools that we had at that point. We had fully implemented deck sorting, and we had our halibut avoidance plan and other tools, and it still jumped 20%. So the reality is it does jump around, and there's some things we can control and some things we can't control. And I think that you always need to have a buffer, if you will, to adjust for that interannual variability, particularly those things that we don't control. And when we talk about an alternative 2, that cuts us down to use, and alternatives 3 and 4 cut us below use. If you're going to cut us down to use, speaking specifically to alternative 3, then there's no buffer to accommodate a 20% variance, which has happened, at least 2 times in the last 10 years. And so, from our perspective, practicability includes recognizing that there is going to be interannual variability, and that we need to have that as in place to, recognizing that it's not, that we don't dictate exactly what happens on the fishing grounds. I hope that answers your question, but if it doesn't, I'd be willing to give it another whirl.
No, I think so. I might have a second question, but I'm going to wait, Mr. Chair, and let Ms. Baker go. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Woodley, for your testimony. My question is also related to practicability, and I think I heard in your testimony, and I think in earlier testimony, the difference in your mind between the 2015 council action to reduce halibut PSC limits and this one is that in 2015 there were some identifiable unutilized or underutilized tools that the Amendment 80 sector had available to adapt to the reduction in halibut PSC limits. And so I have read your written comment letter in terms of this, but I wanted to just try and drill down to a really basic message. And so is that standard that was applied in 2015 in your sector's perspective the only definition that the council should be using for minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable, in the sense that the only way that is consistent with National Standard 9 is if there are identifiable tools available to deal for the fleet to address and sort of absorb a reduction in the PSC limit.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I don't think it's the only definition, but I certainly think it's a very recent and applicable standard. I mean, obviously, when you're looking at the national standards or national level guidance, but I think that the criteria that were used in 2015 are certainly relevant to this action, and maybe and maybe they should carry some more weight. The specifics from that action, and I understand you've read it, is that were the questions of, what tools were available to achieve the PSC cuts, what are the potential socioeconomic impacts of the reduced halibut PSC for each sector, and whether the sector, would be able to harvest its TAC, its allocations with lower amounts of halibut PSC. And I think that based on our written testimony and what is in the DEIS, that the answers to all of those questions regarding practicability would lead you to the conclusion that this action is not practicable. One last thing, I guess, that in 2015, one of the big things that happened was the Fishing Company of Alaska, who at the time was the largest Amendment 80 company in terms of flatfish holdings and the largest user of halibut PSC bycatch. And they were notoriously bad in their management of, or their use of that bycatch. That company stopped flat fishing as a result of the 2015 action. Their flatfish harvest contracted severely, and by the end of 2016, that company was out of business. At the time, our bycatch, the overall Amendment 80 sector bycatch went down quite a lot, but that was because those companies, that flatfish wasn't being harvested. And now that you've got two very responsible companies who purchased FCA and who are now harvesting that flatfish with greatly improved halibut bycatch rates, that's just not a situation that's going to repeat itself in this action, unless another company goes out of business. But we don't have any companies that have outlier bycatch rates anymore. Our halibut avoidance plan has really brought those companies into a very tight bundle and a very narrow range of halibut bycatch use between the individual vessels and individual companies. So you're not going to see that benefit anymore.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Woodley, for that response. And my second question is sort of goes back to the beginning of your testimony in terms of the measures that the Amendment 80 sector has taken, particularly since 2016, to reduce halibut mortality and the resulting increased costs and inefficiencies that have been introduced into your operations. And so it struck me while you were testifying that our inability to capture those increased costs and reducing inefficiency with the data that we have available is and therefore to be included in the DEIS is somewhat a similar problem to what we're hearing from some directed halibut users, subsistence users, coastal community members, Alaska tribal members, et cetera, in terms of the inability to capture some really important information that the council should consider in these types of actions. And so from your sector's perspective, for the council in taking final action on halibut ABM, what is your recommendation for how the council should factor in? We have the revenue data very clearly and the analysis that's received a lot of attention, but how should we use the descriptive information in terms of the additional costs and inefficiencies that have been introduced into your operations to make a decision on this action?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, that is a challenge. And, the Amendment 80 sector is, uniquely positioned in one regard, as we probably have the most extensive reporting of financial information of any of the fleets that operate in the North Pacific through our annual EDR reports that show up in the annually in the Council Safe documents. There's a wealth of information in there, but you are right. It is still very, very hard to tease out the financial impacts because it's all aggregated at the sector level. Because different companies are differently positioned with different portfolios, their overall revenues and costs can vary substantially. So you're not going to see that. We do have some company-specific information in the DEIS as it relates to, and I think it's a figure 11 that shows when companies would have gone over their PSC allocations depending on what alternative you're looking at. But I think what you're going to hear, so I guess my answer is that it's not going to be in the DEIS, but that information is available in public comment through the individual companies that have submitted written comment, and also you're going to hear that very specific information from individual companies today during the verbal testimony component of this action. So I don't have so my answer is that information is coming, and you will probably hear it today or Monday, depending on how far we get. But that you will hear that for sure.
Through the chair, Mr. Woodley, thank you for that response, and no more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Woodley. As I look at the alternatives, they've each one has merit, and from a different standpoint, I'm looking at it mainly in terms of the framework. But I think that a lot of the uncertainty, at least for me, lies in the range and how that aligns with practicability. So a key point, again, from my standpoint, is the starting point, and it seems like some of the best information we have right now. Maybe, and I think you guys have said it too, that this most recent range of years, somewhere between 2016 and 2019. So irrespective of the alternative, how should the council approach selecting a starting point, and how do we populate from that point, understanding in some of those, if we get to a very low, below 6,000 in the set line, it is speculative. We have some information at the higher levels, but given the relative small range in the total data set we're working with, even some of that's really difficult to focus in on. So anyway, maybe speak to what your thoughts are and how to select a starting point. Thanks.
Through the chair, Mr. Marks. Yeah, if I guess I understand your question correctly, we're talking about the individual cells within each of the alternatives. One of our biggest concerns with within each of the alternatives is that there are some significant jumps in the different between the different abundance levels. One of the early action, or as when we first started ABM, there was a major focus. I'm talking about 6 years ago now. There was a major focus, and one of the key factors that the council was asked to consider was interannual variability and minimizing drastic changes, within the various ranges of abundance, and we still feel, from our perspective, that's a very important consideration. So when we have looked at those, different alternatives, I mean, clearly there's some contrast. In, alternative 2, I think that the jumps between the various cells are 5 to 10%. And then other alternatives there, we, from our perspective, it's important to maintain the interannual or minimize that interannual variability to so that we can adjust to changing levels of abundance. So that's that's I think one important consideration for the council to make. But again, under the in the whole picture, though, in looking at all of those alternatives right now, because of all the issues that I've already identified, we feel that all of those alternatives, other than alternative 1, are not practicable for our fleet.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Marks.
Yeah, thanks. So just to refine my question, right now we're in each of these by the set line survey and the self trawl survey, we're in a low. So if I'm looking specifically at that cell in each of these alternatives, is there rather than select a number, is there an approach on how we should help identify the starting point, which by these numbers, that's where we're at, and that would be our starting point, that cell?
Through the chair, Mr. Marks, I'm sorry, Mr. Marks, I'm not sure I'm following your question. I mean, under alternative 2, low is a 20% cut. Alternative 3 is a 25% cut, and alternative 4 is a 40% cut. So, I mean, right now, low is where we've been operating for the last several years, and where we're likely to be operating into the future. So, I think as the council looks at this, that is that's where we're going to be starting at. Any action other than alternative 1 is going to, impose between a 20 to 40% cut on our sector. And as I said, that's going to have devastating impacts for our crew members and for our operations. So, I guess I'm just not following your question, Mr. Marks.
I'll try it maybe one more time, so anyway, so as you know, the low in alternative 2 is 1396, and under alternative 3 it's 1309, and it's 1047 under alternative 4. I mean, if we're going to populate an alternative that's based on the best reality that we have, and irrespective of how they're populated now, if that's our starting point, because that's our best basis of reality, given the current status of the halibut population, and we have several data points, which is better than we have for some of the other ranges. What should that number be? If it was the same number in each of those, how would we go about selecting that as a starting point to populate the other cells in a given alternative? Does that make sense?
Yeah, Mr. I mean, I guess, if you're talking about keeping those values in there, then what we would...
I'm talking about just putting in a new value, and what would that value be?
Well, through the chair, Mr. Marks, yeah, I guess you're asking us, what would be a reasonable, or what could be a new value that's on there. Again, Mr. Marks, we're we're at alternative 1, status quo. We're not sure that any of these, as these are proposed, we don't see any of these alternatives working. And so Mr. Moore, I'm sorry. I guess I'm just not in a position to be able to say what new numbers should be in any of those alternatives.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thanks a lot. No, that's fine.
Okay. Move to Mr. Meekum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Woodley, these are intended to be questions about clarifying things. So I'll try to keep to that. I've kind of gone down this road before with others questions. The council, 2015, took this action to reduce bycatch and stated at the time that the intention was, I think fairly strongly, that the council wanted to pursue further reductions in bycatch. And at the time, I thought there was sort of general agreement that because these fixed reduction limits are somewhat, I won't say clumsy, but perhaps not ideal, that we would move to an abundance-based management approach. That we're particularly concerned, I think all of us particularly concerned, when halibut stocks are at low levels, and the sort of disproportionate impact that the bycatch may have on other users under a fixed limit. So, okay, here we go. We spend 5 years on this. And so it seemed to me that we were all moving in the direction towards a more refined approach based on abundance of halibut. So it's just clarification, because now the position that you have here is that we should stick with a fixed limit. So logically, it just doesn't make sense to me. Again, I'm sort of new to this particular action at this time, but if you could clarify that for me in terms of your position, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Meekum. So I think, as you will recall, that back in the early days of 2016, we were one of the first entities out of the gate supporting the notion of abundance-based management. And abundance-based management was going to be predicated upon using indices that, in our view, would reflect and help us predict what we could expect on the fishing grounds, and what would would give us a tool to reduce our bycatch. And as we've gone through this process, as you said, over multiple years, what we have come to learn through the SSC and all of the work that they have done is that these abundance indices that we have that have been selected in this process are not well correlated or negatively correlated with what we encounter on the grounds. And you've heard obviously a bunch of information about that. But without good indices, the abundance-based management, in our view, does not work. And we've written about it in previous public comment letters in April and in October. I don't know if we touched on it in our most recent letter, but we've continued to highlight the SSC's comments on that issue. Still don't have, as I think, as you said yesterday, this is not. it's not. I think you used the terms "it's not perfect," and we would probably say that it's not only it's not perfect, it's not very good at all. And we have. Because of that, because there is such, from our view, grave concerns over the indices and trying to predict our abundance and what we're going to encounter on the fishing grounds, we're really in a situation where we can't move. From our perspective, there's not the information based on the science to move forward with this action. And when you consider all of the other issues, the negative net benefits to the nation, the lack of conservation benefit to the spawning stock, and the disproportionate impacts to our sector, we just can't move forward with it from our perspective. And we don't think the council.
Sure. Sorry. Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Woodley, for that clarification. Another, not an inconsistency, but I'm not following the logic. I'm in receipt of, we're in receipt of multiple letters from a lot of different people, but particularly Groundfish Forum, multiple letters speaking to the fact that the DIS is inadequate, citing a whole host of unresolved scientific and other issues. But I heard you say in response to another question earlier that you felt that we have adequate information to move forward on this. So that may have reading too much into your comments. So again, that's not gotcha. It's just a clarification of what your position is. Thank you.
No, through the chair, Mr. Meekum. No, I appreciate the opportunity to clarify. Based on the best available science, for this action and all the other conclusions that I talked about, the council, we believe the council's only choice in this is to take no further action. Maybe over time there could be better appreciation, understandings of climate impacts and how these indices do, or maybe there's new indices that are out there that could be a more useful tool, but they're not there yet. And we shouldn't be asked to cut our revenues by $68 to $138 million annually while we get it figured out, especially when there is no direct benefit, or there's only minimal direct benefit to the directed halibut fishery, and there's no benefit to conservation of these stocks. In moving forward on this, you're placing a tremendous burden on the sector, and it's not solving the problems that this action wanted to solve in the first place.
Through the chair, I think I just one more follow-up. How many final questions do I get?
Mr. Meekum, is it directly related to a clarification there, because we are limited to 2 questions per test?
I thought I got a special exemption on that, but I guess not. Thank you. That's it. No further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Meekum. Mr. Twite.
Actually, Mr. Meekum's first question and Mr. Woodley's response to both pretty much answered my question. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Twite. Mr. Down.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions have been answered as well. Mr. Meekum answered that it's not the EIS. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Down. Any further questions for Mr. Woodley? Thanks again, Mr. Woodley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members, and signing off here.
Okay. Next up is Jeff Barber, then Simeon Swetzoff Jr., and then Max Malinsky.
Hey, good morning, council members. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Chairman Kaneen and council members, I appreciate the opportunity to testify here. My name is Jeff Barber. I commercial fish for food and livelihood out of Sitka. I've been commercial fishing for halibut continuously since 1995. I'm asking that if you do take action, that you support Alternative 4, as it's the only alternative in the DIS that comes close to providing meaningful reductions in halibut bycatch and best meets the council's problem statement, as well as social and environmental justice. Unlike many of the fisheries the council manages, the halibut fishery is exceptional in several respects. For one, there are 1,610 unique permit holders in the halibut fishery with an average of 2 crew for a total of 4,830 commercial halibut fishermen in Alaska. Halibut can be easily harvested by small vessels relatively close to shore with a relatively small amount of gear. Arguably, along with salmon, halibut is one of the most iconic, culturally and historically valued species in Alaska. With my involvement with the council starting in 2004, and likely well before that, fishermen have been asking the council to adequately and equitably address halibut bycatch in the Bering Sea, as it not only affects halibut fishermen and communities in that area, it also clearly affects halibut fisheries and communities all along its range. In fact, as some of you may remember, at the June 2016 council meeting in Sitka, a testifier brought in a tag from a halibut they had just freshly harvested right here in Sitka Sound. That halibut was tagged in the Pribilof Islands. Truth is, I think we really wanted to do an objective job of addressing halibut bycatch, or bycatch. We would look at bycatch more comprehensively rather than sort of a vacuum on a single species bycatch basis. In other words, we'd be looking at the value of the retained A80 catch and the impact of A80 bycatch species holistically. Regarding adapting the council decisions such as this, I think you should consider a separate but I believe relevant, fairly recent council action that was Amendment 101 to the sablefish fishery in 2017. The current static bycatch regime is clearly archaic, as it lacks ecosystem-based management that the council has been known to promote and is unresponsive to the inequities that fishermen and communities have been pointing out for decades, leaving the halibut fisheries with the scraps. Moving forward to promote meaningful bycatch controls and equitable sharing of this precious resource, please correct analysis to reflect the impacts of Bering Sea halibut bycatch on the downstream directed halibut fisheries and communities in the GOA, and choose Alternative 4 if action is taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Are there any questions? I believe that the hand raised from Mr. Meekum is from an old question. Correct me if that's not. Otherwise, I don't see any questions for Mr. Barber. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I'll take that hand raised from Mr. Meekum if it's not, but thanks. No, thank you.
All right. Thanks again. Next up is Simeon Swetzoff Jr. Mr. Swetzoff. Okay, we can circle back to Mr. Swetzoff later on. Next up then would be Max Malinsky. Okay. And we can come back to Mr. Malinsky as well. Next up on the list is Heather Bauscher, then Mateo Poseldon, and then Kale Leduc. Ms. Bauscher. Okay, Mateo Poseldon. right. Quick audio check to make sure that you guys are hearing me.
We are, Mr. Chair, Bill Twite, but I'm wondering at this point if we should check and make sure whether our audio feed is good for the broader public.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes. Hello, Mr.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you. All right. So, yes, for the record, Mateo Pasoldan, I will be speaking on behalf of the City of St. Paul. I will also refer you to the city's and CBSFA's written submissions. The city is in support of Alternative 4. I will be focusing my comments today on the perspective of a Native community and how this relates to National Standards 4 and 8, as well as to environmental justice considerations. 25 years ago, in the mid-90s, St. Paul was a thriving fisheries-based community. It had 800 residents, 3 crab processing plants, which collectively employed about 1,500 plant workers, a robust and growing local halibut fishery, and a large fur seal population. Today, a good part of that economic activity is gone. St. Paul is population is under 400. There's 1 crab processor. The seal populations are plummeting, and it is unclear whether there will be much of a crab fishery in the coming years. Halibut has declined steadily too, as has local participation in it. All of this notwithstanding the fact that St. Paul is in the middle of the richest commercial fisheries in the world. The irony and inequity of this situation is obvious. Much of the same applies to other Bering Sea communities. While many factors, some man-made, some natural, may have contributed to this overall situation, clearly the lack of access or loss of access to adjacent fishery resources is part of the problem. Halibut's a good example. Sure, the resource is not overfished, but it has declined, and conservation of the resource has taken place by the IPHC repeatedly cutting the directed fishery and directed fishermen carrying the burdens of conservation. This has left many Bering Sea native fishermen and communities struggling to survive in the fishery. This is where National Standard 4 comes in. To the extent that there are allocative aspects to this action, they are out of balance with a standard that requires equity in allocations as to different user groups, particularly as the National Standard 4 NIMS guidance notes when the rights of Aboriginal Americans and Indian treaty rights are concerned, which is an issue here. 16 of the 17 communities identified as halibut dependent are primarily Alaska Native communities represented by tribal governments, St. Paul included. Secondly, many of these communities have invested heavily, federal, state, local, CDQ, and private dollars to become participants in the halibut and other Bering Sea fisheries. On St. Paul alone, these investments since the end of the first seal harvest in 1983 are in the realm of $150 million. Per the requirements of National Standard 8, the sustained participation of these communities in the fishery has been jeopardized by this state of affairs. The loss of these investments and the decline of these communities would also have a negative impact on the state and the nation. In recent years, National Standard 9 has been misused as a trump card to assert that reductions of bycatch to the extent practical mean no reductions that would impair economic revenues and profits. That's not what NS9 means. Just look at the guidance. But furthermore, CBSFA's own analysis, which is based on the information in the EIS, shows that in most years, Alternative 4 would not be constraining on halibut PSC use. Only in the low abundance years, which is where we are at now, would the limits be constraining, as they should be, when directed fishermen and PSC users should share the sacrifices of a diminished resource. So, Alternative 4 gets us closest to restoring the equity and balance and sustained community participation required by the national standards. Considering the environmental justice requirements, the NEPA CQ guidance, which is noted on page 5 of the SIA, calls for the consideration of high and adverse impacts on Indian tribes beyond a more general consideration of potentially high and adverse impacts to minority populations. While this consideration does not preclude action, it does heighten agency attention to alternatives, mitigation strategies, and preferences expressed by the affected community or population. Once again, the affected Native communities have expressed a clear preference for Alternative 4. The reasons for this and other guidance on Indian treaty rights are rooted in Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution and various Supreme Court cases, which affirm the principle that tribes possess a nationhead status and that the United States has charged itself with moral obligations of the highest responsibility and trust toward Indian tribes. This trust responsibility includes an obligation on the part of the United States to protect tribal rights, lands, assets, and resources, such as halibut. Alternative 4 is the most responsive to these considerations. Finally, and to conclude, Mr. Chair, I wanted to express the city's appreciation for the work the staff has done. It's been, at times, an impossible task. But since the city's comments are focused on the SIA, I wanted to in particular focus on Michael Downs' work. That was an incredibly thorough SIA. Mr. Downs engaged with the stakeholders, was responsive to their input, laid out the main issues, but also identified the gaps in the information that going forward need to be remedied, and which some other witnesses have testified to. His identification of the tribal affiliations and dimensions of this action, which were very useful, I believe has set a new standard for future council actions and analysis that impact natives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Posledon. Any questions? Don't see any. Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, let's try to go back to Simeon Swetzoff. I understand there was a muting issue. Might be a *6 situation, Mr. Swetzoff. Or Mr. Malinsky.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning, sir, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Max Malinsky, Jr. I'm a LA Corporation shareholder, a Tamil Corporation shareholder, and a tribal member of the LA communities of St. Paul and St. George. Although I was born and raised on St. George, I'm a current halibut fisherman and resident of St. Paul. The need to maintain our way of life as halibut users are under alternative measure 4. Growing up in St. George, we once had an economy based entirely on snow crab and halibut. Subsistence halibut fishing cannot happen without commercial halibut fishing. My father, the former city administrator for St. George, told me in 2002, due to the crab crash and rationalization of that fishery, they lost 80% of their total revenue overnight. And the most significant loss was in raw fish tax revenue, fuel tax revenue, and mortgage fees. A direct result of this economic collapse was the city of St. George had to lay off workers. They lost their 401k plans, and people moved off island. I bring this up because it's a prime example of a ripple effect that a lack of fisheries resource can have on Alaskan communities. Today, there is no economy to speak of on St. George besides halibut. St. George once had a population of 150 residents in 2000. In 2010, the population dropped to 100. In 2017, the state closed the local school due to funding funding and population standards on St. George. Currently, the proposed alternatives outside of Alternative 4 would not compromise the companies based in Seattle. However, it would negatively affect halibut fishing in the alley communities of St. Paul and St. George. I have lived the experience of a fisheries disaster on St. George, and this is a reality that many other coastal communities face today, including St. Paul. In closing, Alternative 4 would ensure an equitable and dynamic approach that will positively affect the economies in other communities in the state of Alaska, including Washington and Oregon and other areas. More importantly, the areas 4C and D and E in the Bering Sea. In this regard, I hope you support Alternative Measure 4. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Malinsky. And Mr. Malinsky is elected not to take questions during this presentation. So thank you again for your time this morning. Okay, let's try Heather Bauscher again.
Hi there, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me here today. My name is Heather Bauscher. I'm the chair of the Sitka Advisory Committee to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. We're a collection of 17 publicly elected representatives of fisheries, wildlife, subsistence, and conservation interests in the Sitka area. We're made of a diverse collection of stakeholders, including sport and commercial interests, with a wide range of views represented on our committee. All of our members' livelihoods and ways of life are directly connected to the health of our salmon runs, halibut, and sablefish stocks, and our fisheries resources as a whole. The folks on this committee feel that responsible management of these resources statewide are of paramount importance to our community and communities across Southeast Alaska, as fisheries and tourism are some of the main economic drivers. These stocks are also tremendously important for community resilience and for food security, as we have been reminded of over the past 2 years of this COVID-19 pandemic. Sitka's a rural community. Many of us practice subsistence harvesting. We fill our freezers, feed our families on fish, and enjoy this way of life. Many have trouble with the word subsistence because it does not truly describe what it is to live this way, and it does not capture how our communities thrive directly because of that connection to these lands and waters. Halibut and salmon are especially culturally important. The indigenous peoples of this region have relied on these foods and have managed this resource successfully since time immemorial. I will also add that no method of analysis can ever fully quantify what that means for people here and elsewhere who practice ways of life like this, so connected to the fisheries and wildlife resources we depend on. This is not the first time we've weighed in on this issue. The Sitka Fish and Game Advisory Committee has a long record of supporting resource conservation. In particularly, we have supported prohibition of groundfish trawling in both federal and state waters off of Southeast Alaska because of bycatch topic in an official capacity ahead of the comment deadline. The Sitka Fish and Game Advisory Committee met Thursday, October 21st, and unanimously approved the following motion. We favor reducing trawl halibut bycatch as much as possible as soon as possible. And additionally, we feel trawl bycatch of other species such as salmon, shellfish, and sablefish need to be reduced as much as possible as soon as possible. We unanimously support the option that most significantly reduces allowable bycatch in the Bering Sea. Alternative 4 represents that greatest reduction of that limit and supports abundance-based management of these resources. While this is the alternative most in alignment with addressing our concerns, many of us feel that this is still not enough to act quickly enough to prevent the further decline of these populations that is already being witnessed firsthand. You have heard the testimony from people of the Pribilof Islands. No one knows the impacts this has had more deeply than the folks out there in the Bering Sea and in Western Alaska. We stand with all the coastal rural communities from way out west to down here in Southeast. We have all expressed similar concerns over these impacts of these destructive fishing practices that have contributed to the decline of halibut and king salmon and all other species taken as bycatch. While it can be argued that there are many reasons for those declines, changing ocean conditions, ocean acidification, dare I say climate change, and yes, so much is out of our control, but still, we therefore acknowledge that we're concerned about the sustainability of these populations, which means there's no excuse for allowing this amount of such important species of fish to be taken as bycatch and waste. This is entirely within our control. All trawl bycatch needs to be reduced substantially, and this is not just a Bering Sea issue, this is a statewide issue, and what happens here today impacts us all. We acknowledge that this will be hard for the trawl fleet to deal with, but the situation we currently find ourselves is a result of one fishery putting their own needs over what keeps things sustainable for the harvest of the resource as a whole. The data is astounding. The numbers don't lie. Our fish and crab populations are in trouble, and if this is allowed to continue, there will be no turning back. If I know anything about fishermen, it's that they're creative and resourceful bunch. Fisheries technology is constantly evolving. All fishermen are constantly adapting to changes in their fishery, changes in the ocean, and the methods and what's most effective for the type of fishing they participate in, or even adapting their fishing technology and practices to adjust target species. The troll fleet here locally has been adapting to more fishing of chum salmon and coho instead of kings because they just aren't around like they used to be. I cannot accept that the Amendment 80 fleet has truly run out of options to reduce their take of non-target species. They have the ability to be just as revolutionary as all these small boat fishermen and have more resources of capital to do that with. There are things that can be done to make this work, and if they can't, maybe they shouldn't keep fishing that way. While participating in the spring 2021 meeting, testimony had been given by representatives of the trawl fleet expressing their concerns over their inability to further reduce bycatch without losing fishing time. Every other fisherman in Southeast Alaska has already lost fishing time due to the impacts of so many of our salmon river systems not meeting proper escapement for too many consecutive years. The Taku and the Stikine are set to be added to that list at this upcoming Board of Fisheries meeting. This will undoubtedly result in more loss of fishing time for the Southeast fleet. As far as king salmon are concerned, the loss of terrestrial habitat and impacts of bycatch by the trawl fleet are the greatest threats to that species outside the impacts of climate change. I know we're talking about halibut here, but to not acknowledge the impacts to all species, including king salmon, and the fact that others are already losing fishing time is unacceptable. And I think that the council is amiss to look at this through such a narrow lens of one species at a time and not look at this comprehensively, including the impacts to the ecosystem as a whole. I've been quoted before in saying it should not be up to the small boat fleet to carry the burden of the trawl fleet's inability to catch their target species without collateral damage. I should have corrected that to say that it should not be the burden of coastal rural communities throughout Alaska, particularly indigenous peoples of the Pribilofs, Aleutians, and Western Alaska, along with the small boat fleet, to carry this burden of the trawl fleet's inability to catch their target species without collateral damage. I do not need to remind you about the treaties, and to allow these large industrial scale interests to take such a large amount of fish as bycatch impacts us directly, and how much annual take of this species is left to spread around the rest of us. In times of low abundance, it should not be the people who need the resource the most that should have to pay the price for these wasteful practices. With greater scarcity comes greater unrest, and as an AC, we see the impacts of this firsthand as we are a community to work out these conflicts. As chair of the AC, I would like to call on the voting members of this council
Ms. Boucher.
to represent the people of Alaska. Yes? I'm sorry, I'm running out of time. Okay.
Yep. Provide a summary comment.
Alternative 4 is only a step in the right direction. Furthermore, we recommend and support the greatest reduction in bycatch levels as soon as possible, along with abundance management. Thank you so much for your time and allowing me to weigh in on this.
Thank you, Ms. Boucher. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
You too. Next up is Kale LeDuc, then Todd Lumis, and then Heather Mann.
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Kale LeDuc. I'm 39 years old. I've lived in Sitka my whole life. I've been participating in the IFQ fishery since I was 19, when I got my first longline job on a 44-foot boat. We fish from southeast Alaska to the Aleutian Chain and back. Commercial fishing is my livelihood, and I support my family with this income. I also subsistence fish. I bought into the IFQ fishery with the belief that Alaska had the best managed fisheries in the world, and that my livelihood would be protected by this management. Since I've become involved in the fishery and the council process, one of the largest topics that come to mind is trawl bycatch, and that trawlers never have enough. Coincidentally, the other thing that comes to mind over the years is just about every other user group of every other fishery, halibut, black cod, gray cod, salmon, crab, all being impacted by trawling and asking for some sort of reduction in the trawl fisheries. The directed halibut fishery-dependent communities across Alaska, subsistence users should have priority on this matter. I hope that we can all continue fishing as a viable source of income for generations to come, and I hope that in the future I can still say we have the best managed fisheries in the world. So I'm here asking that you help us, the other thousands of people who depend on these resources for our livelihoods and subsistence uses, to please take action to reduce bycatch in the trawl fisheries and make them accountable with abundance-based management. I support Alternative 4, and I hope you all do as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. LeDuc. Any questions from council members? Don't see any. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Todd Lumis.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Todd Lumis, and I'm here representing Ocean Peace, Inc. our 5 Amendment 80 vessels, our captains, and our crew. I submitted written comments on this agenda item, as did our vessels. We support Alternative 1, status quo. If Alternatives 2 through 4 are selected, this action will have broad impacts ranging from limiting our capacity to participate in Amendment 80, fewer markets for limited access vessels, and reduced ability to harvest CDQ. As noted in the Groundfish Forum letter, we believe the action alternatives will result in $68 to $138 million in revenue loss. These estimates and the DEIS, however, do not include our current halibut avoidance costs, so my company quantified these. We did this not to suggest that we shouldn't be doing them, but to get into the record what these costs are as we use every available tool. Our vessels steam away from halibut about 48 hours per trip. Over the course of a year, these movements add up to 240,000 gallons of fuel burned at a cost of over $500,000. While we are moving away from halibut, fishing, and that lost production amounts to $5 million in lost revenue. We also quantified revenue from fish lost out our excluders and the lost net a day when we are deck sorting. Combined, using these tools cost us an additional $14 million for a grand total of $19 million in lost revenue for our company alone. This lost revenue represents lost wages to our employees, lost revenue to CDQ, lost taxes to the state of Alaska, and lost food production for the nation. If Alternatives 2 or 3 had been in effect in 2019, we believe we would have lost at least an additional $13 million. This is not practicable. In the past, we've seen PSC cuts associated with sectors being rationalized or new tools or programs being implemented. But none of those things are happening under this action. We are fully rationalized. We have optimized our fisheries. Poor performers such as FCA are no longer in the fishery. We work as a cooperative. We have fully developed and fully implemented multiple tools, including halibut excluders, deck sorting, and our halibut avoidance plan, and there is nothing new on the horizon. These impacts are not limited to corporate entities. They will be shouldered by real people who are U.S. citizens residing in Alaska, Washington, Oregon, and many other states. With a net negative benefit to the nation, no conservation benefit, and no identifiable way to meet a lower cap, it is not practicable for the action alternatives to be implemented. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lumis. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lumis, for your testimony. I wanted to ask about your reference to supporting Alternative 1, the status quo, and that selection of any of the action alternatives. One of the additional benefits to just affecting Amendment 80 fisheries was you referenced fewer markets for limited access vessels and fewer opportunities to harvest CDQ. And I wondered if you could expand on that a little bit, particularly fewer opportunities to harvest CDQ, since we're not evaluating the halibut PSQ limit for CDQ fisheries with this action.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, through the chair. So like, most activities, in order to participate in CDQ, you have to have a platform of opportunity out there. And our company, we have been partners with the CDQ group since the inception of the multi-species CDQ program, and I would put our harvest utilization on their behalf up against anybody else's. We start our CDQ harvesting early in the year. Well, we do a set percentage of each trip as CDQ in order to utilize as much of their quota as responsibly as we can. But if you impose alternatives that limit our ability to function in Amendment 80, we're going to be faced with the need to remove platforms from the water. And when you remove a platform from the water, you can't harvest CDQ with it. And that is going to, without a doubt, impact our ability to harvest CDQ for the benefit of Western Alaskans.
Thanks. Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Lumis, for that. And I have another question, Mr. Chair, if I may. You referenced the action alternatives not being practicable, and we've heard this a fair bit in public testimony so far, and there's nothing new on the horizon in terms of tools for the Amendment 80 sector to further reduce halibut mortality. And so does that also imply your testimony means that the tools that you currently have cannot be used more effectively? You're sort of maxed out on the performance you can get from those. Should that be my interpretation from your testimony?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I think we have optimized, and John Govan spoke to this, I think each company does it a little bit differently, but I can say for our company, we are using halibut excluders a very high percentage of the time. We use cod excluders, which also act as halibut excluders. We deck sort, and as I noted in my testimony, we move all over the Bering Sea trying to get away from halibut. So we're using each tool when and where we think it's appropriate. And at times, if you're in high concentrations of your target species and halibut bycatch is low, you are better off fishing without a tool rather than slowing things down and pushing you into off-peak hours or into a later time of the year when halibut bycatch typically is higher. So yes, we are using every available tool as much as we think is useful.
Through the chair, Mr. Lumis. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lumis. Ms. Baker, back to my first question. And so my other question, Mr. Lumis, you noted in your comments FCA no longer being part of your sector, and I think your company was heavily involved in that transition, and previous testifiers spoke a little bit to the impacts of FCA no longer being in the sector, and I just wanted to clarify if there was anything additional that wasn't mentioned or anything in particular we should take from that particular transaction as it relates to this issue.
Yes, thank you for the question. Through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoeven. The acquisition, which we did, we purchased a number of FCA's vessels and acquired a good portion of that quota share. And as Mr. Woodley noted, FCA was the largest quota shareholder in the sector, and they were also the largest user of halibut PSE, bar none. And linking back to some conversation that I heard in questions during the staff presentation, it is not captured necessarily in the DEIS. Some of the ways we were able to achieve the halibut reductions following the action that was taken in 2015. The elimination of FCA from the fishery definitely reduced halibut PSC by getting that quota in the hands of those that act more responsibly. But council will probably recall that they also lost a vessel after that action was taken. The Juris sank in 2016, and my guess is that vessel burned a high percentage of their halibut. So I think there's things that have happened related to FCA and the sale of that company, the loss of not only the Juris, but the Alaska Ranger, which sank early on in Amendment 80, that have reduced halibut. And those are not things that can be repeated. So, I would link that to full utilization of the tools in terms of acquisitions of poor performers and getting poor performers to be good performers, that has all been done, and it was largely accomplished through acquisitions and full implementation of our halibut avoidance plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Van Roven. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. My question is, I'm just clarifying on your testimony. I think you said that of every trip made by your Amendment 80 vessels in your company, that you spent 48 hours. I just want to make sure I heard it. 48 hours of that trip's time to avoid halibut. And you clarified that as lost revenue, and I'm just wondering how did you quantify that? Do you have a log book or something that people log, or do they report to the company when they're running away from halibut, or was this just a conversation you had with captains, an estimate of some kind of how much time you spend running away from halibut? Because it seems like a very large amount of time to me, considering when I was hanging out with our vessels and your vessel included, that they've had trips from 10 to 15 days, so oftentimes 10 or 11 days. So it seems like a very large amount of time spent running away from halibut to me. So I'm wondering how you quantified that. Thank you.
Chair, Mr. Van. So, with more detail on this.
Mr. Lumis, we've got quite a bit of some sort of electronic feedback going when you're speaking. Maybe try again.
Now, Mr. Chairman.
No. I don't know what that is. We're not going to be able to understand you, Mr. Lumis. Not sure what to suggest at this point, unless you have a way that you think you can improve your connection. Oh, again?
I just said I'm happy to answer that question if that helps us keep moving on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to have an answer, but being that there's complications, I don't need an answer to that. For all the questions, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lumis, no, I apologize. We're going to be able to understand you. Perhaps we can come back and ask questions later if you're able to reconnect later in testimony. But at this point, I think we should probably move on, and we'll see if we can solve your connection issues after a bit. So, speaking of connection issues, I believe Mr. Simeon Swetzoff might be available.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Good morning.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you. Good morning.
Praise the Lord. All right. So, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, and everybody on the line. We're out here in the Pribilofs here, and we got a good storm, blizzard. My name is Simeon Swetzoff Jr., and I've been actively attending these North Pacific Fishery Management Councils for, I think I looked it up here, it was 22 years now. And I've been to practically every council meeting since the Stellar sea lions were put on I believe it was the endangered species list or the threatened, when that issue came up. Chairman Lauber was the chairman then. And we're very appreciative of what the council has done to us these past 20 plus years. We're very active participants in the council process, as many are aware. And so, I'm also on the committee member on the LKTK, and I don't know if the crab committee is still in existence, but I was on that too. And so, I've been fishing here for 50 plus years now. I'm 65 now, so I've been brought up fishing my whole life, hunting and fishing. That's what I know. And so, I've been fishing for commercial fishing halibut. I've been doing that since 1983. And so we have carefully developed our local commercial fishing related economy and infrastructure here since 1980, as well as providing subsistence halibut for the community. St. Paul is also heavily dependent on the commercial Bering Sea snow crab, of course, as you all know that. I mean, we went through the crab rationalization process with the council, for crying out loud. With the Bering Sea 21-22 snow crab, it's taking a huge cut. It's going to be disastrous, devastating for this community. Everyone knows that this community here is dependent on snow crab and halibut. Full stop. Of course, we have the local CDQ organization too, which is great. Oh yeah, and I'm a board member on that too. Halibut bycatch must be reduced, Mr. Chairman. And now let me say that again. Halibut bycatch must be reduced immediately. I've been listening to the Amendment 80 folks, and I'm happy and grateful for everything they've done over the years. But, I'm holding a wrench here, and I know that the bolt needs to be tightened a little more here, so I'm going to work on tightening that bolt a little more. And that's going to make the Amendment 80 guys just hurt that much more, or so to speak, on tightening things as we go here. But it has to be done. I mean, we can talk about climate change and everything else that's happening in the Bering Sea. It's a huge issue. We've been talking about halibut here only for we beat halibut to death. It's over-talked, so to speak. And in the meantime, we have other things happening here in the Bering Sea and in the world, actually, because of climate change, and we're all trying to adapt to that at the same time. When there's something we can do about what's happening here with halibut, and that the resource, and so the council is the arena to deal with it. And so, but dealing with amendment or alternative 4 would be where I would prefer the council to go.
Okay, Mr. Swetzoff, your time is up. Do you have a concluding comment past that?
I can't say enough to you guys about alternative 4. What else do you want? What else can we do up here now? We have tried everything there is to possibly do with this process here, respectfully. We're not. We've been fair this whole time. You guys know that, and so
Okay, Mr. Swetzoff, let's wrap it up there, and I'm going to see if any council members have questions for you. Okay, I don't see any questions. Thanks for your perseverance and getting connected with us this morning. Okay, let's do a quick sound check for Todd Lumis.
Mr. Chairman, how about now?
Much better. Council members, Mr. Down or Mr. Lumis, do you recall Mr. Down's question?
I do, sir. Okay. So our letterhead, through the chair, our letter had more detail on our methods for coming up with those cost estimates. So we looked at 2019 as an example year, a warm year, when it was particularly difficult. And as you know, we have 200% observer coverage. We looked at our observer data, times when the vessel wasn't fishing, halibut rates, and then we quantified the moves. And when you looked at it over the course of a fishing trip, which they can range from, maybe 10, 12 days to 21 days, just depends on how the fishing is, steaming away from halibut averaged about 2 days per trip when we were doing flatfish. And that's how we came up. And then we looked at the production during days that we were fishing and kind of extrapolated that out. So it was based on real data.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lumis. You still, I don't think you answered my question. My question was, how did you quantify it? Well, you told me in your answer that then you went through the steps and you said, then we quantified it and then we came up with this. Was this logbooks or was this captains that you talked to that said, well, I'd say we probably spent a couple days this trip, or how did you come to that conclusion? Because it still strikes me as a very large amount of time that you testified that you're spending running away from halibut.
Through the chairman, it is a very large amount of time that we're running away from halibut. And we quantified it by looking at our logbooks, at our observer data, interviewing our captains, and quantifying times that we weren't fishing, and was it in response to halibut? And if the answer was yes, then we looked at what our production would have been based on actual fishing activity and turned that into dollars and cents.
Okay, thank you. That answer was helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Meekum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Lumis. Let me try not to make a speech and actually ask a question. It's hard for me. First of all, I know for a fact that, and I can testify to the fact that Ocean Peace, in particular, it does a lot in terms of halibut avoidance and use of mitigation measures to reduce bycatch. I know that because this is a weekly process that goes on during the course of the season. But I also don't see this issue of practicability perhaps in the same way that others do. The standard is reducing bycatch. The test is how practical that is, right? I mean, it's practical, I suppose, to lose $20 million to do it. Done it before. But it's a test, right? I'm not diminishing the economic impacts. So the problem in the box that I find myself in as a fisheries manager here is this idea that we use, a direct quote, we use the when and where we think it's appropriate. Okay, sure, it makes sense to allow the fleet, and we've done this a lot across all the fisheries, to innovate and to be able to manage their own operations, if you will, to meet our goals as a council. And so getting back to Mr. Swetzoff's wrench analogy, that's what we're doing. So this is my question. Apologize. When and where we think is appropriate. What does that amount to, Todd, in terms of, is it 20% of the time? Is it 50% of the time? Is it 80% of the time? I have not gotten a straight answer yet. Maybe it's because it's not possible to do so. But give me a sense of the magnitude of how we apply these mitigation measures, these voluntary mitigation measures, how we apply them and how that can be quantified. If you don't know the answer, nobody does. So I'm asking you.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lumis, we're running into the same issue.
I think that serves me right for asking such a long question. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Meekum. And just, I believe it's worth reminding council members to try to focus on questions. There'll be plenty of time for debate here later on, so we'll get to. But Mr. Lumis, perhaps we can try to get you back in later in the meeting. But I fear we're going to continue to run into this feedback issue. So let's move again on to the next testifier. Next up is Heather Mann.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'm proud to represent the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC has 29 trawl catcher vessels, and while we are not part of the Amendment 80 fleet, we do champion accountability, sustainable trawl fisheries, and the federal fisheries management process, which requires rational actions that meet the MSA and the national standards. I also want to say I support the staff and the analysts and the work that they have done on this DEIS. Just because people don't like the outcomes of the analysis does not mean the outcomes are not true or that this document is not the best available science. This is a complex issue, and I believe the reason a compromise has not been struck is because there really is no solid justification to support an action alternative. The analysis is clear that there is minimal and largely unquantifiable conservation benefit from this action. When you move fish from one sector to another sector to harvest it, that's reallocation, not conservation. The analysis is clear that there is no benefit to the halibut spawning stock biomass and small benefit to the directed fisheries. Also clear is the tremendous negative economic impact to the A80 sector from taking this action. We know there are also social impacts that accompany this level of economic impact. Is it rational to knowingly create economic harm of this magnitude for a trade-off that will not result in the outcomes that people are hoping for, especially when there are no new tools for the A80 fleet to utilize? To suggest the fleet is not sharing in conservation of the halibut stock is not accurate. The many actions they take to avoid halibut are expensive and they cause many inefficiencies. It's startling for me to hear people claim they don't believe the fishermen in the sector, to claim that they can do better and that all the alternatives are practicable. That's not supported by the DEIS or especially by public testimony from those actually fishing on the water and using all their tools. We know that this action will harm minorities and underserved populations, both through the A80 employees who could lose wages or their jobs and the ripple effect that course down through families. Americans are eating flatfish from the A80 fishery. According to the 2020 census, there are 37.2 million Americans living below the poverty line. 1 in 6 children in the U.S. is food insecure. The single mother in Grand Rapids, Michigan, she's shopping at Walmart and she's choosing the fish as a healthy and inexpensive protein for her family. I get it that some people don't like Walmart or that you don't want to eat this type of fish, and I think that that's fine. If you don't shop there, that's also fine. If you can afford greater, more expensive fish, that's good. I mean, you should consider yourself privileged. But the majority are not in that position, and Americans are eating the fish harvested in the sector. This is a federal fishery, and this is the nation's resource. I've never seen a council take an action that results in a negative net benefit to the nation, especially without a measurable conservation benefit. So if an action alternative is recommended, it's the job of the council to rationally explain how the hardships imposed on the A80 fleet are outweighed by the benefits received by the directed fishery. The motivation for this decision must be grounded in achieving a Y or some other FMP objective. Sharing the pain or disdain for fisheries with incidental catch is not a rational justification for an action that will have such a detrimental impact on one sector. I think a compelling question to consider is why is it good policy to cut the catch by 25% in 2016 and then choose an alternative to cut it again now by 40%? The council typically takes a precautionary approach, an incremental steps, as opposed to one massive, potentially devastating cut. Everyone is still housed at fishing in the Bering Sea now, so wouldn't it be more fair to take a reasonable, survivable reduction? And if the objectives are not being met or the situation with halibut changes in the future, the council can take another look. We are hearing optimistic news coming out of the IPHC that the overall stocks may be increasing. And the A80 halibut bycatch has declined 51% since 2010. I'd like to close with a few thoughts. Every fishery has different levels of incidental catch. Every fishery and every gear type. We know more about trawl sectors because most of them are 100% monitored. I believe there should be 100% monitoring on every vessel in every fishery, and EM can accomplish that. Then I believe we can have a rational conversation on incidental catch and impacts on fisheries. It feels very one-sided right now. And finally, I am moved by what I have heard from many testifiers. As a mom, I know how important it is to feed a family. I live adjacent to the reservation of the Confederated Tribes of the Swetzoff Indians. My children and I have many friends who are members of the tribe. I've experienced firsthand the importance of generations of culture in the lives of tribal members. I was moved beyond words as a dear friend described her traditional process, preparing her father for burial. Actions she described as something I would never have considered doing myself. And while I can never fully understand this way of life, I do try. What I don't understand is how taking an action that we know will harm some purposely without the resulting benefits to another group meets the standards. We're all human. We all have families we care. We all are stakeholders in the process. So I hope you'll consider my comments here, Mr. Chairman, and remember the Magnuson Act as you deliberate and decide. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. Are there any questions? Mr. Meekum, I think that's an old hand raise. Okay. Any other questions from council members? Okay. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mann.
Thank you.
Mr. Lumis, check.
Mr. Chairman, third time's a charm, right?
Sure. You sound good.
Okay, I recall the question. So from our letter, this is on page 2 of our letter. So we looked at our use of the various measures and we quantified our halibut excluder use to range from 40 to 80% of the time. And this would be primarily when we're in the flatfish targets, though we do use it in the Aleutians on occasion. The balance of that would be the vessels either moving away from places where they feel the halibut rate is too high. We do deck sorting on a significant number of tows, and at times we just leave the grounds and go to the Aleutian Islands or go to the Gulf if there's other opportunities that exist. So it is and I'll also add, and we covered this in our letter, that tools are not added.
Mr. Lumis. Yep, it's happening again here. So, okay, we'll have to see if we can solve the connection issues later this afternoon. Let's go ahead and take one more testifier, and then we will break for lunch. Sarah Sutherland, are you available?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thanks for taking me before lunch. I'm Dr. Sarah Sutherland, an environmental economist at Duke University. All the points I make are detailed in my written comments in the CBSFA comment letter. I was engaged by CBSFA to perform several economic analyses to better understand the DEIS and the economic impacts of the proposed management action on St. Paul. I draw 4 main conclusions. First, the finding of negative net economic benefits to the nation is not supported by evidence in the DEIS. As addressed by council analysts in yesterday's presentations, there were no calculations performed to determine consumer or producer surplus. The use of revenue as the key metric for measuring impacts on the A80 fleet does not allow for the sweeping economic surplus arguments needed to justify this conclusion. The DEIS states that revenue estimates should not be used to compare across sectors. However, this is the entire basis for assuming net benefits to the nation are negative. Without formal calculation, the benefits to the nation finding is an opinion that producer surplus losses to the A80 fleet are greater than the gains to the directed fishery. The analysis also fails to acknowledge the impact on coastwide stock. Second, the economic impact of the halibut fishery on Area 4 is large and not fully documented in the DEIS. In 2010, Area 4 halibut had a wholesale revenue estimated to be larger than all but 2 of the fisheries targeted by the A80 fleet. The last 10 years have seen massive declines in halibut revenue. By 2019, Area 4 halibut ex-vessel revenue had declined by $28 million a year. Over the same time period, A80 groundfish revenue stayed constant or increased. The economic impact of declining commercial halibut catch in Area 4 has been severe. Data in the DEIS and standard economic impact multipliers from NOAA show that the average annual regional GDP contribution of the commercial halibut sector in 2018 and 2019 was $42 million lower than it was in 2010 and 2011. This corresponds to an estimated loss of 348 harvesting and 284 processing jobs. Currently, commercial halibut harvesters and processors account for around $30 million per year contribution to regional GDP and 570 jobs. Third, in contrast to the underemphasized halibut impacts, an analysis of the A80 fleet revenue projections under the proposed PSC limits suggests fleet impacts are overemphasized by the A80 sector and in the DEIS. The modeling methodology does not account for any potential changes in avoidance behavior, changes that the DEIS acknowledges will be undertaken. It also uses data from time periods when the PSC limits were high and bycatch avoidance practices were very different from current practices. 2015 revenue projections failed to accurately predict A80 revenue impacts using a similar methodology. Revenue losses are predicted to range from $60 to $35 million annually, but no apparent revenue losses have been observed. Fourth, it's very important to keep in mind that the regulatory environment in which the fleet operates determines their willingness to innovate to reduce bycatch, and there exists ongoing margins for cost-effective adjustments. Continued bycatch reductions require stricter regulations. Past reductions in bycatch and the adoption of proven bycatch avoidance technologies have only occurred after bycatch limits were lowered. Thank you, and I welcome questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sutherland. Are there any questions? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Sutherland. I apologize if I missed it. There's a lot of information in there. And so it sounded like you did calculations regarding the directed halibut fishery, at least in certain areas of management area 4, and that you disagreed with the conclusions drawn about the Amendment 80 fleet economic impact. And so did you calculate what you think the impacts to the Amendment 80 fleet are under the different alternatives for this action, or did you just look at the impacts? I guess because I'm a little bit trying to put together some of the pieces because the DEIS has a really big, like $100 million impact under some circumstances, which I think falls in line with a negative net benefit, and you disagreed with that conclusion also. So maybe you can fill in some of those gaps for me, please.
Yes, thanks for the opportunity, for sure. So do we estimate the impacts to the A80 fleet? No. So what we do is we look at the DEIS estimates and we look at how realistic are those. And so as stated by staff and analysts, the use of haul data from 2010 to 2014 period that brings outdated fishing behavior from a period when the PSC limits were high into the revenue projections. And so that deflates catches and increases the apparent revenue declines. The modeling of the revenue projections, where we get the huge numbers, also assume there's no adaptation or changes in behavior. And in years when PSC limits could potentially be binding and they would have to cut back on catch, it doesn't allow them to selectively do so in a cost-minimizing way. So it constrains firms to irrational, high-cost behavior. So instead of cutting back on species with low marginal revenue per unit PSC, they're just randomly cutting back. So what we're saying is those giant revenue numbers that you're seeing that make the large revenue impacts seems to be quite large. And under a variety of the scenarios, depending on where we end up with halibut stock levels, there could be no revenue impacts potentially.
Okay, thank you. I think I followed most of that. I may have another question later. I need to think about that a little bit more. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to follow up a point you brought up in your response to Ms. Vanderhoven in terms of your disagreement with the analysis using the 2010 to 2014 information at all, apparently, because I just wanted to confirm, it's my understanding that the analyst used several, I believe up to 5 scenarios of different time periods to look at estimates of revenue impacts. And so are you disputing the calculations of revenue estimates under that approach for the time periods that don't include 2010 to 2014?
And so I think that's a good question. So I think that the analysts did what they could with the information that they had, given, their capabilities for modeling. I do think that these revenue impacts that we see, we should definitely not look at the ones using data pre-2015. But when we do look at the ones with data using post-2015, we should look at those and, I guess, understand that those are the higher range for what we could see, the worst possible case scenario, right? That's if fleets can't adapt and they have to shut down the fishery and they don't get to choose which species they cut back on harvesting. They'll just, it's going to be a random, we're going to cut back randomly. So I'm not saying that I disagree with the calculations. I'm saying that they give us the worst case scenario calculations where the fleet has no, they don't get any better at depth sorting. They don't undertake any new measures to reduce bycatch or mortality, and that they don't selectively cut back if they do have to cut back on their harvest. Does that make more sense?
That provides more context. Thank you. I appreciate that. My second question has to do with my understanding of your, I think you had 4 main criticisms of the analysis, and the first, as I understood it, is that the revenue impacts to the directed halibut fisheries were not adequately analyzed in terms of, you stated a specific example with some data of using what I would call economic multipliers to determine the economic impacts of this action. And that is sort of a commonly used type of analysis, but I guess I just wondered, as I read it, the analysis did clearly address this on, I don't have the section number, but it's on page 189, and I did just find it in that there wasn't a suitable model available at this time, although a couple of them are in development. I guess my question is, do you disagree with that statement? And if so, or if not, are there, what models should the analysts have used to do that multipliers analysis that I think you were referring to?
Right. So I understand a comprehensive model is underway by someone at the IPHG is kind of working on that, right? But just from working with data in other fisheries, we can sort of get at something close to what we'd want to see. And really, that's what is done in terms of other calculations throughout the analysis. So to not do it for this particular aspect, it seems like a missed opportunity. So, we're able to use, basic standard NOAA, Alaska, EIA employment multipliers, although they're not specific to halibut. I get as close as we can. And so do I think this is a missed opportunity? Perhaps. I understand why this was left out, but I think to really understand the regional impacts on the declining halibut stock on these communities, we have to look at the big picture, here.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that, Dr. Sutherland. Nothing further.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the testimony. I hope this isn't too repetitive, but I just wanted to clarify some of the critiques of the revenue impact estimation again, and because it is important for the record, and some of the things that you've provided seem to be exactly the same kind of caveats that the staff provided in their analysis, that these are not standalone predictions of future Amendment 80 revenues, that harvesters are expected to make strategic choices that are different from randomized or stratified random selection of calls, and that neither of those methods captures any of those behavioral adjustments, such as all the things that you mentioned. So the results likely represent an upper bound of impact. And I just want to know what, because we've heard this several times now, what further caveats should the analysts have provided or that weren't captured in your comments that would improve, our way of contextualizing these results?
Well, so I think that the analysts did a good job of, I think maybe some of these caveats could have been stated more upfront, but I think the analysts do a great job actually of mentioning these caveats about the likelihood of ending up in the 2010-2014 period is very low. So we should probably discount that area. We're not including the behavior adaptations, and we're also not, the random draw methodology precludes the possibility of cost minimizing responses. So I actually think that it sort of hits the nail on the head, but if we don't put all of that information up front, it leaves misinterpretation and misconstrued use of the DEIS. So we've heard many A80 members testify about these huge revenue impacts, and most of them are citing the revenue impacts from using old data and bringing us into the greatest amount of cutbacks. And so I think we have to counter that by just reminding the public and perhaps members of the council, it seems like everybody's well aware that these huge revenue impacts are unlikely, seems like generous to say. It seems like it is almost, they're almost off the board. Does that answer your question, Ms. Kimball? I don't think that I have much more to contribute in terms of caveats other than what I've said. I just want that to be at the forefront of this debate.
Okay, that I understand now. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Sutherland. I think I'm getting a better grasp. Sorry. But I'm still struggling a little bit and a little bit hung up on your assessment of the conclusions on impacts to the Amendment 80 fleet and your comment about assumptions made about change behavior as far as what fisheries may get dropped or where the fleet may move. And the Amendment 80 fleet has a lot of different factors besides just halibut that they have to balance when they're going about their fishing plan. Everything from markets and target species availability and other limited hard bycatch species like cod. And so I guess I'm trying to figure out in your assessment, with so many variables for the fleet to be balancing, what option other than what you called kind of a worst case scenario impact would the analysts have other than that?
So I think let's start with, I don't think that the analysts have done anything incorrect. I think that perhaps they could have not used the data pre-2015 because it's not representative of their current behavior of the A80 fleet in terms of deck sorting and avoidance, or how they operate under the high PS or the lower PSC limit in general. So you mentioned all of A80 constraints, right? And it's true that halibut is not all they have to think about, but the modeling that's used, which it's all that is available, but it still doesn't allow them to optimize in terms of if they did have to cut back on catch, what they would cut back on. It's randomly chosen. And so, sure, they might not be able to cut back in a way, they may not be able to cut back with halibut being their only consideration, but the A80 fleet is smart, and they will be able to cut back strategically in order to minimize the negative effects on their profit. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Any further questions for Dr. Sutherland? All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a lunch break, come back at 12:55 Alaska time, and we will resume public comment.
The conference call is now ending.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Council, please come back to order. Okay, we are ready to continue with public comment. I see that we have Mr. Lumis back on the line for a fourth try here. Mr. Lumis, sound check.
I'm hoping GCI comes through for me, sir.
Okay, loud and clear, Mr. Lumis. I'd like to offer an opportunity to respond to the last question or council members ask any additional questions of Mr. Lumis before we move on.
So through the chair, I think I was in the middle of my response about the Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Oh, I can there. It sounded quiet for a second.
So I think I was in the middle of my response to Mr. Meekum, and our letter laid out the extent that we're using deck sorting, 40 to 80% of our tows. Use varies by vessel, fishery timing, and whether the vessel is deck sorting. And so we use all the tools when we're not using excluders. We're either moving away from halibut or deck sorting, and at times it doesn't make sense to use any of those tools if fishing is really low. For example, if we're in Togiak, where the catches are almost pure yellowfin, it makes no sense to use an excluder or to deck sort in certain fisheries and certain times. And I'll also add that it doesn't make sense to use these tools additively. You can't add 1 and 1 and get 2 when you're using halibut avoidance measures, because things like excluder use sometimes leads to siltation, and siltation in the bags can reduce the viability of any halibut you would deck sort. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lumis. Mr. Meekum, did that get to your question?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Any further questions for Mr. Lumis? We can tempt fate with his phone again. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lumis. Appreciate your perseverance.
Thank you.
Okay, and move back into our list here. Next up to testify is John Fortuna, then Terry Perencevich, and then Frank O'Hara Jr. and Frank O'Hara III.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Are you able to hear me?
We are. Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is John Fortuna. While I'm an attorney, honored to represent CBSFA in this matter, I was also a fisheries scientist in a former incarnation. I understand the challenges of making management decisions in the face of scientific uncertainty, and I appreciate the delicate balances you're being asked to strike today. I want to focus first on the role that economics plays in determining what's practicable under National Standard 9. Before I do, I want to thank the analysts for their responsiveness to comments, their careful explanations of the assumptions used to model revenue effects, and the important limits on how those numbers should and should not be interpreted. As the analysts have emphasized, the modeled revenue impacts are not point estimates. They do not account for future changes in behavior, and the DEIS estimates should not be interpreted by the public to mean that meaningful cuts to PSC use will necessarily result in large revenue effects. Regardless, contrary to some of the testimony you've heard, impacts to Amendment 80 revenues or even partial constraints on the Amendment 80 fishery in some future years under some future conditions do not render PSC limits impracticable. National Standard 9 does not prohibit expensive measures to avoid bycatch and minimize mortality, and extremely burdensome measures with unavoidably high impacts, like time and area closures, have been upheld as reasonable and, quote, well within the Council's authority under National Standard 9. The National Standard 9 guidelines also make clear that economics is just one of many factors that needs to be considered. And here, the other factors in the guidelines, like the social and cultural value of fishing all weigh heavily in favor of finding significant PSC reductions practicable. Second, I wish I had more time to discuss this, but the Council has heard that every available tool to reduce bycatch and bycatch mortality is being fully utilized and fully optimized, but the DEIS and other information from Amendment 80 suggests otherwise. Finally, there's been significant debate about whether the action will have a conservation benefit and the range of directed fishery gains that will occur. The answer to these questions has been somewhat obscured by the segmentation of this action, first to focus only on immediate short-term benefits that would be provided to the directed fishery in the BSAI, and second to focus only on PSC reductions in the Amendment 80 sector. The assumptions in the DEIS that the ratio of directed fishery gains will be between 0 and 1 is driven by the segmented nature of the action and the temporal and spatial limitations of the analysis. The science is clear that reductions in PSC mortality will result in more than a 1-to-1 ratio of gains in the coastwide directed fishery, gains outside the BSAI, gains in future years due to growth of biomass of the U26 fish, and potential gains from reduced PSC use in other sectors are not accounted for in the analysis. While these downstream and future effects can't be quantified based on the current analysis, those effects are real, they have not been meaningfully disputed, and they're appropriate for the Council to consider as it makes its decision here. In closing, I'll just say that the MSA gives the Council the tools it needs to balance competing objectives and reach a just and equitable outcome here. We ask the Council to make meaningful cuts in PSC use, especially in the low-high or very low-high conditions that we may be facing in the near future. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Fortuna, for your testimony. I'm wondering if you can provide a little more insight into the examples that you referenced earlier about fairly, I probably won't describe it appropriately, fairly strict bycatch minimization measures that other councils have implemented that were found to be significant with National Standard 9. And so how should this council, you referenced the guidelines, the National Standard Guidelines, which it's true, they do direct council to consider a number of broad effects if they're applicable. How should this council specifically consider the types of economic, social, cultural, and community impacts related to this action in making a determination about an action consistent with National Standard 9 and all of the other national standards?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker, through the chair. This is a difficult issue that the council is facing. I think everyone who has been following this situation recognizes that and has to acknowledge that. Unfortunately, some of these social and cultural factors are difficult to quantify, and they're difficult to sort of place into an objective, framework in which the council can kind of look at the numbers and make a decision. There will be some value judgments that go into this, and I think the nature of those judgments and how the council weighs some of those factors, is going to reflect the council's priorities. It's going to reflect how the council views some of the historical inequities that have occurred in the fishery, whether those inequities should be remedied, and kind of its priorities going forward. At the same time, I think the council has to look at, what Amendment 80 can achieve, not just in the worst years and not just with existing technology and behaviors. It needs to look and think carefully about adaptations that are likely to occur, both to reduce further PSC use and mortality and to mitigate the revenue effects that may result from reduced PSC limits. I think some of those are detailed in the DEIS. Those adaptations are likely to occur, and the council should be weighing that along with some of these other social and environmental justice considerations as it evaluates practicability. I wish I had a more straightforward and simple answer for you, but it's a complex question. I hope I've addressed it.
Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, you have. That was helpful. Thank you, Mr. Fortuna. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks for the testimony. I just want to clarify that you're not, in your testimony, disputing the impacts in terms of changes from status quo in the directed catch limits that the staff have put forward in the DEIS. You know, the changes to TCEY that might be possible under different bycatch scenarios, but just emphasizing to us that we should weight the potential benefits associated with socio and cultural benefits heavily. Am I getting that right, or are you disputing the numbers as well?
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. Through the chair, I think that there's two parts to that answer. One is that, yes, I think that the social and cultural effects on the directed fishery and some of the historical inequities that have resulted do deserve and should be weighted heavily as the council makes its final decision in this matter. But more broadly, as to the numbers, we do believe that the directed fishery gains analyzed and stated, I think that the science about the yield gains that result from PSC mortality in Area 4 is an open question. But it's not an open question when it relates to the coastwide halibut stock. There, I think the science is absolutely clear that a pound or a kilogram of PSC mortality reduction results in greater than 1 pound of directed fishery yield in the coastwide stock. And those benefits outside the BSAI to other users downstream just simply aren't accounted for in this analysis because the analysis is both spatially and temporally limited to focus only on the BSAI directed fishery. I hope that addresses your question.
It does. Thank you. As a follow-up then, so I guess the level of uncertainty that you're portraying in the Area 4 directed fishery benefits is still associated with this ratio that was used in that approach, the ratio that the SOC recommended and the IPHE staff recommended. Is that right?
Well, I think that as I mentioned, there's a spatial limitation to the analysis in that it's limited to the BSAI directed fishery, and so we're not looking at areas downstream. But I think that it's temporally limited as well because of some of the uncertainties, and we recognize those uncertainties. The analysis is cabined and confined to sort of the immediate short-term directed fishery gains that'll occur, in the immediate term after the PSC is reduced. And it doesn't take account of some of the longer-term directed fishery gains that could accrue from the result of reduced U26 mortality and growth in biomass from those fish that are allowed to recruit into the spawning stock biomass and into the directed fishery. So those longer-term benefits, which I think we all acknowledge are difficult to quantify, aren't accounted for either.
Okay. I think those are addressed, but I'm out of questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Terry Princevic. Mr. Princevic is not available. Let's move to Frank O'Hara Jr. and Frank O'Hara III.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. It's actually just Frank O'Hara III today.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for your time. Our company, O'Hara Corporation, was started 115 years ago in 1907 by my great-grandfather. We have participated in groundfish fisheries ever since. I am part of the fourth generation along with my brothers working for this company. We currently operate 5 catcher processors as part of the Amendment 80 fleet and have been in operation in the North Pacific, catching these same species since 1989. I would like to start by stating our support of the comments of Groundfish Forum, Alaska Seafood Co-op, and the adoption of Alternative 1 status quo. In the last 15 years, we have significantly reduced our halibut catch through tools such as sector allocations under Amendment 80, moving from halibut concentrations, excluders, and deck sorting. Since 2007, we have reduced our halibut PSC mortality by 57%. But this reduction has not come without a cost. We compared our catch per tow from 2011 to 15 against 2016 to 19 for the 3 vessels that operated during this time frame. After the 2016 halibut cut, average catch per haul decreased by 24%, the daily catch on flatfish targets was reduced by 15%, and our revenues decreased by 14%. These figures reflect increased test tows, target species loss from the excluder use, moving from areas of high halibut concentration, and utilizing deck sorting. Some of added costs to these would, of course, be increased fuel use and more fishing time to catch the same amount of fish. As a company, we employ 450 crew and staff. Our employees and their families should be equally considered with other participants in other federal fisheries. All our crew are U.S. citizens. Some have worked on our boats for over 30 years, and this includes captains, deckhands, and processors, people who have made lifelong careers out of the jobs that we provide. Each crew member, on average, could lose between $24,000 to $48,000 per year under these alternatives, or will be forced to tie up a boat, and these jobs will be simply lost. For each of the previous PSC cuts we have received, we have been able to utilize our available tools, but we are tapped out on those tools and have proven to the council we don't have anything available that we aren't trying already. The only tool we will have left to adapt to these predicted cuts is to further reduce our fishing. If the council recommends these significant cuts, it will result in lost jobs, tied up vessels, and a reduction in affordable, sustainable source of protein for U.S. consumers. It is difficult to understand why the council would impose these cuts that have such a significant negative impact to not only our fishermen of our company, but the other 2,000 crew members of the Amendment 80 companies, their shore-based staff, shore-based and support staff, and the untold vendors who have submitted letters of support, especially when the DEIS showed there is little to no benefit to the directed fishery, or more importantly, the spawning biomass of halibut itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hara. Any questions? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. O'Hara. You mentioned several of the tools that you are using within your fleet. I didn't hear hotspot avoidance tools, and I thought that was something that you are using in your fleet. Is that correct that you are using hotspots?
Yeah, I touched on it quickly. I mentioned that we're moving from areas of high halibut concentration, so maybe we're speaking of the same thing there.
Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. O'Hara? All right, thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up is Paul Wilkins and Janet Eric. Following them will be Myron Melividov Sr. and Ray Melividov, and then TJ Durnan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Great. I just wanted to make sure that Janet can be heard as well.
Hi. Good afternoon. Janet Eric here.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Right. Thank you. My name is Paul Wilkins, and I'm quota manager for Coastal Villages Region Fund, or CVRF. Also online with me today is Janet Eric, a Chief Act resident and one of our benefits employees. First of all, CVRF applauds the work of staff and stakeholders to develop the DEIS. Halibut ABM action before you today is complicated and requires a nuanced approach based in science and data, not politics or emotion. You're also grappling with the jurisdictional issues related to the IPHC's pre-management role under the Halibut Act. Alaskan coastal communities are not a monolith. Relationships and histories with specific fisheries differ greatly, and thus priorities and interests of residents do too. CVRF in-region halibut fishery program was heavily subsidized to the point where disproportionate shares of our region-wide benefit operation was used to support the fishery. Its benefits were not distributed equitably among the residents of our 24.
Mr. Wilkins, are you still with us? Okay, like we've lost our connection there. Ms. Eric, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I don't know if you'd planned to provide any testimony, or if that was just going to be Paul and you were going to be there for questions.
Yes, I have testimony. Would you like me to kind of?
Sure. If we could take you, and then we can go back to Mr. Wilkins if he's able to rejoin us. So go ahead, Ms. Eric.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Janet Eric. I live in the native village of Shefornik, Alaska, where I am a member of the Shefornik tribe and a resident of the Coastal Villages CDQ region. Shefornik is located on the southwest coast of the Bering Sea with a population of about 470 permanent residents. There are no roads in or out. Our nearest hub is about 90 air miles away. We depend on subsistence fishing, hunting, and gathering year-round. CVRF has various programs designed to help its member communities and its residents. CVRF operates 18 shops that serve all of its 20 communities, where equipment essential to our lifestyles is serviced by local mechanics and welders. This creates jobs and helps us maintain our boats, motors, and other equipment, which allows us to save money. CVRF is also building new homes. There is severe overcrowding in the region due to the lack of housing. Most do not have the resources or knowledge to acquire new homes on their own. CVRF is providing homes as well as the knowledge to obtain homes on our own without having to depend on housing programs that provide a few homes when funding is available. CVRF also employs our youth in the summer. They learn job skills and stay active with cultural activities. Some get maritime worker training. Another program allows our youth to visit college campuses in the lower 48. We want our youth to get a good education and then return to be leaders in our communities. Thank you for listening to my testimony today.
Thank you, Ms. Eric. Mr. Wilkins, were you able to reconnect? Okay. Looks like we lost Mr. Wilkins. Okay, Council, any questions for Ms. Eric? I believe we've lost a little bit of the context of what Mr. Wilkins was intending to testify to. So we can see if we can get Mr. Wilkins back in a bit and get another couple of minutes for him. But with that, I think we should move on. Thank you, Ms. Eric. It's like Terry Perencevich may be available.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'll start. Yeah, thank you. My name is Terry Perencevich. I'm calling from Sitka. I longline halibut and have for the past 40 years fished out of a skiff in Area 2C. I would like, to me, it's really important as a fisherman that we protect the resource. And also I help participate in getting young people involved in the halibut fishery. And to me, it's really important that they have, faith in the system that everybody counts in the fishery, especially the directed fishery that we need to protect for the future participants. That's pretty much all I have to say, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perencevich. Any questions? Okay, thanks again.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, next up would be Myron Melovidov, Sr. and Ray Melovidov.
Hi, do you hear us okay?
We do. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the North Pacific Council. For the record, my name is Melovidov. I have been fishing for halibut for over 50 years. I lived in St. Paul Island my whole life and fished CDQ and IFQ halibut in Area 4C. I started commercial halibut fishing when the U.S. government ended the commercial fur seal harvest back in 1983. At that time, our community had to find a new economy, and with our subsistence halibut fishing experience, we successfully developed the commercial halibut fishery on St. Paul. Halibut fishing has provided for us. Every family in town benefits from halibut in one way or another. Almost all of my nephews and my 3 sons have fished with me over the years. If it wasn't for the money earned from halibut fishing, I would not have been able to raise my family here in St. Paul. Without halibut, my kids wouldn't have been able to earn their college degrees. We need halibut to be a dependable resource for a community to keep going. The future livelihoods of our local fishermen and their families are totally dependent on a properly managed Bering Sea halibut resource. I ask that the Council consider Alternative 4 in this action. In closing, halibut bycatch must be reduced immediately to protect the resource and those who heavily depend on it. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, for the record, my name is Ray Melovidov. I was born and raised in St. Paul Island. I live here with my family. I'm a second-generation commercial halibut fisherman, and my family has been depending on subsistence halibut for generations. In addition to being a fisherman, I'm the Chief Operating Officer for CBSFA. I have a background in economics, and I also serve on the St. Paul City Council. I've been involved with this action since the beginning. It's been so long that I managed to have a couple kids in that time frame. My daughter is 6 years old, and my son is 3. 10 years from now, I hope to have them out on deck with me and have them grow up halibut fishing like me and my brothers did with my dad. Of all the alternatives in front of you, Alternative 4 gives me and my kids the best chance of being out on the water together and help preserve this way of life that we love. I want to expand a little on the trawl survey effects on PSC limits as it relates to stability to the directed fishery, particularly the high column of the trawl survey. I think you heard earlier from Heather and Jeff, they talked about the indices and how they were trending. We could sort of find ourselves in the low-high category and possibly in the very low-high category, if those indices continue on their current paths. When the change in the trawl survey triggers a movement from low to high and there is a large change in the PSC limit, it has a possibility for bycatch to impact the direct fishery catch limits. When I look at Alternative 3 and it goes from low-low to low-high, you're going from a limit that's less likely to impact current use to one even less constraining. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. I guess we're concerned about facing some disaster years. Like Jeff spoke to those. Those disaster years happen when the setline survey is declining and bycatch is increasing. And so that impact the trawl survey has is really important. And as whatever you guys choose, you might want to consider, limiting that step or the impact of the trawl survey.
Mr. Melovidov?
But in closing,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Concluding comment would be great.
Okay, thanks. In closing, we really just want to fish, and we want to feel like we have a solid future in this fishery. We need stability, and we need something meaningful to come from this action. Thanks for your time and for all the work that's gone into this. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to you both for your testimony. I appreciate it. And so I did want to ask, I believe this question would be directed to Ray, in your support of Alternative 4 as for council action and the impacts that you've raised along with earlier testifiers about the high state of the trawl survey. I just wanted to make sure that I understand your concerns really related to the potential impacts of being in that high trawl state are you described them with respect to alternative 3, but because you support alternative 4, is the approach in that alternative in terms of the way that the stair steps walk through the lookup table, does that address your concerns about AXA being in that high trawl survey state?
Yeah, I just use alternative 3 as an example, but the logic sort of applies across any lookup table across any row. The larger that percentage change, when I said 5%, it's relative to the PSC limit. So when you go from, I'll just use the same example, alternative 3, if you're in the low, you're 25% below current. And if you go to the low, high, you're 20% below current. That's a 5% change. That I guess, sorry, I'm trying to gather my thoughts here. When that change is large, I guess there could be movement in the box. There could be movement. Let me. Sorry, I'm struggling a little bit right here. I guess within each box, the setline survey could move a fair amount. To take an extreme example, if the setline survey value changed in a single year from the highest value in the low box to the lowest value in the low box, you would expect a reduction in the TCEY. In that same year, if the Charles survey state went from low to high and there's a 5% or 10% change in the PSC limit, you could have a large swing in the proportion of removals, compared to the change compared to if the change in the PSC limit was limited by a lesser amount. So I'm just talking about the magnitude of change, and if that's, I suggest that you might consider, limiting it to 5% across whatever numbers are chosen in any of the boxes. I hope that answers your question, and sorry for fumbling a bit.
Well, through the chair, Mr. Melovidov, that does answer my question. Thank you for talking through that. It was helpful. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further questions? Right. Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we've got Mr. Paul Wilkins reconnected here. Mr. Wilkins, if you'd like to, we can give you 2 minutes to conclude your comments. I think you were just talking about the number of communities you had when you got cut off, and Ms. Eric was able to provide her testimony. Are you with us?
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. Technology's my strong suit sometimes. Yeah, I appreciate that, and thanks to Ms. Eric for filling in sort of the balance of that time. I'll just sort of read the last little bit here of my comments. Just wanted to say that access to subsistence is in part related to the health and size of the halibut population. Spawning stock biomass, or SSB, is one important metric that can be used to gauge that strength. DES concludes that there may be minimal positive effects on the halibut SSB regardless of which alternative is chosen. This is the best information available in the DEIS, which was crafted by dedicated and intelligent scientists. CVRF's second priority is to maximize benefits which can be distributed equitably. CVRF receives an annual CDQ allocation of fish we have harvested by the A80 fleet. Our nearly 10,000 residents live in communities with high cost of living and some of the lowest average incomes in the nation. We rely on revenue generated by this quota to support our region-wide benefits program, which Ms. Eric spoke about briefly. As the Council must do with the national standards, CVRF must similarly analyze and balance competing considerations before deciding on a course of action. We strive to ensure our decisions are fair and equitable to all of our residents, help those who need it most, and support the long-term viability of our benefits programs. Considering the potential negative impacts to our benefits programs, as well as the limited potential to improve the SSB, CVRF must support the status quo alternative at this time. Whatever direction the council takes, we encourage the council to minimize negative impacts on all subsistence users and the residents served by the CDQ program in all Bering Sea communities. Thank you for the opportunity to come back to the phone and address you today.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins, for your testimony and your perseverance. It's been a number of technical challenges today, and not the only victim, so thanks again. Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Wilkins. So as somebody who is engaged in sort of all parts of this, or a lot of parts of this particular issue, I'm curious as to your thoughts about if we were to take your recommendation of choosing status quo on this, what's next? Where do we go from there? What does the council then do? The problem doesn't go away. The problem statement makes that pretty clear. So I'm wondering if you have some thoughts about what we would do if we were to adopt status quo.
Through the chair, that's a great question, Mr. Twite. I really do think that there's some value in abundance-based management as a tool to be able to account for excess catch in different sectors and allocations. The reality here is that the IPHC and some of their harvest policy decisions are sort of directing that in regards to how it affects the directed users. And so I'm not, obviously the IPHC has their annual meetings and that kind of thing. And there's different ways to engage in that process. But as far as the council goes, I'm not quite sure how to suggest a future course of action beyond the current status quo. I don't have another alternative to fix what many perceive to be an issue.
If I could follow up on one part of Mr. Wilkins' answer, I'd appreciate that as a second question. Mr. Wilkins, you're one of relatively few testifiers who brought up the role of the IPHC in this. And it's actually been something that's been on my mind as I've been listening to a lot of the testimony is that interesting situation where we manage one part and they manage another. And as I think you sort of pointed out, they have a lot of ability to influence management over the directed fishery. That is their responsibility. You referenced interacting with them, but to what end? What would you suggest either the council or stakeholders consider in terms of interacting with the IPHC?
Through the chair, that's a great question. There's a lot of different great scientists and mathematicians that work with the IPHC that sort of look at their various biomass estimates and try and figure out a way to equitably distribute that fish between the different areas on the sort of the coast-wide level. And I don't forgive me, but I'm not I hesitate to say that there's a specific way that can be fixed. I don't have that level of intimate detail and understanding of the IPHC process. That the recent the IPHC staff have considered that the bycatch is sort of removed from the area where the the bycatch is caught on the IPHC process, and that it seems to me that there's I mean that may be a scientific decision that is considered to be the best by the IPHC, but I'm rambling a little bit here. I guess I'm not quite sure how to answer your question. I think there's a lot of different sides to this, and it
was a bit of an unfair question. So thank you, Mr. Wilkins. I appreciate your answer.
Sure.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wilkins, and to Ms. Eric for your testimony today. And I appreciated it. And so I wanted to ask, since you do have limited time, I think you focused CBRF's interests and objectives and considerations on this particular halibut ABM action with respect to your interest in the Amendment 80 fishery. But I just wanted to ask, because you did a really good job of describing, CBRF's consideration of fair and equitable actions and decisions and where your member communities are impacted. And so can you just characterize a little bit CBRF's participation in the directed halibut fisheries, because you did reference in your testimony considering your member residents, participants in the directed commercial and subsistence fisheries.
Right, through the chair, Ms. Baker. I'm not quite sure where I got cut off there, but I did have a statement about sort of our in-region halibut fishery that sort of similar to what we've mentioned in the past, and Dr. Downs rather has been kind enough to sort of include that as much of that information in the DEIS as possible. But yeah, we did have an in-region halibut fishery. There was a limited number of communities and a limited number of participants that were involved in that fishery. And then about, I want to say, 5-6 years ago, the board, which is made up of a member from each of our communities, sort of took a hard, long look at sort of how that fishery was operating. And it was basically, there was a large amount of benefits programs funding that is generated from other commercial fisheries was going to just supporting that one fishery and the relatively small number of people that were involved in it. The communities that were involved are were primarily the communities that had a close proximity to the resource in the Nunivak Island area and coastal area, and then farther south there's several communities up at the mouth of the Kuskokwim River and on the southern coast of our region that just didn't really have a whole lot of access to that resource. And so those benefits, the board decided were just not being distributed equitably enough to say that, one of every $20 should go to each community. That's a hard thing to do, especially when you're considering the viability of that halibut fishery and the fact that so many people relied on it. But that was as a nonprofit CDQ group with a board of directors, that was the decision that they decided to go into. I'm not sure if that sort of quite got to the level of detail or too much detail that you wanted there, Ms. Baker, but I'm happy to answer follow up further.
Through the chair, Mr. Wilkins, that was really helpful, and I appreciate it. And I don't have any more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. I don't see any additional questions. Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you again for letting me come back.
Okay, next up is TJ Durnan, then Arnie Fugelbog, and then Eric Belsko.
Hi, it's TJ Durnan. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon.
Excellent. Good afternoon, and hello, council members. My name is TJ Dernan. I'm captain of the Alaska Spirit, which is an Amendment 80 trawler owned by the O'Hara family. I just celebrated 30 years of fishing in the Bering Sea, so I've been at it for quite a long time now. My boat provides near year-round employment for about 100 fishermen, and it provides a standard of living for them, which many of them might not be able to achieve elsewhere. These are all people who depend on the continued viability of the Amendment 80 fleet in order to support their families. We've heard a lot of commentary lately about corporations versus individuals of late. And while it does take a larger company to manage the logistics of an Amendment 80 size vessel, the people who are doing the work on the grounds are simply fishermen and women, and they're no different and no more or less important than someone who works in a different fishery. Primarily, I'd like to offer some of my perspective from the fishing grounds on the current tools that we're using for halibut catch avoidance and their limitations. First off, I'm quite proud of everything we've done with deck sorting. This has been a hugely valuable program for us. I participated in the very first one in 2009, and at that time we carried 4 observers plus a project manager, full factory shutdown during deck sorting. They took viabilities on every single we accepted a substantial loss of production, but we realized that this was an important tool. And I'd like to point out that this was in 2009. It's long before the ABM was even on the table. And we have continued with that every single year, with the exception of one since 2009. Also, I built my first halibut excluder way back in 1995. There have been a ton of failures along the way, but through many years of hard work and experimentation, along with collaboration with net manufacturers and lots of visits to flume tanks around the world, we finally have a decent design. But excluders aren't a panacea. Often we're seeing halibut which are close to the same size as our target fish, and using an excluder, any excluder in these circumstances, can actually result in an increase in halibut mortality. With the decrease that I believe that we're seeing in CPUE with excluder use, along with often higher mortalities on the deck sort that we're seeing, it's often the case that we see lower mortality while towing unexcluded. Because we have 200% observer coverage at all times, I'm able to decide in real time what the best course of action is with regard to halibut mortality reduction. For me, really, the bottom line is this. I think that we've done an exceptional amount of work to reduce halibut catch over the years. And I think that the data clearly shows the results of these efforts. It hasn't been easy, but I would like to say emphatically now that we've reached a point where we simply don't have the capacity to weather another cut that is being contemplated in any of these options without a serious consequence to our fishery and our livelihoods. I'd like to thank you for your time, and I'm happy to clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Dernan. Ms. Vanderhoeven has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Dernan. I always appreciate when captains and others who are actually on the water speak to us and give us your perspective. So thank you very much for your comments today. We've heard a lot of criticism that the Amendment 80 fleet can do better with things like on the ground communications. Can you just talk a little bit about your experience and how that works, and if you think that criticism is fair, or if there are places that you see that you could make improvements within your fleet?
No, Ms. Vanderhoeven, thank you for the question. I don't think that the criticism really is fair. We really have 3 layers of halibut communication in place, well, two plus the penalty phase. The first is on the grounds, and not everyone talks to everyone, but there are only 20 boats in the fishery. And so at most, there's 1 degree of separation. If I tell 2 or 3 of the captains that I work closest with that this area has been bad for me, the entire fleet knows very quickly. So that's kind of the first phase of this, and the information makes the rounds within an hour, typically on the grounds. Second, we have in our cooperative office, they're watching our co-op management will see this, and they'll put out alerts to the rest of the fleet. Our rates are published, and this happens relatively quickly. And finally, if we disregard all this, we're subject to monetary penalties if we exceed the halibut avoidance plan cap. So I do think that the communication on the grounds is adequate, and I think it's actually exceptional, bearing in mind how secretive fishermen tend to be. it's a hard thing to do, to, tell somebody that, oh yeah, well, there's the fishing's fairly dirty over here and I'm doing better here, because as I noted, all this information makes the rounds in an hour, and a spot where you might have gotten a trip out of, it'll be mopped up in a day or two because the entire fleet descends. But it's what we've accepted as an operational cost. So there's always room for improvement, yes, but I think that communication is actually quite good in real time between captains. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Durnan, for your testimony. And in your response to Ms. Vanderhoven's question, or maybe it was earlier in your testimony, I can't remember. You mentioned really helpfully kind of the trade-offs between the different tools that you have available. And you mentioned specifically deck sorting and halibut excluders. We've had a fair bit of discussion about halibut excluders at this meeting, and you testified to the decisions that you make there and what the conditions are that affect those decisions. And we've talked about that before with previous testifiers, and I'm wondering if, this probably is an unfair question, but is there a way to not quantify isn't the right word, but document the way that those decisions are made? I understand each vessel is different. Each company has different fishing plans. But I guess what I'm trying to get across is I'm sensing, among some council members and some public, that we just, the way that these decisions are made, because these are voluntary tools, it's not very transparent. And so, given your extensive experience in these fisheries, do you have any suggestions for ways that you could make the use of these tools by the Amendment 80 sector more transparent to the council and to other stakeholders in the public?
Well, I think that the data is there already, Ms. Baker, and thanks for the question. One of the primary things that I look at, there are a number of things that factor into a choice on what to do and how to proceed on halibut mitigation. The first thing is, we're down on deck having a look at the fish, so we see what the composition is of the fish. I immediately check with the observers to see what our deck sorting mortality rate is. And this is something that's not entirely understood or appreciated, I think, by a lot of the public, is when that halibut excluders, particularly when we're fishing in muddier areas, they do kick up a fair bit of sediment into the cod end. And this has detrimental effects on being able to return the halibut live to the water. And this is one of the first things that I look at in making an assessment of things. And when we do the deck sort, the observers, basically straight away within an hour, and often in real time, I'll know roughly what our mortality rate is. And so if I'm seeing, for example, 35% unexcluded and 65% excluded, then I go and I look at just how much at all the data, which is available to me very quickly. It's somewhat difficult to say when X happens, Y happens. It's a subjective analysis, of course. So I don't know if that helps to answer your question, but it's difficult to put a guideline in where we say, if we have mortality X, this is what we should do, because so much of this is just based on an experienced eye assessment of the composition of the cod end at the time that it's going into the tanks. I don't know if that is helpful to you, but that's sort of how it works.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, just a brief follow-up. Thank you for that. That was helpful. And so it sounds like, I'll just summarize to make sure that I got that right. There are a number of variables that impact those decisions, and they're happening in real time, as it were. And so it's really difficult to sort of come up with a framework or a standardized way of responding to those conditions, is kind of what I'm hearing in terms of your decisions. which tool to use and what actual measures to take. Is that a fair way to describe that?
Yeah, that's somewhat true, but we do have quantitative data that helps drive these decisions, right? And that is generated primarily by the deck sorting. Mortality rate is key in this. I mean, because obviously that's our measurement is mortality, and we're trying to keep the deck sort mortality rate as low as possible. And there is variability depending on areas and depending on whether or not there's excluder use. But that is a quantitative decision that's based on the deck sorting observer viabilities. Does that help?
Yes, that is very helpful, Mr. Chair. Mr. Durnan, thank you very much for that clarification. Nothing further.
Thank you, Baker. Any further questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Arnie Fugelbog.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How am I coming in?
Loud and clear.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Arnie Fugelbog, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs of North Star Fishing Company. Glacier Fish Company has significant ownership of North Star, and the largest owner of Glacier Fish is the Norton Sound Economic Development Corporation. We own and operate 4 Amendment 80 CPs, including the newest vessel in the Bering Sea, the North Star. We believe this is a cumulative action and needs to be viewed as an expansion of the 2015 halibut bycatch reductions and included in the record. The DEIS isn't able to quantify the cost of the previous PFC limit reductions and leads you to evaluate the current alternatives without considering the last action. You have to look at a potential 20, 30, and 45% PFC limit reduction in addition to the 25% cut in 2015. The halibut PFC reduction of 25% in 2015 has cost North Star 36,000 metric tons of groundfish catch, worth $33 million for 2016 to 2019, despite level tax for flatfish. If alternatives 2 to 4 were taken at the same time, it would have cost North Star an additional $9.1 million, $16.5 million, or $30.8 million annually. North Star average halibut bycatch decreased 17%, reflecting our halibut bycatch avoidance measures. We used all available tools and methods. We've spent over $1.4 million purchasing excluders in the last 10 years. We changed fishing locations after high halibut tows, adhere to the halibut avoidance plan, and use deck sorting extensively, which drove our average catch rates down 11% from 2015. To offset the reduced catch rates, we have now maxed out our available fishing days in a year. Our company, as well as many others in our sector, have followed the intent of Amendment 80 and Amendment 97 to replace and or rebuild our existing vessels. Modernization of the Amendment 80 fleet was a major goal of previous council and congressional actions and was strongly supported by the public and the council. Our company and the sector are just now maturing and embarking on this monumentally expensive endeavor. Building new vessels in the United States is an extreme cost, over $100 million for the North Star. And any further reductions in halibut PFC limits will make that prohibitively difficult when combined with the negative impacts we are already our catch while fishing at responsible bycatch rates so we can achieve OY and fully harvest our target allocations. With our new vessel operating and increased catching capacity, alternative 2 would decrease annual revenues by $16 million, $22 million under alternative 3, and $37 million under alternative 4 every year. Therefore, alternative 1 is the only alternative that is practicable for our company. We use 90% of our PFC limit on average from 2016 to 2019. Alternatives 2 to 4 are all below that average use and therefore would result in underutilization of our target allocations. Yes.
Mr. Fugelbog, your time is up. Provide a concluding comment.
Yes, sir. We believe further recommendations in halibut PFC limits are impracticable, particularly with the low benefits to the SSB, small differences in benefits to the directed fishery, and net negative benefits to the nation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm available for questions.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fugelbog. Ms. Campbell has a question. Ms. Campbell, we're not getting your Ms. Campbell. I think you're on mute.
Thank you. Nope. You got me now? I think I had the double mute.
Yep, we've got you.
Okay. Arnie, I was trying to follow along with your testimony, and I really was interested in your commentary about how much money the 2015 halibut PSC reductions cost your company. Can you go over how you calculated that, if I understood that correctly?
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Campbell. Yeah, what I said was that the 2015 PSC limit reduction has cost North Star 36,000 metric tons of ground fish, and that was worth $33 million. That was the years 2016, 17, 18, and 19. And during those years, the flatfish tax were level. What we did is we took the average price and then we multiplied that by lost catch. And we determined that lost catch was determined based on the decrease in catch rates from 2015, which was the last year before the PSC limit reduction. And we compared that to 2016, 17, 18, and 19. And we attribute that the lost catch to primarily due to halibut avoidance, lost tows to deck sorting, moving from high bycatch rate areas, and lost catch to excluded fish.
That's where the echo was coming from. Mrs. Campbell?
Thank you. So I guess I'm not quite following along, and I apologize if I'm just being dense, but are you saying that you left fish in the water in those years, even though you only testify that you only used 90% of your PSC limit, or are you really talking about lost efficiency? Can you help clarify that for me?
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Campbell. Yes, we did leave fish in the water. Due to all the halibut avoidance measures that we're taking, when your per day catch goes down, you end up fishing more days in a fishing year. But as we found over that time period that we ran out of fishing days, you have to leave time for shipyard. We stretched and maxed the season out as far as we could get, but we were leaving fish in the water, year to year, and it's continued to decline since 16, 17, 18, 19. Each year had lower catch per day, and the primary reason that our catch per day declined was because of halibut avoidance.
Okay. Thank you, Arnie, for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Fugelwog, for your testimony. We've heard from a number of testifiers, some of which have, a pretty strong background in economics, that the draft EIS either over or underestimated the potential losses to the Amendment 80 fleet, depending on who is speaking. And I guess what I was hoping to get from you in this question is, I also think that the analysis was incapable of parsing out the different Amendment 80 companies and their reliance on flatfish. And I think it's some of those people with a background in economics had indicated that the analysis didn't take into account switching to different species or prioritizing a cut on which species you wouldn't fish for in order to lower halibut. And so I guess if you could help me out, if you can, and confidentiality doesn't prevent you from doing so, can you give us an idea how dependent your vessels and your company are specifically on flatfish, which links you to halibut PSC pretty directly?
Yes. Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, thank you for the question. It was several questions there. I'll start with the last one first. We're probably somewhere between 95 and 100% dependent on flatfish. We have a little bit of POP in the Gulf and the Bering Sea, and then we don't fish in the Aleutian Islands at all. So we are, I think in the table, I think it was page 22, it shows various vessels, and we're certainly one of the most dependent on flatfish, and therefore dependent on halibut bycatch as well. So as far as the economic analysis, I think that the DEIS did a pretty good job of looking at the economic impacts on our whole sector. But, you know, when you look at economic impacts on the sector, it doesn't break it out by company, and they couldn't do that because of confidentiality. And that's why it's very important for companies like ours and others that you'll hear from to come in and talk about the differences. The DEIS does an excellent job of talking about disproportionate impacts. And so we're trying to enumerate, we're trying to further kind of flesh out what those disproportionate impacts are for a flatfish dependent company like ours. So I think the DEIS just couldn't really do that. You know, it also just looked at kind of the catch by the sector, and we've heard a lot of comments about whether catch didn't really go down and the revenues didn't really go down. But when you look at it sector-wide, it doesn't break it out by flatfish and roundfish, and it doesn't break it out by flatfish species in that summed number. It doesn't do that, and it certainly doesn't break it out by companies. So we are virtually entirely flatfish dependent. So I'm trying to add some of those costs and make this point that there are disproportionate impacts. As a company that only, that was fishing at 90% of our PSC limit since 2015, as I said, all of these PSC limit alternatives currently in the DES are going to be below our use. So we're going to lose groundfish. We're using all of our tools. We don't have options that some of the companies do. And I don't mean to, you know, say that impacts, there's huge impacts on all the companies, but we don't have the option to move to other areas or other species. You heard one captain talk about that they might go to the Aleutian Islands if they had high bycatch rates in the Bering Sea. We don't have that option. We also don't have the option to just move to different flatfish species anytime we want. And this was brought up both in testimony and it's in the DEIS that it doesn't work that way. So the assumption that you can fish your high value, low PSC species first, and then moving down the chain across the year, and by the end of the year, you're at your low value, high PSC species, is really showing a lack of understanding of the way that the Bering Sea fisheries work for the Amendment 80 fleet, all the constraints we have on other bycatch species. Not all the species are available in the wintertime. We, as a company, fish some of the deeper water flatfish species in the summer. You can't fish them in January, February, and March. They're not aggregated on the slope. We try to fish species when we have the lowest halibut bycatch available, and that's not the same throughout the year. So there's just a lot of factors there, and I appreciate the question. Hopefully that's getting into that issue that you brought up, which is disproportionate impacts.
Right. Thank you very much. It was helpful. I think any further information helps us inform these decisions. So
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fugelbach, for your testimony. I'll ask you a question that's pretty similar to the question that I asked Mr. Wilkins. If the council chooses to not adopt any of the action alternatives, but rather sticks with status quo, it seems to me that we will have an ongoing problem with the kinds of problems that lead a lot of people to identifying with our purpose and need statement for this. I think we'll have quite a few stakeholders who think that the problems that we've identified don't go away just because we undertook this action and then ultimately made a decision not to take action. And I'm wondering what your sense is of what the council would do next with that kind of scenario where we've got a large amount of our stakeholders viewing this as a sort of a fundamental problem of how between the fisheries the IPHC manages and the fisheries we manage of how the responsibility for maintaining the spawning stock biomass is apportioned.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite. I appreciate the question. And it is an interesting question and a challenge for sure. And I guess I would go back a little bit in time. When we finished the PSC limit reduction in 2015, it was actually before final action that the council decided that they would embark on abundance-based management of halibut and tie the PSC limits to it. And as you remember very well, at final action in Sitka, there was a motion in staff tasking that directed us to develop a halibut avoidance plan. That was what I think you considered step 2 of that particular action. And many people think that the next step was abundance-based management. And I would say that as a sector, we were on board with abundance-based management. We could see that had a lot of utility, and I think, like a lot of other people, we anticipated that would be something that would be scientifically doable. What we found out over the last 5 years, and I should have listened to some folks who were working at the IPHC who said, well, we've been working on this question for a really long time, and it's really, really complicated. We were on board with that approach. We really thought that was going to work. We originally thought the trawl survey was the best indicator of abundance for us, that the size matched. And then all of a sudden we saw a real divergence with encounter rates and the assumption that our bycatch would go down when abundance was going down in the surveys. And then what we found out was that was not true. And the practicability was assumed to be going lower. With it, we started to realize that the tool that we were going to be counting on to match our abundance with the abundance in the survey indexes was really misaligned and really moving in the wrong direction. And we started to really get nervous about it. So I think that the approach of ABM, I personally am still on board with it. I remember, and I hate to, I don't want to go on too long about this particular point, but if you remember a very particular SFC meeting where they talked about this lack of correlation between encounter rates and what that was really about was the presumption of practicability. And they said maybe a real-time kind of system where, the fleet would look at encounter rates early in the year and we could move halibut, throughout the year. And we thought that might be a possibility, but it was quite complex. And we were pretty far down the ABM road and we were not able to continue kind of going that direction. I guess my problem now is that it's somewhat of a math problem. You identified, a crux of this problem, and that is the issue of reducing halibut bycatch and providing halibut, to the directed fishery. And I think about 5 years ago, I said there's a real serious math problem with that because you have to take a metric ton of halibut bycatch mortality and you take half of it as O26, and then you use the IPHC net weight, which is 75, and then you feed it into the 4A, 4B, 4C, D, and E, split it in half, IFQ, CDQ, and by the time it gets down to the various sectors and fisheries, it just doesn't really work. It doesn't provide enough halibut. I personally think that if you really want to solve this problem, you have to really get at how do you get fish directly to the areas that are feeling most acutely. We put an option on the table in front of the council to get fish directly to the communities in 4C, D, and E. And that was not, that did not move forward in the council process, kind of a priority for those communities. We have, looked at various other things. I think that if we stayed and we didn't move forward with ABM, I would go right back to really trying to address that portion of this, which, as the SSC said, was an allocation issue, not a conservation issue. I'd really go back to the heart of the problem. I don't believe that this solves that particular problem, which is what you've heard a lot in testimony. And that's what I would go back to is really boiling this down to issues within where most of the halibut bycatch occurs and where the impacts on the directed fishery occur.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Twite. Any additional questions for Mr. Fugabon? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Next up is Eric Velsko, then Rebecca Skinner, and then Lynn Salbo.
Chairman, members of the council, can you hear me?
We can.
For the record, my name is Eric Velsko. I've been a lifelong Alaskan and have been involved in the commercial halibut fishery since IFQ implementation. I own and operate 2 vessels involved in the Gulf of Alaska halibut fisheries. I'm going to base my comments mainly on the prediction of future behavior of the Amendment 80 fleet. The analysis is clear that it is impossible to predict future behavior of the Amendment 80 fleet as a result of halibut PSC reduction. We've heard staff explain this to the AP and council in presentation, and it can be drawn out in the analysis in a number of sections. Unfortunately, we don't know what the future will bring, but we do know that Amendment 80 is one of the most advanced industrial trawl fleets in the world, and that they will not just continue blindly fishing until the PSC caps are met before maximizing target species. The council analysts did a great job at drawing out what they can from past behavior, but if we based all council decisions only on what was possible in the past, then we never would have made the great strides we have in fisheries management today. We've heard the same concerns we're hearing now from the Amendment 80 sector in 2015 regarding halibut PSC cuts, and over the last 6 years, the fleet has maintained or increased their revenues. Every Amendment 80 company has either retrofitted an existing vessel or built a new one in recent history, or has expanded operations into other trawl sectors. Practical businessmen don't make decisions to build $100 million vessels without thinking about possible and known future bycatch reductions. Conversely, Area 4C, D, and E fishermen have seen a precipitous decline in harvestable halibut and an equally precipitous decline in vessels harvesting this quota. So this is the rub for halibut fishermen, both subsistence and directed, the public, and any other affected stakeholders paying attention to this and other council issues. How can we have a fleet superimpose themselves over the top of another historic fleet, take a disproportionate amount of halibut based on an outdated static PSC cap, allow them the ability to fish year-round, and watch as the directed fishery slowly withers away? Preliminary data from IPHC interim meetings show that halibut stocks are increasing in all areas except the Bering Sea. To me, this seems like the very definition of inequity. Corporate control was inherited from previous councils, but we must not continue to compromise the resource for economics. I believe Alternative 4 is achievable, and at current levels of halibut abundance does not constrain the Amendment 80 fleet. If PSC becomes constraining, then that means the limited function is intended. What other fleet in the North Pacific gets the guarantee of year-round fishing activity while another fleet bears the burden of conservation for them? PSC limits should rise and fall based on abundance, not static caps and counter rates or any other wild concepts we've been forced to entertain during this process. I'd like to also put the encounter rate argument to bed once and for all, because it puts all our survey data into question, and at the end of the day, holds little utility in fisheries management. If fish were evenly dispersed throughout the fishing grounds, we could scientifically determine the exact amount of halibut per metric ton, but we all know that is a naive and disconnected understanding of how fish stocks are distributed on the grounds in actuality. And that concludes my testimony. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Velsko. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Rebecca Skinner.
Good afternoon. Am I coming through?
You are. Good afternoon.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Skinner, Executive Director of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. AWTA members are primarily Kodiak-based trawlers and Kodiak residents, and their small commercial fishing businesses are important to Kodiak's economy, as is every commercial fishing gear type, recreational fishing, and subsistence. This particular action was narrowed early on to the BSAI and to Amendment 80. The Gulf of Alaska was not included or analyzed. However, as I have testified to the council before, I have been following this action with an eye toward how it could impact Gulf trawl in the future. At the beginning of this process, 6 years ago, I thought the concept of tying PSC limits to halibut abundance made sense. Over time, as this action has developed and unfolded through the council process, I have become concerned about the approach and lack of clear connection between the proposed action alternatives and the clear goal of providing halibut to directed users. This issue is complicated from a biological, fisheries management, economic, and political perspective. What I want to focus on today is the challenge of tying outcomes of this action with outcomes from the IPHC decision-making process. In the analysis and through public testimony, there has been a lot of focus on increasing halibut in the directed halibut fishery, particularly in 4C, D, and E. I want to temper the expectation or assumption that this action will result in a benefit to a specific IPHC area, and note that the analysis also characterizes these benefits as attenuated. First, there will be a time delay in incorporating halibut PSC information into the IPHC management process, since PSC is counted in the IPHC year following the PSC mortality. In addition, during the last couple of days, I heard testimony recommending that PSC limit increases based on the survey index results should be further delayed to allow smaller halibut encountered, for example, in the trawl survey, to grow up. So that would add an even greater time delay. Two, halibut catch limits don't necessarily align with abundance, even as measured by the IPHC. Table ES4 in the executive summary documents where catch limits were set above scientifically derived reference levels. In addition, while halibut surveys assess geographic location of fish, the approved catch limits are not based on these survey results by area. Moreover, 4C, D, and E is a subset of an IPHC biological area, as explained by Dr. Hicks earlier this week. Trying to achieve a particular outcome for a biological subarea will be challenging and is not within the control of the Council, but rather the IPHC. This action was supposed to tie PSC limits with halibut abundance, but instead it sounds like there is a push to tie PSC limits with directed halibut catch limits. This is problematic since the IPHC sets catch limits, and that process is complex and involves a foreign party to a treaty. I remain concerned that even after 6 years, it seems unclear what halibut abundance means. This action proposes two indices, neither of which correlates well with Amendment 80 encounter rates, and also don't necessarily match with approved directed halibut catch limits throughout the IPHC areas. All of that being said, I do think that the draft EIS presents the best information available for this action. This is a difficult issue and will ultimately come down to how the Council balances the national standards. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Lynn Selbo, then Luke Fanning and Angel Drobnica, and then Annika Saltman. Lynn Selbo. Okay, so move on to Luke Fanning and Angel Drobnica.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear us okay?
We can.
Wonderful. Mr. Chairman and members of the Council, my name is Luke Fanning, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the Aleutian-Pribilof Island Community Development Association. On the call with me today is Angel Drobnica, who's our Director of Fisheries and Government Affairs. While I'm speaking on behalf of APICTA today, I will note that I'm a lifelong Alaskan, as well as a halibut fisherman in the directed longline and sport fisheries. I would like to start by thanking the Council for its leadership and for your staff for their tremendous work on this issue. We understand that this is a complex issue and that the Council must consider many factors in making its decision. We appreciate how challenging this process has been for everyone involved. APICTA serves 6 communities in the Aleutian-Pribilof region, including several halibut-dependent communities in Regulatory Area 4, one of which is in the Pribilof Islands, community of St. George, which is in an area of particular focus in this action. For many years, APICTA has provided financial support and tendering service, which is the only market access for our St. George fishing fleet. In the summer season, we run a tender about 40 miles north to St. Paul, where the fleet's halibut is processed at Trident's plant, and our boat brings back fuel, bait, ice, and supplies for the community. This fishery represents a critically important employment opportunity for our residents and holds significant cultural value. Between our small boat fleet and their crew, the impact of the fishery reaches almost every family on the island. APICTA represents one of many stakeholders in the Bering Sea, and we recognize and respect that there are differences in perspectives on the best path forward on this action. Our staff have reviewed the analysis, consulted with our board, which is comprised of active commercial and subsistence fishermen from each of our 6 communities. We also convened a fisheries committee to specifically address this issue, and we've spoken with our CDQ colleagues and our industry harvest partners to understand their positions and concerns about this action. We have a sincere appreciation for those on all sides of this issue. We want to be clear that we do support meaningful changes to halibut bycatch management, particularly during times of low abundance, to help protect opportunity for the directed fishery. But we do have concerns about Alternative 4, and particularly the extent of the revenue impact increases between Alternatives 3 and 4. We believe there is room for a compromise in this package that could be better aligned with the analytical findings and result in a more defensible action. We think that this approach could take one of several different forms. As a CDQ group, we must consider our participation in the federal fisheries, including our royalties from the harvest of CDQ allocations and our investments in the fishing operations which enable us to carry out our mission of providing economic development to Western Alaska communities. Even though bycatch limits for the CDQ sector will not be directly impacted under this action, there could be negative downstream effects on the ability to fully harvest and lease our CDQ quota. Like most of the other groups, we rely on an Amendment 80 partner to harvest our CDQ allocation. Our fisheries revenue helps provide a range of programs that include support to our small boat fishermen in some of Alaska's most remote and high-cost communities. We also provide grant programs that support critical infrastructure projects such as housing, health clinics, and fuel assistance, utility support, scholarships, and vocational training. Each year, we award millions of dollars in direct assistance to our communities, and these programs would not be possible without our federal fisheries investment. While the revenue generated from our federal fisheries is essential to the ongoing functions of APICTA and our continued ability to offer support to all of the communities we serve, just like the Council's role, that is not our only consideration when we're facing how to balance the trade-offs between these kinds of actions. We recognize and sincerely appreciate the bycatch reduction efforts of our Amendment 80 partners and the sector's responsiveness to the concerns of halibut stakeholders. Despite these efforts, we believe there is a need to take additional management measures to respond to low levels of halibut abundance and the disproportionate impact this is having on the directed fishery. We support a compromise action in recognition of the findings of the analysis and the balancing act that we must do between our small boat interests and the fisheries investments that allow us to support our portfolio of essential programs in the region that we serve. Mr. Chair, I'll pause there for any additional comments from Angel Drobnica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just quickly echo our appreciation for the time and thought council members have spent working on this issue and meeting with impacted stakeholders. We understand that your decisions need to be guided by the best available information and MSA requirements, and that this process has its limitations and uncertainties. We've struggled with trying to find a balance in all the interests we have as a CDQ group. Clearly, we have colleagues and partners on both ends of this issue who have different perspectives on what is meaningful or practicable, all of whom we have a great deal of respect for. We do believe that there's some kind of action here that will provide measures to aid in the long-term stability of our small boat fisheries as well as our larger CDQ programs. And as Luke mentioned and stated a couple times, we do remain hopeful that a compromise action is possible. And we're both happy to help answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Angel and Luke, for your testimony. You can opt not to answer, but are you just providing the council your advice to pick something in between no action and alternative 4, or do you have an alternative that you are more leaning toward? Anything specific that you can provide in terms of the alternatives?
Sure.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, Luke.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm going to defer to Angel on the specifics, but would otherwise say we recognize the importance for balance. We see some challenges with both 1 and 4, frankly, and would just reiterate our support for some kind of compromise solution, and I'll defer to Angel to refer to the specific mechanisms we've considered.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, as you're well aware, as structured, alternative 2 and alternative 3 outperform one another at varying levels of abundance. And you heard some testimony earlier on some of the opposing movement in the indices, which probably needs some consideration at medium levels. But what we've really been concerned with and focused on are the low, and particularly very low levels, which alternative 3 performs better at. That said, we recognize that there are options and choices in this package to improve upon either alternative by adjusting numbers in the boxes or the addition of option 3, which is a performance standard. I know that there hasn't been a whole lot of buy-in for a performance standard from either side due to various concerns about the fundamental cap limits. And from the perspective of some Amendment 80 participants, there might not be a whole lot of extra room left in the boxes to make this option function. But we've seen some external factors that have resulted in some stability over the past 5 years, and conceptually, this is something that could really allow the fleet some important flexibility during unanticipated events, and additional gains back to the directed fishery in other years. So this type of option, I also really believe aligns well with the incentive language and the purpose and need. Again, there's not a whole lot of boxes, or there are a lot of boxes here to move, but I really think that the very low box needs particular attention, considering the state the directed fishery would be if abundance drops to that level.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question. I just wanted to take this opportunity to recognize Ms. Drobnika's valiant efforts on this particular issue, chairing the AP during the final stages of an action that has been one of the most difficult actions this council has considered in my time on the council. This is definitely a difficult task, and I really appreciate the fairness, the sensitivity, and the leadership that Ms. Drobnika has displayed in her role as chair of the AP. And just, it's not a position I would have wanted to be in, and you've done it very, very well, Angel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. To the chair, Mr. Twite, that means a whole lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any further questions? All right. Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, take one more testifier and then have an afternoon break. Next up is Annika Saltman.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Members of the council, I'm Annika Saltman with Fisherman's Finest. FFI started in what is now the Amendment 80 fishery in 1986 and operates 3 Amendment 80 vessels employing 250 American men and women as crew. The DEIS paints a sobering picture of the future of the Bering Sea flatfish-dependent companies like FFI under any of the ABM action alternatives. The DEIS shows in Figure 11 on page 222 that all action alternatives will shut companies down every year. Flatfish-dependent companies like FFI will bear the biggest brunt of this action. This is best illustrated by the fact that at a PSC limit of 1483 metric tons, which is a 15% reduction from status quo, FFI would have been shut down on halibut PSC in 2 of the 4 years between between 2016 and 2019. The action alternatives are not practicable for FFI and will result in an exponential contraction of our fishing year and Amendment 80 groundfish harvest with devastating economic impacts to each of the crew members that work on our vessels. I'd like to take the rest of my time today to speak for our fishermen and tell the council who they are and what alternatives 2 through 4 mean for them. Our crew are American men and women, U.S. citizens, overwhelmingly minority, who work away from their families, often in difficult conditions. Jobs on our vessels are middle-class, blue-collar, career path jobs. The statistics on FFI crew retention are staggering. 23% of our active crew have been with FFI between 10 and 36 years. An additional 28% of our active crew have been with FFI for between 3 and 10 years. These are not transitory or seasonal workers. These men and women have spent their careers, raised their children, and supported their families with the salaries earned from this Amendment 80 flatfish fishery. We have countless number of employees who began as processors and have worked their way up into highly skilled positions such as captain, mate, factory manager, and deck boss. Our crew earn their salary in a crew share system, meaning that they each make a percentage of what their vessel earns for each trip. Around 30% of the gross revenue from each trip goes to the crew. The DEIS and the data to lose $24,000 to $48,000 annually under any of these action alternatives in the low category. Typically, each position is shared by 2 rotating crew members, so this means an expected $12,000 to $24,000 hit to each individual crew member. With the average 2019 Amendment 80 crew income at $57,000, this is a significant income loss for each of our crew and for their families. For the reasons I've already described, unfortunately, the economic reality could be much harsher for the employees of a flatfish-dependent company like FFI. We have no practicable way to get to the level of reductions proposed in these action alternatives. Council, please select Alternative 1 status quo here at final action and protect these hardworking American fishermen and their families.
Thank you, Ms. Saltman. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Saltman, for your testimony. I had a question about the first part of your testimony, and I think I know what you were referencing, but I just want to confirm that. You referenced a 15% reduction in the PSC limit would effectively shut down FFI. And were you referring to, I don't have the table in front of me, but the specific table in the DEIS that shows company-specific impacts of the different PSC limits that the council's evaluating in this action? Is that what you were referring to?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes. So figure 11 on page 222 of the DEIS is the count of Amendment 80 firms that would have exceeded the proposed halibut PSC limits in each year. I think, the analysis really, the DEIS really focuses a lot on the sector level impacts to Amendment 80. And it unfortunately, it really, with the exception of that one figure 11, it really dulls the real impacts to each company. And that's because they use an average suite of years and an average between the companies. And we don't work in an average suite of years. We work in each individual year as a discrete fishing year for us. And each individual Amendment 80 company has a different portfolio of species and is able to achieve different levels of halibut PSC reductions because of those species mixes that you've heard a lot from other Amendment 80 company representatives about. So I was pleased to see this table figure 11, page 222 in the DEIS, but I think that unfortunately most of the rest of the document really dulls the impacts to the individual companies, especially the flatfish dependent ones, and that's why I wanted to bring it out today in public comment.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you for that, Ms. Saltman. And so related to that, we have heard testimony about the revenue impacts analysis that is done in the DEIS in terms of the assumptions that were made about what Amendment 80 fishery responses would be to PSC limit reductions. And so what are your company's options in terms of, there was suggestion in that testimony that perhaps there was flexibility to essentially pursue flatfish fisheries with lowest levels of PSC first, most profitable, and then sort of move down the line in terms of higher PSC and less revenue. In terms of the way Fisherman's Finest portfolio is set out, do you have options like that in terms of flexibility in your structured fishing year?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, no. The Amendment 80 quota portfolio that Fisherman's Finest holds is 98% flatfish, 2% Aleutian Islands quota share species, which is not, that's not enough to actually prosecute the fishery. So we are in the Bering Sea. We can choose between our yellowfin sole target, a rock sole target, or a flathead sole target. Unfortunately, because of the Pacific cod tack and the fact that Pacific cod is a hard cap species for Amendment 80, and there typically are higher incidental catch rates of Pacific cod in the rock sole fishery, that target has not really been available to us in the last couple of years. So, for the majority of the time, we really are in the yellowfin sole target. I'm not sure if that was exactly what you were looking for, but hopefully got close.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah, that was helpful. Nothing further. Thanks, Ms. Saltman.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Saltman. I am looking at figure 11, and I just wonder if you could comment on, would that figure look differently if Amendment 80 companies operated more as a co-op around halibut PSC? In the presentation, there's not a lot of movement of PSC among companies to date, and I'm wondering if there's room for that improvement in the future. I wondered if you could comment on how you think that figure might change and maybe be less of an impact on some companies if they operated in that way.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, that's a great question. I think the co-op structure really is a key to the success of the Amendment 80 fishery. But I'm looking at the PSC cuts contemplated in these action alternatives 2 through 4, and halibut PSC is going to be a scarce resource for all Amendment 80 companies under these alternatives. And I think, both Mr. Woodley and then each individual Amendment 80 company rep kind of spoke to that. And so the way that we operate is each company looks at kind of their fishing portfolio going into each year and puts down a fishing plan and then tries to prosecute that fishing plan. But it's crucially, we don't really know in any given year or even halfway through a year what we might encounter later in the season or later into the fall. And so with scarce resources like halibut PSC will be under any of these action alternatives, I mean, they're really, the ability to trade or transfer within the cooperative structure, I don't think really is going to help flatfish dependent companies, because other companies are going to need buffers and they're going to need to account for uncertainty later in the year. So although the co-op structure really has been one of the big successful pieces of Amendment 80, especially in the last couple of years, I just don't know that it's going to be effective in the way that folks have characterized it in terms of transferring halibut PSC around amongst companies.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further questions? Okay. Ms. Saltman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let's take an afternoon break, come back at 2:55 Alaska time, and continue with public comment.
No, not right now. Why don't you drink some orange juice?
Council, please come back to order. We are ready to continue with public comment. Next up is Bob Hessel, then Linda Benkin, then Forrest Braden. Just before we get into testimony, my intention, unless there was quite a bit of opposition to it from council, to see if we can get through public comment today. I think that's going to require perhaps going a little bit late, but I think it would be good to get that finished up, and then we can have the weekend to consider testimony and motions, and then head into action on Monday morning. So again, unless there's opposition to that, I think we can just push through testimony this afternoon. Okay, I'm not registering any opposition. So Bob Hessel, are you available? Mr. Hessel, if you are trying to testify, you may be on mute. And again, we will circle back through the list one more time at the end. Okay, Linda Benkin.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Linda Benkin, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Our organization includes over 200 vessel owners and crew who reside in 18 Alaska communities, as well as some who live outside Alaska when not fishing. Our members halibut fish in the Gulf and Bering Sea. Most also subsistence fish or retain halibut from a commercial trip to share within their community. Halibut defines and sustains us. Thank you for your work on ABM, and thank you to the analysts who have wrestled with this challenging issue. Although in our written comments we identified what we find to be over or understated in the analysis, there is, of course, a wealth of information to guide your decisions. To focus first on conservation and quote from the analysis, minimizing halibut PSC to the extent practical is necessary to maintain a healthy marine ecosystem, ensure long-term conservation and abundance of the halibut stock, provide optimum benefits to fishermen, communities, and U.S. consumers. It perhaps bears repeating that abundance-based management is fundamental to conservation. That is why it's integral to all council management. Since bycatch accounts for over half the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island halibut mortality, and you manage bycatch, establishing ABM for halibut PSC is long overdue for conservation reasons. The resource will benefit from reduced bycatch mortality of juvenile halibut. The directed fisheries of the Bering Sea will immediately benefit from reduced mortality of O26 halibut, and all halibut fishermen and communities will benefit both short and long term from reduced mortality of U26. As Dr. Hicks said, 80% of that impact is felt outside the Bering Sea. In the absence of ABM of PSC, the directed fisheries are the conservation buffer for bycatch, both by direct deduction and SPR adjustment. This is profoundly unfair and a long-term injustice that ABM, if properly constructed, can and must end. We support ABM. We support the indices you have identified. In terms of the alternatives, as currently specified, only alternative 4 restores a measure of equity by rebalancing bycatch with abundance decline since the caps were set. Directed fishery landings were reduced by 52%, and bycatch mortality actually increased by 15% over 2011 levels. This is the inequity we asked you to correct. Alternative 2 does not come close, neither does alternative 3, and since alternative 3 also allows bycatch to increase over current caps, it seems in direct contradiction to National Standard 9. Alternative 4 meets your purpose and need relative to achieving a Y and NS8 by providing for the sustained participation of fishery-dependent communities. Please remember that reductions in the bycatch caps are only meaningful if those reductions are substantially reduced bycatch use, and only alternative 4, as specified, does that. Alternative 3 reduces bycatch use by an estimated 5 metric tons relative to the backcast as performed from table 2.4. That degree of reduction does not restore equity. To quickly address net national benefits, I won't repeat what Dr. Sutherland said, but I will share with the council that in the AP, Mr. Brandon spoke to the limited nature of the economic analysis relative to capturing the value of community, culture, well-being and welfare in the true sense of that term. The Council has a responsibility to incorporate these considerations into decision-making as part of determining OI and compliance with National Standard 1. I would note that the Department of Interior comments that the EIS raised this issue, as do comments submitted by the EPA, to highlight two important social equity points that I took from EPA comments. Number one, the fishery resources that tribes depend on are trust resources, i.e. they are to be managed with heightened consideration for impacts on Native people. Number two, Seattle is not a community comparably situated to the BSI communities, and A80 vessels owners do not meet the criteria for a disadvantaged environmental justice community. There are certain values that numbers cannot capture. Nevertheless, the recent EO highlights their importance and directs federal bodies to incorporate these concerns into decision-making. In closing, halibut runs through coastal art, culture, and economy. It is deeply respected and valued by coastal fishermen and communities. The high bycatch rates associated with Amendment 80 are part of the industrial economy that we as a world are starting to recognize is undermining the very systems on which we depend. We are all somewhere along the continuum of understanding the need to transition from this industrial economy to one that is regenerative, distributive, and respects both planetary limits and all who inhabit this planet. Those of us who come from a place of white privilege have the farthest to go to make this transition and generally have the hardest time recognizing that privilege. And with a quote that I currently have taped up above my desk here at my workstation, which is, after centuries of global plunder, the profit, I should say first, this comes from the Climate Justice Alliance. After centuries of global plunder, the profit-driven industrial economy rooted in patriarchy and white supremacy is severely undermining the life support systems of the planet. Transition is inevitable. Justice is not. Today, we're asking you to think carefully about conservation and justice and make that the foundation of your decision. We support ABM of bycatch caps, and we support Alternative 4. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Are there any questions? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Previously, when you've testified on this issue, I've asked if you were willing to allow the PSC cap to increase as halibut abundance increased. And I thought on those occasions that you had said yes, but what I thought I heard you say today was that you had issues with the alternatives that allowed the PSC cap to go above its current level. So I'm trying to understand if your position has changed or if I misunderstood in the past or today what your position is on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Through the chair, I don't think my position has changed. So certainly under abundance-based management, bycatch caps will go up and they will go down as abundance changes, but we would expect that those caps would not go above current levels since those current levels have never been exceeded.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to understand some of your comments, Linda. And I feel like, so correct me if I'm wrong, that your comments weren't so much on the premise that will have a significant effect on TCEY or halibut available to the directed fishery by this individual action, but that we will be able to directly address one of the primary objectives in the problem statement where PSC becomes a larger and larger proportion of total removals in Area 4 as halibut abundance declines. Do you see the difference I'm trying to get at? And if I'm wrong about that, please correct me.
Ms. Kimball, through the chair, I'm not sure I fully understand your question. I'll take a shot at it, and you can tell me if I've missed it. I think there has been a interesting I'm at a loss for words a little bit, but possibly obfuscation of the direct responsibility the council has over bycatch and the direct impact bycatch has on the directed fisheries. I know you modified your problem statement to say the action you take may allow for increased opportunity by the directed fishery because you can't specify what the IPHC may set for the FCUIs in an area that's up to the IPHC. But certainly the council now fully understands that bycatch is taken off the top before those FCUIs are taken, and that there is a very direct impact on the directed fisheries of the Bering Sea from O26 bycatch that occurs in the Bering Sea areas, and particularly since over 80% of that bycatch happens in 4C D&E, there's a really big direct impact from your action on this issue on those directed fisheries. There's also an adjustment that's made across all areas, Alaska and beyond, that is directly associated with bycatch of the U26 fish. So that also has a direct effect on the TCUI and eventually the FCUI, which is the catch limits that are set for the directed fishery. So I was frustrated by some of the changes made in that purpose and need statement. I think when you started this, you had a very clear goal of providing for a directed fishery. I hope that still is very clearly in your mind as part of your responsibility or your purpose with this action. And I recognize that happens through the IPHC, but you have a very shared responsibility with the IPHC for management, since over half of the mortality in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands of halibut is from bycatch, and bycatch is under the council's jurisdiction.
Thank you.
Are there questions for Ms. Benkin? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, let's circle back to Bob Hessel.
Chairman, can you hear me now?
We can. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon. Members of the council, my name is Bob Hessel. I'm currently the captain of an Amendment 80 fishing vessel, America's Finest, whose owner, I might add now, is a minority and also female. I have over 40 years of groundfish experience in Alaska waters. Began fishing my career in 1979, the deckhand on a crab boat out of Dutch Harbor, and worked my way up through the ranks. My wife and I were married in 1980, and we started raising our family even through all the ups and downs of being a commercial fisherman. We have 4 great children, 6 grandkids. My brother, my son, also Alaska fishermen, raising their families in this industry. I've been a vessel captain since 1985, and I've managed crews from 35 to 120 men and women working in hard conditions. It's always been my responsibility, my crew, and ensure their safety and produce income for their families. For more than 20 years now, I've been working on excluders for halibut reduction in the Bering Sea flatfish fisheries, and in the last 3 years, I've been a captain of a vessel that has the ability to tow 2 identical nets simultaneously, referred to as a twin trawl. This has given us an opportunity to do ad hoc tests of excluder designs against each other and verify the general effectiveness of any excluder design against non-excluded trawls. Increasingly, we have found that halibut just about the same size as our target species, and so our excluders are not working as well as they have in the past, where halibut were generally larger than our target species. The result is we often see a proportional disadvantage to using excluders where small halibut are present. I find that using an excluder in these conditions can actually lower the CPUE of target fish while accumulating a disproportionate amount of small halibut in the cod end. This creates longer deck sorting times, which lowers the halibut viability and means that deck sorting and excluders used together can be somewhat counterproductive. The practicability of moving away from these small halibut interactions is considerably decreased by other constraining and limiting factors we juggle on the water. For us in Amendment 80, we juggle multiple target species of hard caps, PSC caps, and areas that are closed to us. In the recent past, hard cap reductions in cod and crab have made even more restrictive by the way of spatial closures of the Pribilof Island box and the red king crab savings area box. Just those two areas alone take away almost 50% of our 35 fathom edge where we find fish and the ability to chase clean and high CPUE schools of flatfish. As an operator on the grounds, I can tell you that any further halibut restrictions to this fishery will only worsen or exacerbate these problems and severely reduce sustainable yields of flatfish production. All our tools to avoid halibut and mitigate halibut mortality are fully implemented at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hessel, for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay. Thanks again for joining us.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right. Next up is Peggy Parton and Matt Upton.
Mr. Chair, can I get a sound check?
Loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. This is Forrest Braden, and I'm testifying today for SEGO, Southeast Alaska Guides Organization. And we've got about 250 or so businesses in Southeast Alaska, about 500 vessels between them all, and they're fishing, guided sport fishing, and they're, I would say, heavily dependent on the halibut resource to offer opportunity to folks to come up and sport fish. We'll come out straight in support of Alternative 3, and I was struggling to know if it was now out of fashion or I missed the memo, but we actually supported some options. One would be option 1 with the rolling average on the indices, and the option number 3 with a 90% performance standard. And also there was, this came up in the AP and was in the analysis about using a multi-year rolling average applied to that for various reasons that hopefully I'll get to here. And I'll circle back around to that. I'll probably speak to my attachment there in the testimony sign-ups at some point here in my testimony. But I want to speak to one point. There's been a lot of talk about whether this is a conservation action and or what really the crux or the focus of it is, and certainly it is protection of those fleets that are heavily impacted by BSAI bycatch, and specifically for CD&E. And it's difficult to say at this point if you can get both sides to come together and if there's a workable solution here. But we've obviously supported something that's a compromise, and we think there's good reason for it. But speaking to the conservation side of things, the analysis does say additional long-term harvest opportunities for the commercial halibut fisheries could accrue throughout the range of the halibut stock from a reduction of halibut PSC from fish that are less than 26 inches. And obviously, how it's taken into account in the IPHC process, it's U26 is sort of distributed along the same lines of O32 distribution to the various areas. And it's my recollection that in the past, and I'm a MSAD member, Management Strategy Advisory Board, and the various discussions that have surrounded this, that it sort of mimics what the current modeling is of where those fish might end up. So yeah, there is a connect there, but to me, what is probably more important is that this action and others like it, possibly in the future, are sort of a collective movement to look at bycatch reduction. And if you're interested, you can look at the interim IPHC interim stock assessment PowerPoint, and on slide I think it's 41, it shows that retroactively looking, I think it was years 2010 through 15. I should probably put it up in front of me, that we were actually, when we thought we were above B30, which is a trigger point for the directed fisheries, we were actually below it. And I'd like to think in terms, so I wrote this statement down as I was listening to these testimonies. I wrote, where do sector trade-offs end and conservation begins? And I think there's a point there because I remember conversations where we were discussing fishing intensities and starting to tap on the brakes so that we didn't approach this spawning biomass at 30% line, which is the first trigger, and then a ramp, and then we get to spawning biomass SB20, which is a full stop for directed fisheries. And there are big confidence intervals around those. We don't actually know where we're fishing. We're sort of guessing that we're in the middle of certain ranges. And so I think people ought to ask themselves if there's a big mechanism between the trawl sectors, whether it be cod trawl or A80 or the Gulf trawl sector, to utilize a lot of halibut. And when we're talking low abundance, if we were actually in low abundance in those years, which I think is fair to say if we're under SB30 or B30, it takes a collective effort, and that's how we see it. I'm going to move on to why we supported Alternative 3 with a performance standard for my last minute and a half here. Pull my slide up. I maybe you went or maybe didn't go to my attachment, but I basically just copied and pasted figure ES2 in here, and I needed a visual of how Alternative 3 with performance standards or without performance standards looked like compared to historical use. And I'll exclude year 2015 and 2021, but I think it's very appropriate to use 2016 through 20 to look at how the fleet performed. And in 3 out of the 5 years, they were both under the cap and under the performance standard, 90% performance standard applied. Performance standard, what I thought the analysis brought out is that there is no incentive to fish below a cap if you're getting close to it. And I like that, as I've thought about this and listened, I like the concept that there's an incentive to fish below a given line. And I've used up my time. So I'll stop there. And if there's any questions or anything you want me to flesh out a little more, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Braden. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Braden, for your testimony. I appreciate that, and particularly your support of Alternative 3. You were clear about that with the performance standard option, and you explained to us why that made sense to you along with option 1. And so I guess I wanted to ask, as you were coming to that determination, we've heard a lot of testimony that Alternative 4 is the only action alternative that's in front of the council that would really have any meaningful impact for the directed halibut fisheries. And so how did you balance the information in the DEIS and all of, I'm sure, the many conversations you had to arrive at your conclusion that Alternative 3 with the options that you support would be a good action for the council and presumably have meaningful impacts from your perspective?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. I have personally, and I'm assigned to do it, stared at this a lot and thought a lot about where we're at and where everybody's coming from in terms of their needs. And as I started my testimony out, this has been a very polarized issue, and I don't know if there could have been things could have been looked at by both sides to come to some type of compromise that would actually been workable. And I don't know if we'll go there, but as I saw it in analysis, one of the things that keeps coming up is how far off, we look at these percentage reductions in these tables, but they're based off the status quo and not necessarily where the use has been. And I think that there's been a lot of stewardship in A80 to bring down bycatch below levels that they would have actually been held to, with the caveat that their groundfish TAC actually, the analysis says, holds them below, they're kind of constrained by the 1,396 metric ton cap anyway. But looking down here, it just seems like that there's the potential for the fleet to adapt to something at these levels that they've performed there. And I was in 2017 that, they had great performance for use in 2020. And someone cautioned me about using 2020 as a indicator of what the fleet could do. But then I looked back on, I think it's, table 313 of the draft EIS, and 2020, it shows their total harvest is right up there or exceeding a lot of the recent years. And so it seemed like they were capable of getting the groundfish that they were looking for, even at these lower levels of use. And so I don't know, it's been such a complicated issue. And if you just visually look at it, you can just almost visualize that this is a place that the fleet, under most circumstances, can probably perform. They had a couple of anomalous years in 2018 and 19, but they've labeled them that way. And I don't know if you do an action based on anomalous situations or those that are just the exception to the rule. So we just, I don't know, we felt like it was a comfortable area to land, and hopefully it would be a solution that could help on both sides.
Through the chair, Mr. Braden, thank you. That's helpful. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Plight.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Braden, appreciated your testimony. You pointed out in your testimony that generally one of the values of performance measures as a tool is that it can increase incentives to be avoiding bycatch at all times, even when the properly constructed performance measures can incentivize avoidance of bycatch, no matter where the total catch is relative to the cap, which is certainly a positive attribute in general. I'm guessing based on that your support for Alternative 3 is to some extent contingent on whether or not Alternative 3 contains a performance measure. But I thought, rather than guess, I thought I would just flat out ask you, is your support for Alternative 3 contingent on it including a performance measure?
Through the chair, Mr. Twight, thanks for the question. And yes, it is. Option 1 made some sense to average the indices, but wherever the council lands on that, but it's definitely contingent on using a performance standard at 90%.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks, Mr. Mr. Meseroff.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your testimony for us. But you've obviously been on this issue since the beginning. You and your group have a dog in this fight in the same way that other participants from Southeast Alaska do. And I really appreciate the sort of non-biased follow. I appreciate the effort. And I think you've set a good standard for people that are trying to be impartial and see both sides. My question for you is, at the very end of your document, you say you don't support option 2, you support option 3 at a 90% with a performance standard, and you also support option 4. So it's safe to say that somewhere in there would be a satisfactory place to land. Is that correct?
Thanks for the question, Mr. Meseroff, through the chair. So you're seeing a pretty raw document. I think it's obvious through, this was a working document for me, and I just didn't have time to clean it up. But I really, option 4, really what we ended up supporting was option 1 and option 3, and the others sort of fell by the wayside. So I apologize for not even scrolling down that far and realizing that was available for your view, but 1 and 1 and 3 is where we landed.
Okay, thanks again. Appreciate the clarification.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Thank you, Mr. Braden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the chance to testify.
Next up is Peggy Parker, then Matt Upton, and then Malcolm Milne. Ms. Parker. If you're speaking, you may be on mute.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. And I hate to do this, but I'm going to ask for no questions after my testimony. We had an unexpected death in my family, and I need to be somewhere in a few minutes, so I'll just give you my testimony. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, Committee, and Council members. Peggy Parker from the Halibut Association of North America. Our members process the majority of halibut harvested from the North Pacific. Our position on this issue has always been with an eye on the fundamental pillars of fisheries management. Two in particular in this action, what abundance-based means and how managers best address critical decision-making with limited scientific data. What I want to do in my 6 minutes is invite you all, as you deliberate whatever motion is before you, to do one thing, just once or twice, expand the frame through which you see this issue. Widen it to see a few components that this process has not embraced, and move slightly forward in time to see what the world will look like after this decision is made, no matter what alternative you pick. Today, the world in which we live is going through some seismic shifts, and I'm not talking about the pandemic, climate change, the Me Too movement, or Black Lives Matter. I'm talking about the growing awareness of diminishing natural resources and increasing demand for them. I'm talking about understanding more fully impacts on all users, including those who are not stakeholders of a fisheries management plan, but who are at the end of those waves generated by the pebble hitting the water. When the plan is implemented, households in Western Alaska and coastal communities ringing the Bering Sea are impacted in ways we are understanding mostly through public testimony here. Where this information could have been included was in the socioeconomic analysis, under an analysis of welfare economics. That was not included. The frame did not accommodate it. So the focus on finding, quote, the optimal allocation of economic resources, goods, and income to best improve the overall good of society was not part of the final document. When you're comparing the high output volume of large-scale fishing fleets and the much smaller volume and smaller vessel size and crew size of the directed fleet, a comprehensive metric that covers all impacts to relevant communities must be part of the context in which that comparison is made. The analysts pointed out that those metrics may be captured in tribal consultations and in other meetings regarding marine resources, but were not captured here. That exclusion of profoundly important information and data would usually result in a most precautionary outcome. It should here too. Fisheries management is complex, and it sometimes helps to go back to fundamentals and ground truth them. We did that in this case, and then we started to chip away at it. Abundance-based management is a lofty goal, but in its most simple description was found to be evidently not practicable. That definition includes a caveat that every other abundance-based fishery adheres to. Fishing stops when a biomass has reached X% of its unfished spawning stock. But here, we tweaked abundance-based and gave it a floor. That protects the Amendment 80 fleet from shutting down. Another fundamental in fisheries management, indeed the central goal, is conservation. In this action, scientists tell us there is no conservation threat or even impact to the biomass by any of this. They are correct, but the important point is why they are correct. It's not because mortality from trawl bycatch is so small it doesn't impact the biomass. No, it's because the IPHC will accommodate for these removals and reduce the commercial catch limit for over 26-inch fish immediately, and they will reduce the biomass's spawning potential ratio for years to come to accommodate the under 26-inch halibut taken in those hauls. One other bizarre management constraint outside of the frame is the primacy of halibut trawl caught bycatch. It is rare to the point of unique in the world of fisheries management. Putting it before commercial, sport, or personal use came from a legal memo in the Department of Commerce in the mid to late 80s, when our trawlers were just getting their footing in the Bering Sea, and Congress had passed the FMCA only a decade earlier. It was also a time of very high abundance of Pacific halibut. No legal challenge to this memo occurred at the time. We recognized Alternative 4 as the one that incorporates best the management principles of abundance and conservation. But even so, the scenario of directed fishing being shut down while halibut bycatch continues is still possible under that alternative. You may not know or have ever heard of Theodore Parker, a 19th century clergyman who I'd never heard of either until I got curious about who originally said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." As a distant namesake of his, let me close with that and a follow-up thought. A critical inflection in that curve may be now. Thank you all very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Parker, and best wishes. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Matt Upton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Matt Upton. Can folks hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Right now, I've been stuck in Anchorage for a while. I'm on my way to Dutch Harbor to help the Legacy, one of the boats I helped manage with their last offload. So I'm going to speak on behalf of that crew. They can't call in. They're trying to get out of town and get home. The blue-collar jobs impacted there year-round and give people who may not have gone to college but want to work hard at sea to have a chance to advance themselves and support their families. These type of jobs are rare these days. They're good jobs. I know there's voices demanding draconian action, attacking the DEIS conclusions on the negative net benefit, the lack of impact on the spawning stock biomass, who believe 4 CD&E South Alaska receive more halibut than is outlined, and who keep claiming there'll be no impact on the mandated sector, and that we'll somehow figure it out. I just can't imagine the political pressure you all are under right now, but hope you can just take a step back from the noise and consider what's practicable for the mandated sector and the impacts this action will have grounded DEIS. Please don't engage in this wishful thinking I keep hearing about the potential of magic excluders, halibut transfers, or better communication to make lower caps practicable, or look to the low halibut in 2020 and 21 as realistic levels we can achieve in the future. Those last 2 years were horrible, with COVID outbreaks shutting down multiple boats and messing up the entire supply chain. In 2021, the fleet caught the least flatfish since prior to Amendment 80. That's why that halibut number is so low. As we all look, hopefully, to come out of COVID at some point, please don't put us under more immediate economic distress with these cuts. Abundance-based management of halibut, as outlined here, doesn't work. Maybe that's why we're the only sector still included. I think what the folks calling for really want most to see is just a major cap reduction so it's hit and shuts down the fishery. And based on a realistic view of our past performance and capabilities, that will happen. To me, that doesn't make sense. That halibut stock is not overfished. If the goal here is to get more fish to St. Paul, there's more efficient ways to do it, as many as proposed to look at in the past, or by the IPHE finally allowing over 30 fish to be harvested in 4 CD&E. The difference in benefits between the action alternatives are minor for the directed halibut stakeholders, but have devastating consequences to humanity. I think part of the reason for the frustration around this issue is unrealistic expectations about what the council can accomplish as opposed to the IPHC and the impacts in the sector's use has on the halibut resource. The staff put a lot of time and work into explaining the action. I really appreciate that and its impacts through the DIS. But unfortunately, when that conflicts with this narrative to justify some of these cuts that folks seek, it was met with some hostility and attacks on the process. Finally, I just hope and know that everyone here will look hard at in their deliberations about what's practical for the mandated sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Any questions? All right. Thanks for your testimony. Safe travels.
Yeah.
Next up is Malcolm Milne, then Hannah Heimbuck, and then Stephen Rhodes.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Malcolm Milne, and I'm the president of the North Pacific Fisheries Association based in Homer, Alaska. First of all, I'd like to thank the council staff, the council members, and all the engaged stakeholders for all the work that's gone into this action item. I can't even imagine if you added up the hours what it would come to. But first of all, I'd like to address the conservation versus allocation issue. As I see it, the only reason we have allocation is for conservation. The resource is fully utilized. The halibut resource is fully utilized as stated in the DEIS, so it needs to be allocated. And from National Standard 4, if it becomes necessary to allocate or assign fishing privileges among various United States fishermen, such allocation shall be fair and equitable to all such fishermen. This action goes beyond the Bering Sea. NPFA and the larger Homer fleet include many halibut fishermen. Some fish in the Bering Sea, including areas 4C and D, and others are affected as direct users in other areas. From what I can tell, the analysis is limited to the Bering Sea. From the time I've spent trying to learn the IPHC process, and as I understand it, the O26 bycatch in the Bering Sea comes off as a 1-to-1 ratio, while the U26 bycatch have a greater than 1-to-1 trade-off. I think the SSC picked up on this at one point. And this is also reflected in the IPHE interim agreement with Canada. The Canadians are awarded a certain amount of halibut quota as a mitigation for the downstream effects from the U.S. bycatch. So they do have calculations on these numbers. And since being that halibut is managed as a coastwide stock, what happens in the Bering Sea is felt coastwide. So next, as I did in testimony in April, I'd like to touch on the National Standard 9 and the practicability of the proposed cuts. Comment letters in 2015 read very similar to this year. Table 3-13 in the analysis shows that Amendment 80 catch and revenue are higher than in 2015, indicating to me that those cuts were practicable. In addition, I'm aware of at least 3 new vessels that have been added to the Amendment 80 fleet since 2015. National Fisherman magazine reported that one of the vessels cost $74 million. Earlier testimony indicated that another vessel might have been over $100 million. In 2015, the council signaled that those cuts were the first steps. ABM has been on the table for a while, and I find it highly unlikely that those companies would have made such capital investments if they thought that the 2015 cuts or potential future cuts were impracticable. I do sympathize as a fisherman with the other fishermen in the difficulties that they face, but I still believe that these cuts are practicable. So finally, in conclusion, we urge the council to take meaningful action on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. All right, any questions? Okay. Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Hannah Heimbuck.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Hi there. Hannah Heimbuck, representing today the under 60 cod harvesters. Our member vessels primarily harvest Pacific cod, sablefish, and halibut from southeast to Adak. We recognize that halibut bycatch in the Bering Sea impacts halibut-dependent communities throughout the entire range of the Pacific halibut. We see this action as one step toward ongoing efforts to address equity and conservation issues in the North Pacific and appreciate the opportunity to participate in this discussion. You have a great deal of technical analysis and detailed alternatives in front of you, and many others have spoken to their analytical merit much more expertly than I am able. So what I want to do is just offer in the late stage of this action some overarching considerations. To start, we align ourselves with the many other comments supporting Alternative 4, particularly those from the representatives of St. Paul and the Aleutian Pribilof Islands Association. I also align myself with the silence of those communities in the Bering Sea and across Alaska that are no longer fishing halibut. Remaining Indigenous communities that have survived millennia in partnership with these resources must now debate access rights within a narrow economic framework with companies who are comparatively in their infancy of participation in this ecosystem and in a very different relationship to it. When Alaska's Indigenous and non-Indigenous rural fishing community livelihoods vanish, that loss is often unquantifiable and irreplaceable within the community fabric. While I understand Amendment 80 employs real people, I must reject arguments that compare the financial losses of a new industrial sector to the cultural erasure that occurs when small boat and community-based fishing livelihoods disappear. At the heart of this discussion is a flawed management design that has for decades resulted in the steady and substantial reallocation of the halibut resource away from the directed fishery. Amendment 80 fears an initial loss of opportunity should their tools prove inadequate, but that may be the cost of catching up to the conservation standard we expect from nearly all other fisheries. Not to say potential constraints to Amendment 80 are to be taken lightly, particularly insofar that fleet does have Alaskan community investors. I would have hoped that investment would result in greater motivation to improve the balance with the other fishery stakeholders rooted in Alaska, rather than advocacy for status quo. And as well-established global marketers of Alaska's sustainable seafood product, I would have hoped it would also result in eager and innovative participation in the most basic principle of sustainable management, that is, harvest by abundance, rather than steady resistance to it. Instead, we're listening to detailed discussion of practicability and available tools, but if we only applied abundance-based standards in scenarios where it did not economically constrain fishing, we would have an absolutely unmanageable system. Restoration of equity should not be conditional upon what Amendment 80 finds doable within their current economic expectations. We need to reconcile the disparity of our interpretation of practicability between harvesters. If this action's result is that directed halibut users are simply no longer designed to serve as the conservation buffer for the Amendment 80 sector, that is a success, even if it results in constraints. I understand that once you have built a massive business around a guaranteed volume of fish, the idea of transitioning to a modern system of abundance-based harvest is painful. But at no point should fear of an economic consequence supersede an ecological responsibility or efforts for a more just system. I don't agree with the conclusion that Alternative 4 results in no benefit to conservation or directed users. Fish left in the water to grow and migrate have conservation benefit. Participation in the fundamental framework of conservation-based management by adhering to the bounds of abundance has conservation benefit. Equity in design that prevents one user group from collapsing while another remains whole has inherent benefit, even if it is not immediately and perfectly quantifiable in our models of a perceived future. Additionally, the argument that Amendment 80 losses are unacceptably passed to minority and impoverished groups because it has Alaskan investors or because it is the duty of the North Pacific to provide low-cost protein to American populations thousands of miles away, even as local fishing communities weather decades of loss and indigenous communities of the Bering Sea disappear from the fishing ecosystem, is poorly placed. Modern principles of food security are much more grounded in local food production and food sovereignty, in self-sufficiency and just access, by removing oppressive systems of poverty and resource hoarding, not empowerment of corporate food systems and food livelihoods of the people who live in closest proximity to these resources, namely the central Bering Sea and then Alaska at large. Finally, we need to dispel ourselves with the notion that Alternative 4 is extreme. Arriving at the place where Alternative 4 is the most impactful option on the table is in itself a compromise, as years of iterative debate have removed other options that were also supported by diverse stakeholders, such as options that resulted in greater bycatch reduction or that applied to all the fleets that really should be transitioning to ABM. The Council certainly has the authority to enact Alternative 4 as an iterative step toward improving management. Alternative 4 is supported by Indigenous leadership, diverse commercial, recreational, and subsistence stakeholders, experts in conservation and fishery economics, and bipartisan support from Alaskan legislators who are all engaging in this process at the request and urgency of their diverse constituencies who are all stakeholders here. I urge your final actions here to be responsive to these voices who are pleading for representation in this process. And finally, just thank you very much for participating in these difficult equity discussions. I hope we'll continue to do that together. These conversations often come at great personal and professional toll, and I do appreciate your service to that dialogue, just recognizing that we're responding to systemic issues here that are old and powerful and larger than any one of us, and I believe we can make progress together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heimbach. Any questions? All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Stephen Rhodes. Following Mr. Rhodes will be Andrew Thomas and then Paul Olson. Okay. Mr. Rhodes is not available. We can move to Andrew Thomas. Okay, if Mr. Thomas is not available, again, we'll run through here again one last time. Next up would be Paul Olson and then Representative Sarah Vance. Mr. Olson?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Do you pick me up okay?
We do.
Roger, thank you. My name is Paul Olson. I'm speaking on behalf of the boat company. We support Alternative 4 if action is taken at this meeting. And I'd like to touch on a couple of issues with the DIS, probably one primarily, which is external costs. And what the DIS did was it enumerated gross wholesale values and speculative losses of the Amendment 80 companies. And against that, we enumerated the ex-vessel values earned by halibut fishermen only in the Bering Sea, to the exclusion of downstream and multi-regional economic impacts generated by the halibut fisheries. This approach overstated Amendment 80 revenue impacts by excluding operating and external costs and understated benefits of bycatch reduction to Alaska fisheries. Halibut migrate out of the Bering Sea both biologically and economically. In general, a pound of high-quality seafood generates 5 times its value as it migrates from a hook to a plate. Halibut can achieve even higher ratios. You could probably buy a 6-ounce serving of Bering Sea halibut featured on a $40 entree in Anchorage, making that worth $100 a pound. Halibut migrating biologically from the Bering Sea, caught in southeast Alaska and processed by citrus retailed direct to consumers at $35 a pound. So it's hard to understand the costs and benefits of the alternatives without recognizing that every pound of halibut taken as bycatch is an external cost. External costs or externalities are an economic concept that refers to environmental or social effects that occur when a private entity imposes a cost on society that's unpriced or only partially priced by market factors such as carbon emissions or air pollution. Bycatch is widely understood in marine resource economics as a negative externality that in many cases imposes societal costs that exceed or approach the corporate cost of fishing. Understanding these external costs is essential to understand the two costs or benefits of American Amendment 80 bycatch to society. The juvenile and adult halibut killed by these companies are a significant proportion of the resource, and so an external cost imposed upon other users. This cost is cumulative in that it occurs year. It's not an entitlement. The FMP for the Bering Sea fisheries itself says that halibut are a prohibited species that must be avoided and which must be returned to the sea with a minimum of injury. So if that's not what happens to them and they instead turn up as mortality, the DIS needs to consider this cost, which bears directly on the impacts of the alternative. Since it didn't do that, I'd like to suggest what I think it was. The DIS says that the Amendment 80 companies were responsible for 17,300 plus metric tons of halibut mortality over the past decade from 2010 to 2019. For a lot of the smaller boat people, we don't understand metric tons, so we have to multiply it by 2204.6 to get it to 28.7 million net pounds. And then we're going to look at the IPHC's 2021 study, which wasn't discussed enough in the analysis, which gives us a 1 to 1.15 yield ratio. That gets us to 33 million pounds over the past decade. And at a recent statewide ex-vessel price, which is probably low, $4.69 a pound, that translates into nearly 155 million ex-vessel revenue. But since we're dealing with an analysis that considers gross wholesale revenues on the other side, let's use the Pacific Halibut Multi-Regional Economic Assessment, which again didn't get enough attention to the DIS, which gives halibut a 1 ratio. I'm sorry, Mr. Kinane, I'm probably over my time. Thank you.
You're over your, oh, okay. I was going to offer you a...
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Olson. Okay. Representative Sarah Vance. Representative Vance, if you're trying to speak, you may be muted.
Okay, sound check.
Oh, there you are. Good afternoon.
Wonderful. I'm Representative Sarah Vance from the Alaska State House. I represent the Lower Kenai Peninsula, specifically Homer. Homer has long been hailed the halibut fishing capital of the world, and my fishermen fish all over Alaska and are specifically impacted by this decision in the Bering Sea. I want to speak on first on behalf of my fishermen of the Lower Kenai Peninsula and say that they have reached out to me over the years on speaking up on this issue of halibut bycatch because it has impacted their fishery for quite some time. But I've kept it arm's length because I have no direct jurisdiction into the federal issues. However, so many Alaskans have come forward to us as legislators asking us to voice our support in abundance-based management that we can no longer stay silent on this issue because of the possibility that is directly impacting our state fishing communities. I also speak on behalf of 28 legislators who have joined in signing a letter to directly support implementation of Alternative 4. Never before have Alaskans from all regions come together to support council action to protect our fisheries and communities in this way. Alaska is famous for its bountiful resources and sustainable stewardship of abundant fisheries. We represent Alaskans across regions and communities of the state who have compelled us to strongly support Alternative 4 of this abundance-based management. One of the most iconic and valuable resources Pacific halibut is facing a crisis that threatens the way of life for commercial, subsistence, and sport halibut fishermen and the economic driver for communities of coastal Alaska, much like my hometown of Homer. Alternative 4 is the only choice that would provide meaningful benefit to the state's halibut fisheries and halibut-dependent communities. Meaningful abundance-based management creates badly needed conservation incentives. These incentives are lost entirely under the current non-constraining prohibited species catch limits because the Amendment 80 fleet feels no effects at times of low abundance and has no incentive to reduce halibut mortality or take steps to conserve halibut because the impacts of low abundance are felt entirely on the halibut commercial, subsistence, and sport fishermen. Equitable management of halibut bycatch ultimately fulfills social and ecosystem priorities that impact our fishery for generations. As a bipartisan group of state legislators, we ask the Council to uphold the principles of wise resource management and to protect the fisheries that benefit the people of Alaska. It's imperative the Council take steps to restore equity for Alaskans and Alaskan businesses in the harvest of these critical resources by implementing Alternative 4. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there's any questions. Okay. Thank you, Representative Vance. Okay, that brings us through our list. I'll go through the list one more time for those who we missed. That was Ryan Nichols, Woody Sear, Lynn Selbo, Stephen Rhodes, and Andrew Thomas. Are any of you online wishing to testify?
You got me here. This is Ryan Nichols.
Hi. Yes, we do, Mr. Nichols.
Yeah. Hello. I would just like to say, as a second generation fisherman and from Sitka, I guess I would just say that as I've grown up in a fishing family and continued on to be a fisherman myself, the issue of trawl bycatch in the Bering Sea directly affects me, and a large part of my livelihood is with halibut, and it's probably the fishery that I enjoy the most. I would like to see that that everybody's tied into the same amount of everybody's tied into it all together. And so I guess I'm urge or ask the Council to consider amendment or Alternative 4, which would tie the trawl fleet in on their abundance to the abundance of halibut with their bycatch, and would keep so that when things were high it was better and things were low everybody was go down. And so I guess basically what I'm saying is I'd like to see Alternative 4 supported by the Council, and because that would affect the overall Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea, in my opinion, the best.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Are there any questions? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay. So then Woody Sear, Lynn Selbo, Stephen Rhodes, or Andrew Thomas?
This is Woody Sear on the line. Can you hear me? Yeah. So my name's Woody. I'm a fisherman based out of Sitka. I troll gillnet and longline, and I also hold a Bachelor's of Science in Aquatics and Fisheries from SUNY ESF. Yeah. So I'm here talking to you today in support of Alternative for an Abundance-Based Management. I've heard a lot of great points from all sorts of people, which I really appreciate throughout this testimony when I've been able to listen. And instead of going deep into a bunch of the same things people have talked about, I'm going to try to focus on some more broad, overarching stuff and just a little bit of my story too, because maybe that personal bit can give you a different perspective. All right, so abundance-based management, let's give this a sniff test and just look at it. You've got this iconic species where you have this set cap in the Bering Sea and everybody else is variable to allow for this set cap of fish that's discarded. Meaning, to me, it's more important to be able to discard this fish than it is to be able to sell it. That seems wrong on a basic level. Okay. Next point. For me personally, I've heard a lot of trawlers saying they can't do better and they can't make the changes. I myself have had to change my business plan significantly very recently due to bycatch issues. And you know what? I've done it. And it's working out okay. The biggest motivator is necessity. If they've got to do it, they'll figure it out. Yeah. Yeah. So really, I appreciate you giving me the time to speak. I hope you guys can support abundance-based management. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. See if there's any questions. I don't see any. Thanks for your testimony today. Okay. Lynn Selbo. Or Stephen Rhodes. Or Andrew Thomas. Okay. Well, we got almost everybody, and see, it's just before 4 o'clock Alaska time. That concludes public comment. So unless discuss anything prior to adjournment, I think we can just come back at 8 a.m. on Monday and can see if there's any questions for staff at that point, or move into public comment, or into action. But I'd like to see if any council members would like to flag conversations with staff for Monday morning. And if not, again, we can just handle that when we get there. So with that, thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning at 8.